Introduction. Subject of our study: Religious Sociology and the Theory of Knowledge. In this book, we propose to study the most primitive and simple religion which is actually known, to make an analysis of it, and to attempt an explanation of it. A religious system may be said to be the most primitive which we can observe when it fulfills the two following conditions. In the first place, when it is found in a society whose organization is surpassed by no others in simplicity. And secondly, when it is possible to explain it without making use of any element borrowed from a previous religion. We shall set ourselves to describe the organization of this system with all the exactness and fidelity that an ethnographer or an historian could give it. But our task will not be limited to that. Sociology raises other problems than history or ethnography. It does not seek to know the past forms of civilization with the sole end of knowing them and reconstructing them. But rather, like every positive science, it has as its object the explanation of some actual reality which is near to us, and which consequently is capable of affecting our ideas and our acts. This reality is man, and more precisely, the man of today, for there is nothing which we are more interested in knowing. Then, we are not going to study a very archaic religion simply for the pleasure of telling its peculiarities and its singularities. If we have taken it as the subject of our research, it is because it has seemed to us better adapted than any other to lead to an understanding of the religious nature of man, that is to say, to show us an essential and permanent aspect of humanity. But this proposition is not accepted before the raising of strong objections. It seems very strange that one must turn back and be transported to the very beginnings of history in order to arrive at an understanding of humanity as it is at present. This manner of procedure seems particularly paradoxical in the question which concerns us. In fact, the various religions generally pass as being quite unequal in value and dignity. It is said that they do not all contain the same quota of truth. Then it seems as though one could not compare the highest forms of religious thought with the lowest, without reducing the first to the level of the second. If we admit that the crude cults of the Australian tribes can help us to understand Christianity, for example, is that not supposing that this latter religion proceeds from the same mentality as the former, that it is made up of the same superstitions and rests upon the same errors? This is how the theoretical importance, which has sometimes been attributed to primitive religions, has come to pass as a sign of a systematic hostility to all religion, which, by prejudging the results of the study, vitiates them in advance. There is no occasion for asking here whether or not there are scholars who have merited this reproach, and who have made religious history and ethnology a weapon against religion. In any case, a sociologist cannot hold such a point of view. In fact, it is an essential postulate of sociology that a human institution cannot rest upon an error and a lie, without which it could not exist. If it were not founded in the nature of things, it would have encountered in the facts a resistance over which it could never have triumphed. So when we commence the study of primitive religions, it is with the assurance that they hold to reality and express it. This principle will be seen to re-enter again and again in the course of the analyses and discussions which follow, and the reproach which we make against the schools from which we have separated ourselves is that they have ignored it. When only the letter of the formulae is considered, these religious beliefs and practices undoubtedly seem disconcerting at times, and one is tempted to attribute them to some sort of a deep-rooted error. But one must know how to go underneath the symbol to the reality which it represents and which gives it its meaning. The most barbarous and the most fantastic rites and the strangest myths translate some human need, some aspect of life, either individual or social. The reasons with which the faithful justify them may be, and generally are, erroneous. But the true reasons do not cease to exist, and it is the duty of science to discover them. In reality, then, there are no religions which are false. All are true in their own fashion. All answer, though in different ways, to the given conditions of human existence. It is undeniably possible to arrange them in a hierarchy. Some can be called superior to others, in the sense that they call into play higher mental functions, that they are richer in ideas and sentiments, that they contain more concepts with fewer sensations and images, and that their arrangement is wiser. But howsoever real this greater complexity and this higher ideality may be, they are not sufficient to place the corresponding religions in different classes. All are religions equally, just as all living beings are equally alive, from the most humble plastids up to man. So when we turn to primitive religions, it is not with the idea of depreciating religion in general, for these religions are no less respectable than the others. They respond to the same needs, they play the same role, they depend upon the same causes. They can also well serve to show the nature of the religious life, and consequently to resolve the problem which we wish to study. But why give them a sort of prerogative? Why choose them in preference to all others as the subject of our study? It is merely for reasons of method. In the first place, we cannot arrive at an understanding of the most recent religions except by following the manner in which they have been progressively composed in history. In fact, historical analysis is the only means of explanation which it is possible to apply to them. It alone enables us to resolve an institution into its constituent elements, for it shows them to us as they are born in time, one after another. On the other hand, by placing every one of them in the condition where it was born, it puts into our hands the only means we have of determining the causes which gave rise to it. Every time that we undertake to explain something human, taken at a given moment in history, be it a religious belief, a moral precept, a legal principle, an aesthetic style, or an economic system, it is necessary to commence by going back to its most primitive and simple form, to try to account for the characteristics by which it was marked at that time, and then to show how it developed and became complicated little by little, and how it became that which it is at the moment in question. One readily understands the importance which the determination of the point of departure has for this series of progressive explanations, for all the others are attached to it. It was one of Descartes' principles that the first ring has a predominating place in the chain of scientific truths. But there is no question of placing at the foundation of the science of religions an idea elaborated after the Cartesian manner, that is to say, a logical concept, a pure possibility, constructed simply by force of thought. What we must find is a concrete reality, and historical and ethnological observation alone can reveal that to us. But even if this cardinal conception is obtained by a different process than that of Descartes, it remains true that it is destined to have a considerable influence on the whole series of propositions which the science establishes. Biological evolution has been conceived quite differently ever since it has been known that monocellular beings do exist. In the same way, the arrangement of religious facts is explained quite differently, according as we put naturism, animism, or some other religious form at the beginning of the evolution. Even the most specialized scholars, if they are unwilling to confine themselves to a task of pure erudition, and if they desire to interpret the facts which they analyze, are obliged to choose one of these hypotheses and make it their starting point. Whether they desire it or not, the questions which they raise necessarily take the following form. How has naturism or animism been led to take this particular form, here or there, or to enrich itself or impoverish itself in such and such a fashion? Since it is impossible to avoid taking sides on this initial problem, and since the solution given is destined to affect the whole science, it must be attacked at the outset. That is what we propose to do. Besides this, outside of these indirect reactions, the study of primitive religions has of itself an immediate interest which is of primary importance. If it is useful to know what a certain particular religion consists in, it is still more important to know what religion in general is. This is the problem which has aroused the interest of philosophers in all times, and not without reason, for it is of interest to all humanity. Unfortunately, the method which they generally employ is purely dialectic. They confine themselves to analyzing the idea which they make for themselves of religion, except as they illustrate the results of this mental analysis by examples borrowed from the religions which best realize their ideal. But even if this method ought to be abandoned, the problem remains intact, and the great service of philosophy is to have prevented its being suppressed by the disdain of scholars. Now it is possible to attack it in a different way. Since all religions can be compared to each other, and since all are species of the same class, there are necessarily many elements which are common to all. We do not mean to speak simply of the outward and visible characteristics which they all have equally, and which make it possible to give them a provisional definition from the very outset of our researches. The discovery of these apparent signs is relatively easy, for the observation which it demands does not go beneath the surface of things. But these external resemblances suppose others which are profound. At the foundation of all systems of beliefs and of all cults, there ought necessarily to be a certain number of fundamental representations or conceptions, and of ritual attitudes which, in spite of the diversity of forms which they have taken, have the same objective significance and fulfill the same functions everywhere. These are the permanent elements which constitute that which is permanent and human in religion. They form all the objective contents of the idea which is expressed when one speaks of religion in general. How is it possible to pick them out? Surely it is not by observing the complex religions which appear in the course of history. Every one of these is made up of such a variety of elements that it is very difficult to distinguish what is secondary from what is principal, the essential from the accessory. Suppose that the religion considered is like that of Egypt, India, or the classical antiquity. It is a confused mass of many cults, varying according to the locality, the temples, the generations, the dynasties, the invasions, etc. Popular superstitions are there confused with the purest dogmas. Neither the thought nor the activity of the religion is evenly distributed among the believers. According to the men, the environment and the circumstances, the beliefs as well as the rites are thought of in different ways. Here they are priests, there they are monks, elsewhere they are laymen. There are mystics and rationalists, theologians and prophets, etc. In these conditions, it is difficult to see what is common to all. In one or another of these systems, it is quite possible to find the means of making a profitable study of some particular fact which is specially developed there, such as sacrifice or prophecy, monasticism, or the mysteries. But how is it possible to find the common foundation of the religious life underneath the luxuriant vegetation which covers it? How is it possible to find, underneath the disputes of theology, the variations of ritual, the multiplicity of groups, and the diversity of individuals, the fundamental states characteristic of religious mentality in general? Things are quite different in the lower societies. The slighter development of individuality, the small extension of the group, the homogeneity of external circumstances, all contribute to reducing the differences and variations to a minimum. The group has an intellectual and moral conformity of which we find but rare examples in the more advanced societies. Everything is common to all. Movements are stereotyped. Everybody performs the same ones in the same circumstances, and this conformity of conduct only translates the conformity of thought. Every mind being drawn into the same eddy, the individual type nearly confounds itself with that of the race. And while all is uniform, all is simple as well. Nothing is deformed like these myths, all composed of one and the same theme which is endlessly repeated, or like these rites made up of a small number of gestures repeated again and again. Neither the popular imagination nor that of the priests has had either the time or the means of refining and transforming the original substance of the religious ideas and practices. These are shown in all their nudity, and offer themselves to an examination, it requiring only the slightest effort to lay them open. That which is accessory or secondary, the development of luxury, has not yet come to hide the principal elements. All is reduced to that which is indispensable, to that without which there could be no religion. But that which is indispensable is also that which is essential, that is to say, that which we must know before all else. Primitive civilizations offer privileged cases, then, because they are simple cases. That is why, in all fields of human activity, the observations of ethnologists have frequently been veritable revelations, which have renewed the study of human institutions. For example, before the middle of the 19th century, everybody was convinced that the father was the essential element of the family. No one had dreamed that there could be a family organization of which the paternal authority was not the keystone. But the discovery of Bachofen came and upset this old conception. Up to very recent times, it was regarded as evident that the moral and legal relations of kindred were only another aspect of the psychological relations which result from a common descent. Bachofen and his successors, MacLennan, Morgan, and many others still labored under this misunderstanding. But since we have become acquainted with the nature of the primitive clan, we know that, on the contrary, relationships cannot be explained by consanguinity. To return to religions, the study of only the most familiar ones had led men to believe for a long time that the idea of God was characteristic of everything that is religious. Now the religion which we are going to study presently is, in a large part, foreign to all idea of divinity. The forces to which the rites are there addressed are very different from those which occupy the leading place in our modern religions, yet they aid us in understanding these latter forces. So nothing is more unjust than the disdain with which too many historians still regard the work of ethnographers. Indeed, it is certain that ethnology has frequently brought about the most fruitful revolutions in the different branches of sociology. It is for this same reason that the discovery of unicellular beings, of which we just spoke, has transformed the current idea of life. Since, in these very simple beings, life is reduced to its essential traits, these are less easily misunderstood. But primitive religions do not merely aid us in disengaging the constituent elements of religion, they also have the great advantage that they facilitate the explanation of it. Since the facts there are simpler, the relations between them are more apparent. The reasons with which men account for their acts have not yet been elaborated and denatured by studied reflection. They are nearer and more closely related to the motives which have really determined these acts. In order to understand an hallucination perfectly and give it its most appropriate treatment, a physician must know its original point of departure. Now this event is proportionately easier to find if he can observe it near its beginnings. The longer the disease is allowed to develop, the more it evades observation. That is because all sorts of interpretations have intervened as it advanced, which tend to force the original state into the background, and across which it is frequently difficult to find the initial one. Between a systematized hallucination and the first impressions which gave it birth, the distance is often considerable. It is the same thing with religious thought. In proportion as it progresses in history, the causes which called it into existence, though remaining active, are no longer perceived, except across a vast scheme of interpretations which quite transform them. Popular mythologies and subtle theologies have done their work. They have superimposed upon the primitive sentiments others which are quite different, and which, though holding to the first, of which they are an elaborated form, only allow their true nature to appear very imperfectly. The psychological gap between the cause and the effect, between the apparent cause and the effective cause, has become more considerable and more difficult for the mind to leap. The remainder of this book will be an illustration and a verification of this remark on method. It will be seen how, in the primitive religions, the religious fact still visibly carries the mark of its origins. It would have been well-nigh impossible to infer them merely from the study of the more developed religions. The study which we are undertaking is therefore a way of taking up again, but under new conditions, the old problem of the origin of religion. To be sure, if by origin we are to understand the very first beginning, the question has nothing scientific about it and should be resolutely discarded. There was no given moment when religion began to exist, and there is consequently no need of finding a means of transporting ourselves thither in thought. Like every human institution, religion did not commence anywhere. Therefore, all speculations of this sort are justly discredited. They can only consist in subjective and arbitrary constructions which are subject to no sort of control. But the problem which we raise is quite another one. What we want to do is to find a means of discerning the ever-present causes upon which the most essential forms of religious thought and practice depend. Now, for the reasons which were just set forth, these causes are proportionately more easily observable as the societies where they are observed are less complicated. That is why we try to get as near as possible to the origins. It is not that we ascribe particular virtues to the lower religions. On the contrary, they are rudimentary and gross. We cannot make of them a sort of model which later religions only have to reproduce. But even their grossness makes them instructive, for they thus become convenient for experiments, as in them, the facts and their relations are easily seen. In order to discover the laws of the phenomena which he studies, the physicist tries to simplify these latter and rid them of their secondary characteristics. For that which concerns institutions, nature spontaneously makes the same sort of simplifications at the beginning of history. We merely wish to put these to profit. Undoubtedly, we can only touch very elementary facts by this method. When we shall have accounted for them as far as possible, the novelties of every sort which have been produced in the course of evolution will not yet be explained. But while we do not dream of denying the importance of the problems thus raised, we think that they will profit by being treated in their turn, and that it is important to take them up only after those of which we are going to undertake the study at present. 2. But our study is not of interest merely for the science of religion. In fact, every religion has one side by which it overlaps the circle of properly religious ideas, and there, the study of religious phenomena gives a means of renewing the problems which, up to the present, have only been discussed among philosophers. For a long time, it has been known that the first systems of representations, with which men have pictured to themselves the world and themselves, were of religious origin. There is no religion that is not a cosmology at the same time that it is a speculation upon divine things. If philosophy and the sciences were born of religion, it is because religion began by taking the place of the sciences and philosophy. But it has been less frequently noticed that religion has not confined itself to enriching the human intellect, formed beforehand, with a certain number of ideas. It has contributed to forming the intellect itself. Men owe to it not only a good part of the substance of their knowledge, but also the form in which this knowledge has been elaborated. At the roots of all our judgments, there are a certain number of essential ideas which dominate all our intellectual life. They are what philosophers since Aristotle have called the categories of the understanding. Ideas of time, space, class, number, cause, substance, personality, etc. They correspond to the most universal properties of things. They are like the solid frame which encloses all thought. This does not seem to be able to liberate itself from them without destroying itself, for it seems that we cannot think of objects that are not in time and space, which have no number, etc. Other ideas are contingent and unsteady. We can conceive of their being unknown to a man, a society, or an epoch, but these others appear to be nearly inseparable from the normal working of the intellect. They are like the framework of the intelligence. Now, when primitive religious beliefs are systematically analyzed, the principal categories are naturally found. They are born in religion and of religion. They are a product of religious thought. This is a statement that we are going to have occasion to make many times in the course of this work. This remark has some interest of itself already, but here is what gives it its real importance. The general conclusion of the book which the reader has before him is that religion is something eminently social. Religious representations are collective representations which express collective realities. The rites are a manner of acting which take rise in the midst of the assembled groups and which are destined to excite, maintain, or recreate certain mental states in these groups. So if the categories are of religious origin, they ought to participate in this nature common to all religious facts. They too should be social affairs and the product of collective thought. At least for, in the actual condition of our knowledge of these matters, one should be careful to avoid all radical and exclusive statements. It is allowable to suppose that they are rich in social elements. Even at present, these can be imperfectly seen in some of them. For example, try to represent what the notion of time would be without the processes by which we divide it, measure it, or express it with objective signs, a time which is not a succession of years, months, weeks, days, and hours. This is something nearly unthinkable. We cannot conceive of time except on condition of distinguishing its different moments. Now, what is the origin of this differentiation? Undoubtedly, the states of consciousness which we have already experienced can be reproduced in us in the same order in which they passed in the first place. Thus, portions of our past become present again, though being clearly distinguished from the present. But howsoever important this distinction may be for our private experience, it is far from being enough to constitute the notion or category of time. This does not consist merely in a commemoration, either partial or integral, of our past life. It is an abstract and impersonal frame which surrounds, not only our individual existence, but that of all humanity. It is like an endless chart, where all duration is spread out before the mind, and upon which all possible events can be located in relation to fixed and determined guidelines. It is not my time that is thus arranged. It is time in general, such as it is objectively thought of by everybody in a single civilization. That alone is enough to give us a hint that such an arrangement ought to be collective. And in reality, observation proves that these indispensable guidelines, in relation to which all things are temporally located, are taken from social life. The divisions into days, weeks, months, years, etc., correspond to the periodical recurrence of rites, feasts, and public ceremonies. A calendar expresses the rhythm of the collective activities, while at the same time its function is to assure their regularity. It is the same thing with space. As Hamelin has shown, space is not the vague and indeterminate medium which Kant imagined. If purely and absolutely homogeneous, it would be of no use and could not be grasped by the mind. Spatial representation consists essentially in a primary coordination of the data of sensuous experience. But this coordination would be impossible if the parts of space were qualitatively equivalent and if they were really interchangeable. To dispose things spatially, there must be a possibility of placing them differently, of putting some at the right, others at the left, these above, those below, at the north of or at the south of, east or west of, etc., etc. Just as to dispose states of consciousness temporally, there must be a possibility of localizing them at determined dates. That is to say that space could not be what it is if it were not, like time, divided and differentiated. But whence come these divisions which are so essential? By themselves, there are neither right nor left, up nor down, north nor south, etc. All these distinctions evidently come from the fact that different sympathetic values have been attributed to various regions. Since all the men of a single civilization represent space in the same way, it is clearly necessary that these sympathetic values and the distinctions which depend upon them should be equally universal, and that almost necessarily implies that they be of social origin. Besides that, there are cases where this social character is made manifest. There are societies in Australia and North America where space is conceived in the form of an immense circle, because the camp has a circular form, and this spatial circle is divided up exactly like the tribal circle and is in its image. There are as many regions distinguished as there are clans in the tribe, and it is the place occupied by the clans inside the encampment which has determined the orientation of these regions. Each region is defined by the totem of the clan to which it is assigned. Among the Zuni, for example, the pueblo contains 7 quarters. Each of these is a group of clans which has had a unity. In all probability, it was originally a single clan which was later subdivided. Now their space also contains 7 quarters, and each of these 7 quarters of the world is in intimate connection with a quarter of the pueblo, that is to say, with a group of clans. Thus, says Cushing, one division is thought to be in relation with the north, another represents the west, another the south, etc. Each quarter of the pueblo has its characteristic color, which symbolizes it. Each region has its color, which is exactly the same as that of the corresponding quarter. In the course of history, the number of fundamental clans has varied. The number of the fundamental regions of space has varied with them. Thus, the social organization has been the model for the spatial organization and a reproduction of it. It is thus even up to the distinction between right and left which, far from being inherent in the nature of man in general, is very probably the product of representations which are religious and therefore collective. Analogous proofs will be found presently in regard to the ideas of class, force, personality, and efficacy. It is even possible to ask if the idea of contradiction does not also depend upon social conditions. What makes one tend to believe this is that the empire which the idea has exercised over human thought has varied with times and societies. Today, the principle of identity dominates scientific thought. But there are vast systems of representations which have played a considerable role in the history of ideas where it has frequently been set aside. These are the mythologies, from the grossest up to the most reasonable. There, we are continually coming upon beings which have the most contradictory attributes simultaneously, who are at the same time one and many, material and spiritual, who can divide themselves up indefinitely without losing anything of their constitution. In mythology, it is an axiom that the part is worth the whole. These variations through which the rules which seem to govern our present logic have passed prove that, far from being engraven through all eternity upon the mental constitution of men, they depend, at least in part, upon factors that are historical and consequently social. We do not know exactly what they are, but we may presume that they exist. This hypothesis once admitted, the problem of knowledge is posed in new terms. Up to the present, there have been only 2 doctrines in the field. For some, the categories cannot be derived from experience. They are logically prior to it and condition it. They are represented as so many simple and irreducible data, immanent in the human mind by virtue of its inborn constitution. For this reason, they are said to be a priori. Others, however, hold that they are constructed and made up of pieces and bits, and that the individual is the artisan of this construction. But each solution raises grave difficulties. Is the empirical thesis the one adopted? Then it is necessary to deprive the categories of all their characteristic properties. As a matter of fact, they are distinguished from all other knowledge by their universality and necessity. They are the most general concepts which exist because they are applicable to all that is real, and since they are not attached to any particular object, they are independent of every particular subject. They constitute the common field where all minds meet. Further, they must meet there, for reason, which is nothing more than all the fundamental categories taken together, is invested with an authority which we could not set aside if we would. When we attempt to revolt against it, and to free ourselves from some of these essential ideas, we meet with great resistances. They do not merely depend upon us, but they impose themselves upon us. Now empirical data present characteristics which are diametrically opposed to these. A sensation or an image always relies upon a determined object or upon a collection of objects of the same sort and expresses the momentary condition of a particular consciousness. It is essentially individual and subjective. We therefore have considerable liberty in dealing with the representations of such an origin. It is true that when our sensations are actual, they impose themselves upon us in fact. But by right, we are free to conceive them otherwise than they really are, or to represent them to ourselves as occurring in a different order from that where they are really produced. In regard to them, nothing is forced upon us except as considerations of another sort intervene. Thus, we find that we have here two sorts of knowledge, which are like the two opposite poles of the intelligence. Under these conditions, forcing reason back upon experience causes it to disappear, for it is equivalent to reducing the universality and necessity which characterize it to pure appearance, to an illusion which may be useful practically, but which corresponds to nothing in reality. Consequently, it is denying all objective reality to the logical life, whose regulation and organization is the function of the categories. Classical empiricism results in irrationalism. Perhaps it would even be fitting to designate it by this latter name. In spite of the sense ordinarily attached to the name, the a priorists have more respect for the facts. Since they do not admit it as a truth established by evidence that the categories are made up of the same elements as our sensual representations, they are not obliged to impoverish them systematically, to draw from them all their real content, and to reduce them to nothing more than verbal artifices. On the contrary, they leave them all their specific characteristics. The a priorists are the rationalists. They believe that the world has a logical aspect which the reason expresses excellently. But for all that, it is necessary for them to give the mind a certain power of transcending experience and of adding to that which is given to it directly. And of this singular power, they give neither explanation nor justification. For it is no explanation to say that it is inherent in the nature of the human intellect. It is necessary to show whence we hold this surprising prerogative, and how it comes that we can see certain relations in things which the examination of these things cannot reveal to us. Saying that only on this condition is experience itself possible changes the problem perhaps, but does not answer it. For the real question is to know how it comes that experience is not sufficient unto itself, but presupposes certain conditions which are exterior and prior to it, and how it happens that these conditions are realized at the moment and in the manner that is desirable. To answer these questions, it has sometimes been assumed that above the reason of individuals, there is a superior and perfect reason from which the others emanate, and from which they get this marvelous power of theirs by a sort of mystic participation. This is the divine reason. But this hypothesis has at least the one grave disadvantage of being deprived of all experimental control. Thus, it does not satisfy the conditions demanded of a scientific hypothesis. More than that, the categories of human thought are never fixed in any one definite form. They are made, unmade, and remade incessantly. They change with places and times. On the other hand, the divine reason is immutable. How can this immutability give rise to this incessant variability? Such are the two conceptions that have been pitted against each other for centuries, and if this debate seems to be eternal, it is because the arguments given are really about equivalent. If reason is only a form of individual experience, it no longer exists. On the other hand, if the powers which it has are recognized but not accounted for, it seems to be set outside the confines of nature and science. In the face of these two opposed objections, the mind remains uncertain. But if the social origin of the categories is admitted, a new attitude becomes possible, which we believe will enable us to escape both of the opposed difficulties. The fundamental proposition of the a priorist theory is that knowledge is made up of two sorts of elements, which cannot be reduced into one another, and which are like two distinct layers superimposed one upon the other. Our hypothesis keeps this principle intact. In fact, that knowledge which is called empirical, the only knowledge of which the theorists of empiricism have made use in constructing the reason, is that which is brought into our minds by the direct action of objects. It is composed of individual states, which are completely explained by the psychical nature of the individual. If, on the other hand, the categories are, as we believe they are, essentially collective representations, before all else, they should show the mental states of the group. They should depend upon the way in which this is founded and organized, upon its morphology, upon its religious, moral, and economic institutions, etc. So between these two sorts of representations, there is all the difference which exists between the individual and the social. And one can no more derive the second from the first than he can deduce society from the individual, the whole from the part, the complex from the simple. Society is a reality sui generis. It has its own peculiar characteristics, which are not found elsewhere and which are not met with again in the same form in all the rest of the universe. The representations which express it have a wholly different contents from purely individual ones, and we may rest assured in advance that the first adds something to the second. Even the manner in which the two are formed results in differentiating them. Collective representations are the result of an immense cooperation, which stretches out not only into space but into time as well. To make them, a multitude of minds have associated, united, and combined their ideas and sentiments. For them, long generations have accumulated their experience and their knowledge. A special intellectual activity is therefore concentrated in them, which is infinitely richer and complexer than that of the individual. From that one can understand how the reason has been able to go beyond the limits of empirical knowledge. It does not owe this to any vague mysterious virtue, but simply to the fact that according to the well-known formula, man is double. There are two beings in him. An individual being which has its foundation in the organism, and the circle of whose activities is therefore strictly limited, and a social being which represents the highest reality in the intellectual and moral order that we can know by observationae mean society. This duality of our nature has as its consequence in the practical order the irreducibility of a moral ideal to a utilitarian motive, and in the order of thought, the irreducibility of reason to individual experience. In so far as he belongs to society, the individual transcends himself, both when he thinks and when he acts. This same social character leads to an understanding of the origin of the necessity of the categories. It is said that an idea is necessary when it imposes itself upon the mind by some sort of virtue of its own, without being accompanied by any proof. It contains within it something which constrains the intelligence and which leads to its acceptance without preliminary examination. The a priorist postulates this singular quality, but does not account for it, for saying that the categories are necessary because they are indispensable to the functioning of the intellect is simply repeating that they are necessary. But if they really have the origin which we attribute to them, their ascendancy no longer has anything surprising in it. They represent the most general relations which exist between things. Surpassing all our other ideas in extension, they dominate all the details of our intellectual life. If men did not agree upon these essential ideas at every moment, if they did not have the same conception of time, space, cause, number, etc., all contact between their minds would be impossible, and with that, all life together. Thus, society could not abandon the categories to the free choice of the individual without abandoning itself. If it is to live, there is not merely need of a satisfactory moral conformity, but also there is a minimum of logical conformity beyond which it cannot safely go. For this reason, it uses all its authority upon its members to forestall such dissidences. Does a mind ostensibly free itself from these forms of thought? It is no longer considered a human mind in the full sense of the word, and is treated accordingly. That is why we feel that we are no longer completely free and that something resists, both within and outside ourselves, when we attempt to rid ourselves of these fundamental notions, even in our own conscience. Outside of us, there is public opinion which judges us. But more than that, since society is also represented inside of us, it sets itself against these revolutionary fancies, even inside of ourselves. We have the feeling that we cannot abandon them if our whole thought is not to cease being really human. This seems to be the origin of the exceptional authority which is inherent in the reason and which makes us accept its suggestions with confidence. It is the very authority of society, transferring itself to a certain manner of thought which is the indispensable condition of all common action. The necessity with which the categories are imposed upon us is not the effect of simple habits whose yoke we could easily throw off with a little effort. Nor is it a physical or metaphysical necessity, since the categories change in different places and times. It is a special sort of moral necessity, which is to the intellectual life what moral obligation is to the will. But if the categories originally only translate social states, does it not follow that they can be applied to the rest of nature only as metaphors? If they were made merely to express social conditions, it seems as though they could not be extended to other realms except in this sense. Thus, in so far as they aid us in thinking of the physical or biological world, they have only the value of artificial symbols, useful practically perhaps, but having no connection with reality. Thus we come back, by a different road, to nominalism and empiricism. But when we interpret a sociological theory of knowledge in this way, we forget that even if society is a specific reality, it is not an empire within an empire. It is a part of nature, and indeed its highest representation. The social realm is a natural realm which differs from the others only by a greater complexity. Now, it is impossible that nature should differ radically from itself in the one case and the other in regard to that which is most essential. The fundamental relations that exist between things just, that which it is the function of the categories to express cannot be essentially dissimilar in the different realms. If, for reasons which we shall discuss later, they are more clearly disengaged in the social world, it is nevertheless impossible that they should not be found elsewhere, though in less pronounced forms. Society makes them more manifest, but it does not have a monopoly upon them. That is why ideas which have been elaborated on the model of social things can aid us in thinking of another department of nature. It is at least true that if these ideas play the role of symbols when they are thus turned aside from their original signification, they are well-founded symbols. If a sort of artificiality enters into them from the mere fact that they are constructed concepts, it is an artificiality which follows nature very closely, and which is constantly approaching it still more closely. From the fact that the ideas of time, space, class, cause, or personality are constructed out of social elements, it is not necessary to conclude that they are devoid of all objective value. On the contrary, their social origin rather leads to the belief that they are not without foundation in the nature of things. Thus renovated, the theory of knowledge seems destined to unite the opposing advantages of the two rival theories without incurring their inconveniences. It keeps all the essential principles of the a priorists, but at the same time it is inspired by that positive spirit which the empiricists have striven to satisfy. It leaves the reason its specific power, but it accounts for it and does so without leaving the world of observable phenomena. It affirms the duality of our intellectual life, but it explains it, and with natural causes. The categories are no longer considered as primary and unanalyzable facts, yet they keep a complexity which falsifies any analysis as ready as that with which the empiricists content themselves. They no longer appear as very simple notions, which the first comer can very easily arrange from his own personal observations, and which the popular imagination has unluckily complicated, but rather they appear as priceless instruments of thought, which the human groups have laboriously forged through the centuries, and where they have accumulated the best of their intellectual capital. A complete section of the history of humanity is resumed therein. This is equivalent to saying that to succeed in understanding them and judging them, it is necessary to resort to other means than those which have been in use up to the present. To know what these conceptions which we have not made ourselves are really made of, it does not suffice to interrogate our own consciousnesses. We must look outside of ourselves. It is history that we must observe. There is a whole science which must be formed, a complex science which can advance but slowly and by collective labor, and to which the present work brings some fragmentary contributions in the nature of an attempt. Without making these questions the direct object of our study, we shall profit by all the occasions which present themselves to us of catching at their very birth some at least of these ideas which, while being of religious origin, still remain at the foundation of the human intelligence. Book 1. Preliminary Questions. Chapter 1. Definition of religious phenomena and of religion. If we are going to look for the most primitive and simple religion which we can observe, it is necessary to begin by defining what is meant by a religion. For without this, we would run the risk of giving the name to a system of ideas and practices which has nothing at all religious about it, or else of leaving to one side many religious facts, without perceiving their true nature. That this is not an imaginary danger, and that nothing is thus sacrificed to a vain formalism of method, is well shown by the fact that owing to his not having taken this precaution, a certain scholar to whom the science of comparative religions owes a great deal, Professor Fraser, has not been able to recognize the profoundly religious character of the beliefs and rites which will be studied below, where, according to our view, the initial germ of the religious life of humanity is to be found. So this is a prejudicial question, which must be treated before all others. It is not that we dream of arriving at once at the profound characteristics which really explain religion. These can be determined only at the end of our study. But that which is necessary and possible is to indicate a certain number of external and easily recognizable signs, which will enable us to recognize religious phenomena wherever they are met with, and which will deter us from confounding them with others. We shall proceed to this preliminary operation at once. But to attain the desired results, it is necessary to begin by freeing the mind of every preconceived idea. Men have been obliged to make for themselves a notion of what religion is, long before the science of religions started its methodical comparisons. The necessities of existence force all of us, believers and non-believers, to represent in some way these things in the midst of which we live, upon which we must pass judgment constantly, and which we must take into account in all our conduct. However, since these preconceived ideas are formed without any method, according to the circumstances and chances of life, they have no right to any credit whatsoever, and must be rigorously set aside in the examination which is to follow. It is not from our prejudices, passions, or habits that we should demand the elements of the definition which we must have. It is from the reality itself which we are going to define. Let us set ourselves before this reality. Leaving aside all conceptions of religion in general, let us consider the various religions in their concrete reality and attempt to disengage that which they have in common. For religion cannot be defined except by the characteristics which are found wherever religion itself is found. In this comparison, then, we shall make use of all the religious systems which we can know, those of the present and those of the past, the most primitive and simple as well as the most recent and refined. For we have neither the right nor the logical means of excluding some and retaining others. For those who regard religion as only a natural manifestation of human activity, all religions, without any exception whatsoever, are instructive. For all, after their manner, express man, and thus can aid us in better understanding this aspect of our nature. Also, we have seen how far it is from being the best way of studying religion to consider by preference the forms which it presents among the most civilized peoples. But to aid the mind in freeing itself from these usual conceptions, which, owing to their prestige, might prevent it from seeing things as they really are, it is fitting to examine some of the most current of the definitions in which these prejudices are commonly expressed, before taking up the question on our own account. 1. One idea which generally passes as characteristic of all that is religious is that of the supernatural. By this is understood all sorts of things which surpass the limits of our knowledge, The supernatural is the world of the mysterious, of the unknowable, of the ununderstandable. Thus, religion would be a sort of speculation upon all that which evades science or distinct thought in general. Religions diametrically opposed in their overt dogmas, said Spencer, are perfectly at one in the tacit conviction that the existence of the world, with all it contains and all which surrounds it, is a mystery calling for an explanation. He thus makes them consist essentially in the belief in the omnipresence of something which is inscrutable. In the same manner, Max Muller sees in religion a struggle to conceive the inconceivable, to utter the unutterable, a longing after the infinite. It is certain that the sentiment of mystery has not been without a considerable importance in certain religions, notably in Christianity. It must also be said that the importance of this sentiment has varied remarkably at different moments in the history of Christianity. There are periods when this notion passes to an inferior place and is even effaced. For example, for the Christians of the 17th century, dogma had nothing disturbing for the reason. Faith reconciled itself easily with science and philosophy, and the thinkers, such as Pascal, who really felt that there is something profoundly obscure in things, were so little in harmony with their age that they remained misunderstood by their contemporaries. It would appear somewhat hasty, therefore, to make an idea subject to parallel eclipses, the essential element of even the Christian religion. In all events, it is certain that this idea does not appear until late in the history of religions. It is completely foreign, not only to those peoples who are called primitive, but also to all others who have not attained a considerable degree of intellectual culture. When we see them attribute extraordinary virtues to insignificant objects, and people the universe with singular principles, made up of the most diverse elements, and endowed with a sort of ubiquity which is hardly representable, we are undoubtedly prone to find an air of mystery in these conceptions. It seems to us that these men would have been willing to resign themselves to these ideas, so disturbing for our modern reason, only because of their inability to find others which were more rational. But as a matter of fact, these explanations which surprise us so much appear to the primitive man as the simplest in the world. He does not regard them as a sort of ultima ratio to which the intellect resigns itself only in despair of others, but rather as the most obvious manner of representing and understanding what he sees about him. For him, there is nothing strange in the fact that by a mere word or gesture, one is able to command the elements, retard or precipitate the motion of the stars, bring rain or cause it to cease, etc. The rites which he employs to assure the fertility of the soil, or the fecundity of the animal species on which he is nourished, do not appear more irrational to his eyes than the technical processes of which our agriculturists make use, for the same object, due to ours. The powers which he puts into play by these diverse means do not seem to him to have anything especially mysterious about them. Undoubtedly, these forces are different from those which the modern scientist thinks of, and whose use he teaches us. They have a different way of acting, and do not allow themselves to be directed in the same manner. But for those who believe in them, they are no more unintelligible than are gravitation and electricity for the physicist of today. Moreover, we shall see, in the course of this work, that the idea of physical forces is very probably derived from that of religious forces. Then there cannot exist between the two the abyss which separates the rational from the irrational. Even the fact that religious forces are frequently conceived under the form of spiritual beings or conscious wills is no proof of their irrationality. The reason has no repugnance a priori to admitting that the so-called inanimate bodies should be directed by intelligences, just as the human body is, though contemporary science accommodates itself with difficulty to this hypothesis. When Leibniz proposed to conceive the external world as an immense society of minds, between which there were, and could be, only spiritual relations, he thought he was working as a rationalist, and saw nothing in this universal animism which could be offensive to the intellect. Moreover, the idea of the supernatural, as we understand it, dates only from today. In fact, it presupposes the contrary idea, of which it is the negation. But this idea is not at all primitive. In order to say that certain things are supernatural, it is necessary to have the sentiment that a natural order of things exists, that is to say, that the phenomena of the universe are bound together by necessary relations, called laws. When this principle has once been admitted, all that is contrary to these laws must necessarily appear to be outside of nature, and consequently, of reason. For what is natural in this sense of the word is also rational, these necessary relations only expressing the manner in which things are logically related. But this idea of universal determinism is of recent origin. Even the greatest thinkers of classical antiquity never succeeded in becoming fully conscious of it. It is a conquest of the positive sciences. It is the postulate upon which they repose and which they have proved by their progress. Now, as long as this was lacking or insufficiently established, the most marvelous events contain nothing which did not appear perfectly conceivable. So long as men did not know the immutability and the inflexibility of the order of things, and so long as they saw there the work of contingent wills, they found it natural that either these wills or others could modify them arbitrarily. That is why the miraculous interventions which the ancients attributed to their gods were not to their eyes miracles in the modern acceptation of the term. For them, they were beautiful, rare, or terrible spectacles, or causes of surprise and marvel, mirabilia, miracula. But they never saw in them glimpses of a mysterious world into which the reason cannot penetrate. We can understand this mentality the better since it has not yet completely disappeared from our midst. If the principle of determinism is solidly established today in the physical and natural sciences, it is only a century ago that it was first introduced into the social sciences, and its authority there is still contested. There are only a small number of minds which are strongly penetrated with this idea that societies are subject to natural laws and form a kingdom of nature. It follows that veritable miracles are believed to be possible there. It is admitted, for example, that a legislator can create an institution out of nothing by a mere injunction of its will, or transform one social system into another, just as the believers in so many religions have held that the divine will created the world out of nothing, or can arbitrarily transmute one thing into another. As far as social facts are concerned, we still have the mentality of primitives. However, if so many of our contemporaries still retain this antiquated conception for sociological affairs, it is not because the life of societies appears obscure and mysterious to them. On the contrary, if they are so easily contented with these explanations, and if they are so obstinate in their illusions which experience constantly belies, it is because social events seem to them the clearest thing in the world. It is because they have not yet realized their real obscurity. It is because they have not yet recognized the necessity of resorting to the laborious methods of the natural sciences to gradually scatter the darkness. The same state of mind is found at the root of many religious beliefs which surprise us by their pseudo-simplicity. It is science, and not religion, which has taught men that things are complex and difficult to understand. But the human mind, says Jevons, has no need of a properly scientific culture to notice that determined sequences, or a constant order of succession, exist between facts, or to observe, on the other hand, that this order is frequently upset. It sometimes happens that the sun is suddenly eclipsed, that rain fails at the time when it is expected, that the moon is slow to reappear after its periodical disappearance, etc. Since these events are outside the ordinary course of affairs, they are attributed to extraordinary exceptional causes, that is to say, in fine, to extranatural causes. It is under this form that the idea of the supernatural is born at the very outset of history. And from this moment, according to this author, religious thought finds itself provided with its proper subject. But in the first place, the supernatural cannot be reduced to the unforeseen. The new is a part of nature just as well as its contrary. If we state that, in general, phenomena succeed one another in a determined order, we observe equally well that this order is only approximative, that it is not always precisely the same, and that it has all kinds of exceptions. If we have ever so little experience, we are accustomed to seeing our expectations fail, and these deceptions return too often to appear extraordinary to us. A certain contingency is taught by experience just as well as a certain uniformity. Then we have no reason for assigning the one to causes and forces entirely different from those upon which the other depends. In order to arrive at the idea of the supernatural, it is not enough, therefore, to be witnesses to unexpected events. It is also necessary that these be conceived as impossible, that is to say, irreconcilable with an order which, rightly or wrongly, appears to us to be implied in the nature of things. Now this idea of a necessary order has been constructed little by the positive sciences, and consequently the contrary notion could not have existed before them. Also, in whatever manner men have represented the novelties and contingencies revealed by experience, there is nothing in these representations which could serve to characterize religion. For religious conceptions have as their object, before everything else, to express and explain, not that which is exceptional and abnormal in things, but, on the contrary, that which is constant and regular. Very frequently, the gods serve less to account for the monstrosities, fantasies, and anomalies than for the regular march of the universe, for the movement of the stars, the rhythm of the seasons, the annual growth of vegetation, the perpetuation of species, etc. It is far from being true, then, that the notion of the religions coincides with that of the extraordinary or the unforeseen. Jevons replies that this conception of religious forces is not primitive. Men commenced by imagining them to account for disorders and accidents, and it was only afterwards that they began to utilize them in explaining the uniformities of nature. But it is not clear what could have led men to attribute such manifestly contradictory functions to them. More than that, the hypothesis according to which sacred beings were at first restricted to the negative function of disturbers is quite arbitrary. In fact, we shall see that, even with the most simple religions we know, their essential task is to maintain, in a positive manner, the normal course of life. So the idea of mystery is not of primitive origin. It was not given to man. It is man who has forged it with his own hands, along with the contrary idea. This is why it has a place only in a very small number of advanced religions. It is impossible to make it the characteristic mark of religious phenomena without excluding from the definition the majority of the facts to be defined. 2. Another idea by which the attempt to define religion is often made is that of divinity. Religion, says M. Rayville, is the determination of human life by the sentiment of a bond uniting the human mind to that mysterious mind whose domination of the world and itself it recognizes, and to whom it delights in feeling itself united. It is certain that if the word divinity is taken in a precise and narrow sense, this definition leaves aside a multitude of obviously religious facts. The souls of the dead and the spirits of all ranks and classes with which the religious imagination of so many different peoples has populated nature are always the object of rites and sometimes even of a regular cult. Yet they are not gods in the proper sense of the term. But in order that the definition may embrace them, it is enough to substitute for the term gods the more comprehensive one of spiritual beings. This is what Tyler does. The first requisite in a systematic study of the religions of the lower races, he says, is to lay down a rudimentary definition of religion. By requiring in this definition the belief in a supreme deity, no doubt many tribes may be excluded from the category of religious, but such narrow definition has the fault of identifying religion rather with particular developments. It seems best simply to claim as a minimum definition of religion the belief in spiritual beings. By spiritual beings must be understood conscious subjects, gifted with powers superior to those possessed by common men. This qualification is found in the souls of the dead, geniuses or demons, as well as in divinities properly so called. It is important, therefore, to give our attention at once to the particular conception of religion which is implied in this definition. The relations which we can have with beings of this sort are determined by the nature attributed to them. They are conscious beings. Then we can act upon them only in the same way that we act upon consciousnesses in general, that is to say, by psychological processes, attempting to convince them or move them, either with the aid of words, invocations, prayers, or by offerings and sacrifices. And since the object of religion is to regulate our relations with these special beings, there can be no religion except where there are prayers, sacrifices, propitiatory rites, etc. Thus we have a very simple criterion which permits us to distinguish that which is religious from that which is not. It is to this criterion that Fraser, and with him numerous ethnographers, systematically makes reference. But howsoever evident this definition may appear, thanks to the mental habits which we owe to our religious education, there are many facts to which it is not applicable, but which appertain to the field of religion nevertheless. In the first place, there are great religions from which the idea of gods and spirits is absent, or at least where it plays only a secondary and minor role. This is the case with Buddhism. Buddhism, says Burnouf, sets itself in opposition to Brahmanism as a moral system without God and an atheism without nature. As it recognizes not a God upon whom man depends, says Barth, its doctrine is absolutely atheistic, while Oldenburg, in his turn, calls it a faith without a God. In fact, all that is essential to Buddhism is found in the four propositions, which the faithful call the Four Noble Truths. The first states the existence of suffering as the accompaniment to the perpetual change of things. The second shows desire to be the cause of suffering. The third makes the suppression of desire the only means of suppressing sorrow. The fourth enumerates the three stages through which one must pass to attain this suppression. They are uprightness, meditation, and finally wisdom, the full possession of the doctrine. These three stages once traversed, one arrives at the end of the road, at the deliverance, at salvation by the nirvana. Now in none of these principles is there question of a divinity. The Buddhist is not interested in knowing whence came the world in which he lives and suffers. He takes it as a given fact, and his whole concern is to escape it. On the other hand, in this work of salvation, he can count only upon himself. He has no God to thank, as he had previously no God to invoke during his struggle. Instead of praying, in the ordinary sense of the term, instead of turning towards a superior being and imploring his assistance, he relies upon himself and meditates. This is not saying that he absolutely denies the existence of the beings called Indra, Agni, and Varuna, but he believes that he owes them nothing and that he has nothing to do with them. For their power can only extend over the goods of this world, which are without value for him. Then he is an atheist, in the sense that he does not concern himself with the question whether gods exist or not. Besides, even if they should exist, and with whatever powers they might be armed, the saint or the emancipated man regards himself superior to them. For that which causes the dignity of beings is not the extent of the action they exercise over things, but merely the degree of their advancement upon the road of salvation. It is true that Buddha, at least in some divisions of the Buddhist church, has sometimes been considered as a sort of god. He has his temples. He is the object of a cult, which, by the way, is a very simple one, for it is reduced essentially to the offering of flowers and the adoration of consecrated relics or images. It is scarcely more than a commemorative cult. But more than that, this divinization of Buddha, granting that the term is exact, is peculiar to the form known as Northern Buddhism. The Buddhist of the South, says Kern, and the less advanced of the Northern Buddhists can be said, according to data known today, to speak of their founder as if he were a man. Of course, they attribute extraordinary powers to Buddha, which are superior to those possessed by ordinary mortals. But it was a very ancient belief in India, and one that is also very general in a host of different religions, that a great saint is endowed with exceptional virtues. Yet a saint is not a god, any more than a priest or magician is, in spite of the superhuman faculties frequently attributed to them. On the other hand, according to the most authorized scholars, all this theism and the complicated mythology which generally accompanies it are only derived and deviated forms of Buddhism. At first, Buddha was only regarded as the wisest of men. Burnouf says the conception of a Buddha who is something more than a man arrived at the highest stage of holiness is outside the circle of ideas which form the foundation of the simple sutras. And the same author adds elsewhere that his humanity is a fact so incontestably recognized by all that the mythmakers, to whom miracles cost so little, have never even had the idea of making a god out of him since his death. So we may well ask if he has ever really divested himself completely of all human character, and if we have a right to make him into a god completely. In any case, it would have to be a god of a very particular character and one whose role in no way resembles that of other divine personalities. For a god is before all else a living being, with whom man should reckon and upon whom he may count. But Buddha is dead, he has entered into the nirvana, and he can no longer influence the march of human events. Finally, whatever one may think of the divinity of Buddha, it remains a fact that this is a conception wholly outside the essential part of Buddhism. Buddhism consists primarily in the idea of salvation, and salvation supposes only that one know the good doctrine and practice it. To be sure, this could never have been known if Buddha had not come to reveal it. But when this revelation had once been made, the work of Buddha was accomplished. From that moment, he ceased to be a factor necessary to the religious life. The practice of the four holy truths would be possible, even if the memory of him who revealed them were completely obliterated. It is quite another matter with Christianity, which is inconceivable without the ever-present idea of Christ and his ever-practiced cult. For it is by the ever-living Christ, sacrificed each day, that the community of believers continues to communicate with the supreme source of the spiritual life. All that precedes can be applied equally well to another great religion of India, Jainism. The two doctrines have nearly the same conception of the world and of life. Like the Buddhists, says Barth, the Jainas are atheists. They admit of no creator, the world is eternal, they explicitly deny the possibility of a perfect being from the beginning. The Jinnah became perfect, he was not always so. Just as the Buddhists in the north, the Jainists, or at least certain of them, have come back to a sort of deism. In the inscriptions of Deccan, there is mention of a Jinnapati, a sort of supreme Jinnah, who is called the primary creator. But such language, says the same author, is in contradiction to the most explicit declarations extracted from their most authorized writings. Moreover, if this indifference for the divine is developed to such a point in Buddhism and Jainism, it is because its germ existed already in the Brahmanism from which the two were derived. In certain of its forms at least, Brahmic speculation ended in a frankly materialistic and atheistic interpretation of the universe. In time, the numerous divinities which the people of India had originally learned to adore came to merge themselves into a sort of principal deity, impersonal and abstract, the essence of all that exists. This supreme reality, which no longer has anything of a divine personality about it, is contained within man himself, or rather, man is but one with it, for nothing exists apart from it. To find it and unite himself to it, one does not have to search some external support outside himself. It is enough to concentrate upon himself and meditate. If in Buddhism, says Oldenburg, the proud attempt be made to conceive a deliverance in which man himself delivers himself, to create a faith without a god, it is Brahmanical speculation which has prepared the way for this thought. It thrusts back the idea of a god step by step. The forms of the old gods have faded away, and besides the Brahma, which is enthroned in its everlasting quietude, highly exalted above the destinies of the human world, there is left remaining, as the sole really active person in the great work of deliverance, man himself. Here, then, we find a considerable portion of religious evolution which has consisted in the progressive recoil of the idea of a spiritual being from that of a deity. Here are great religions where invocations, propitiations, sacrifices and prayers properly so called are far from holding a preponderating place, and which consequently do not present that distinctive sign by which some claim to recognize those manifestations which are properly called religious. But even within deistic religions, there are many rites which are completely independent of all idea of gods or spiritual beings. In the first place, there are a multitude of interdictions. For example, the Bible orders that a woman live isolated during a determined period each month. A similar isolation is obligatory during the lying in at childbirth. It is forbidden to hitch an ass and a horse together, or to wear a garment in which the hemp is mixed with flax. But it is impossible to see the part which belief in Jahve can have played in these interdictions, for he is wholly absent from all the relations thus forbidden, and could not be interested in them. As much can be said for the majority of the dietetic regulations. These prohibitions are not peculiar to the Hebrews, but they are found under diverse forms, but with substantially the same character, in innumerable religions. It is true that these rites are purely negative, but they do not cease being religious for that. Also, there are others which demand active and positive services of the faithful, but which are nevertheless of the same nature. They work by themselves, and their efficacy depends upon no divine power. They mechanically produce the effects which are the reason for their existence. They do not consist either in prayers or offerings addressed to a being upon whose goodwill the expected result depends. This result is obtained by the automatic operation of the ritual. Such is notably the case with the sacrifice of the Vedic religion. The sacrifice exercises a direct influence upon the celestial phenomena, says Bergani. It is all-powerful of itself, and without any divine influence. It is this, for example, which broke open the doors of the cavern where the dawn was imprisoned, and which made the light of day burst forth. In the same way, there are special hymns which, by their direct action, made the waters of heaven fall upon the earth, and even in spite of the gods. The practice of certain austerities has the same power. More than that, the sacrifice is so fully the origin of things par excellence that they have attributed to it not only the origin of man, but even that of the gods. Such a conception may well appear strange. It is explained, however, as being one of the ultimate consequences of the idea of the omnipotence of sacrifice. Thus, in the entire first part of his work, M. Burgani speaks only of sacrifices, where divinities play no role whatsoever. Nor is this fact peculiar to the Vedic religion, but is, on the contrary, quite general. In every cult there are practices which act by themselves, by a virtue which is their own, without the intervention of any god between the individual who practices the rite and the end sought after. When, in the so-called Feast of the Tabernacles, the Jew set the air in motion by shaking willow branches in a certain rhythm, it was to cause the wind to rise and the rain to fall. And it was believed that the desired phenomenon would result automatically from the rite, provided it were correctly performed. This is the explanation of the fundamental importance laid by nearly all cults upon the material portion of the ceremonies. This religious formalism probably the first form of legal formalism comes from the fact that since the formula to be pronounced, and the movements to be made contain within themselves the source of their efficacy, they would lose it if they did not conform absolutely to the type consecrated by success. Thus there are rites without gods, and even rites from which gods are derived. All religious powers do not emanate from divine personalities, and there are relations of cult which have other objects than uniting man to a deity. Religion is more than the idea of gods or spirits, and consequently cannot be defined exclusively in relation to these latter. 3. These definitions set aside, let us set ourselves before the problem. First of all, let us remark that in all these formulae, it is the nature of religion as a whole that they seek to express. They proceed as if it were a sort of indivisible entity, while, as a matter of fact, it is made up of parts. It is a more or less complex system of myths, dogmas, rites, and ceremonies. Now a whole cannot be defined except in relation to its parts. It will be more methodical, then, to try to characterize the various elementary phenomena of which all religions are made up, before we attack the system produced by their union. This method is imposed still more forcibly by the fact that there are religious phenomena which belong to no determined religion. Such are those phenomena which constitute the matter of folklore. In general, they are the debris of past religions, inorganized survivals, but there are some which have been formed spontaneously under the influence of local causes. In our European countries, Christianity has forced itself to absorb and assimilate them. It has given them a Christian coloring. Nevertheless, there are many which have persisted up until a recent date, or which still exist with a relative autonomy. Celebrations of May Day, the summer solstice, or the carnival, beliefs relative to genii, local demons, etc., are cases in point. If the religious character of these facts is now diminishing, their religious importance is nevertheless so great that they have enabled Manhart and his school to revive the science of religions. A definition which did not take account of them would not cover all that is religious. Religious phenomena are naturally arranged in two fundamental categories, beliefs and rites. The first are states of opinion and consist in representations. The second are determined modes of action. Between these two classes of facts, there is all the difference which separates thought from action. The rites can be defined and distinguished from other human practices, moral practices, for example, only by the special nature of their object. A moral rule prescribes certain manners of acting to us, just as a rite does, but which are addressed to a different class of objects. So it is the object of the rite which must be characterized if we are to characterize the rite itself. Now it is in the beliefs that the special nature of this object is expressed. It is possible to define the rite only after we have defined the belief. All known religious beliefs, whether simple or complex, present one common characteristic. They presuppose a classification of all the things, real and ideal, of which men think, into two classes or opposed groups, generally designated by two distinct terms which are translated well enough by the words profane and sacred profane, sacré. This division of the world into two domains, the one containing all that is sacred, the other all that is profane, is the distinctive trait of religious thought. The beliefs, myths, dogmas, and legends are either representations or systems of representations which express the nature of sacred things, the virtues and powers which are attributed to them, or their relations with each other and with profane things. But by sacred things, one must not understand simply those personal beings which are called gods or spirits. A rock, a tree, a spring, a pebble, a piece of wood, a house, in a word, anything can be sacred. A right can have this character. In fact, the right does not exist which does not have it to a certain degree. There are words, expressions, and formulae which can be pronounced only by the mouths of consecrated persons. There are gestures and movements which everybody cannot perform. If the Vedic sacrifice has had such an efficacy that, according to mythology, it was the creator of the gods, and not merely a means of winning their favor, it is because it possessed a virtue comparable to that of the most sacred beings. The circle of sacred objects cannot be determined, then, once for all. Its extent varies infinitely, according to the different religions. That is how Buddhism is a religion. In default of gods, it admits the existence of sacred things, namely, the Four Noble Truths and the practices derived from them. Up to the present, we have confined ourselves to enumerating a certain number of sacred things as examples. We must now show by what general characteristics they are to be distinguished from profane things. One might be tempted, first of all, to define them by the place they are generally assigned in the hierarchy of things. They are naturally considered superior in dignity and power to profane things, and particularly to man, when he is only a man and has nothing sacred about him. One thinks of himself as occupying an inferior and dependent position in relation to them, and surely this conception is not without some truth. Only there is nothing in it which is really characteristic of the sacred. It is not enough that one thing be subordinated to another for the second, to be sacred in regard to the first. Slaves are inferior to their masters, subjects to their king, soldiers to their leaders, the miser to his gold, the man ambitious for power to the hands which keep it from him. But if it is sometimes said of a man that he makes a religion of those beings or things whose eminent value and superiority to himself he thus recognizes, it is clear that in any case the word is taken in a metaphorical sense, and that there is nothing in these relations which is really religious. On the other hand, it must not be lost to view that there are sacred things of every degree, and that there are some in relation to which a man feels himself relatively at his ease. An amulet has a sacred character, yet the respect which it inspires is nothing exceptional. Even before his gods, a man is not always in such a marked state of inferiority, for it very frequently happens that he exercises a veritable physical constraint upon them to obtain what he desires. He beats the fetish with which he is not contented, but only to reconcile himself with it again, if in the end it shows itself more docile to the wishes of its adorer. To have rain, he throws stones into the spring or sacred lake where the god of rain is thought to reside. He believes that by this means he forces him to come out and show himself. Moreover, if it is true that man depends upon his gods, this dependence is reciprocal. The gods also have need of man. Without offerings and sacrifices they would die. We shall even have occasion to show that this dependence of the gods upon their worshippers is maintained even in the most idealistic religions. But if a purely hierarchic distinction is a criterion at once too general and too imprecise, there is nothing left with which to characterize the sacred in its relation to the profane except their heterogeneity. However, this heterogeneity is sufficient to characterize this classification of things and to distinguish it from all others because it is very particular. It is absolute. In all the history of human thought there exists no other example of two categories of things so profoundly differentiated or so radically opposed to one another. The traditional opposition of good and bad is nothing beside this, for the good and the bad are only two opposed species of the same class, namely morals, just as sickness and health are two different aspects of the same order of facts, life, while the sacred and the profane have always and everywhere been conceived by the human mind as two distinct classes, as two worlds between which there is nothing in common. The forces which play in one are not simply those which are met with in the other, but a little stronger. They are of a different sort. In different religions, this opposition has been conceived in different ways. Here, to separate these two sorts of things, it has seemed sufficient to localize them in different parts of the physical universe. There, the first have been put into an ideal and transcendental world, while the material world is left in full possession of the others. But howsoever much the forms of the contrast may vary, the fact of the contrast is universal. This is not equivalent to saying that a being can never pass from one of these worlds into the other, but the manner in which this passage is effected, when it does take place, puts into relief the essential duality of the two kingdoms. In fact, it implies a veritable metamorphosis. This is notably demonstrated by the initiation rites, such as they are practiced by a multitude of peoples. This initiation is a long series of ceremonies, with the object of introducing the young man into the religious life. For the first time, he leaves the purely profane world where he passed his first infancy and enters into the world of sacred things. Now this change of state is thought of, not as a simple and regular development of pre-existent germs, but as a transformation totia substantiae of the whole being. It is said that at this moment the young man dies, that the person that he was ceases to exist, and that another is instantly substituted for it. He is reborn under a new form. Appropriate ceremonies are felt to bring about this death and rebirth, which are not understood in a merely symbolic sense, but are taken literally. Does this not prove that between the profane being which he was and the religious being which he becomes, there is a break of continuity? This heterogeneity is even so complete that it frequently degenerates into a veritable antagonism. The two worlds are not only conceived of as separate, but as even hostile and jealous rivals of each other. Since men cannot fully belong to one except on condition of leaving the other completely, they are exhorted to withdraw themselves completely from the profane world in order to lead an exclusively religious life. Hence comes the monasticism, which is artificially organized outside of and apart from the natural environment in which the ordinary man leads the life of this world, in a different one, closed to the first, and nearly its contrary. Hence comes the mystic asceticism, whose object is to root out from man all the attachment for the profane world that remains in him. From that come all the forms of religious suicide, the logical working out of this asceticism. For the only manner of fully escaping the profane life is, after all, to forsake all life. The opposition of these two classes manifests itself outwardly with a visible sign by which we can easily recognize this very special classification, wherever it exists. Since the idea of the sacred is always and everywhere separated from the idea of the profane in the thought of men, and since we picture a sort of logical chasm between the two, the mind irresistibly refuses to allow the two corresponding things to be confounded, or even to be merely put in contact with each other. For such a promiscuity, or even too direct a contiguity, would contradict too violently the dissociation of these ideas in the mind. The sacred thing is par excellence that which the profane should not touch, and cannot touch with impunity. To be sure, this interdiction cannot go so far as to make all communication between the two worlds impossible. For if the profane could in no way enter into relations with the sacred, this latter could be good for nothing. But in addition to the fact that this establishment of relations is always a delicate operation in itself, demanding great precautions and a more or less complicated initiation, it is quite impossible, unless the profane is to lose its specific characteristics and become sacred after a fashion and to a certain degree itself. The two classes cannot even approach each other and keep their own nature at the same time. Thus we arrive at the first criterion of religious beliefs. Undoubtedly, there are secondary species within these two fundamental classes which, in their turn, are more or less incompatible with each other. But the real characteristic of religious phenomena is that they always suppose a bipartite division of the whole universe, known and knowable, into two classes which embrace all that exists, but which radically exclude each other. Sacred things are those which the interdictions protect and isolate, profane things, those to which these interdictions are applied, and which must remain at a distance from the first. Religious beliefs are the representations which express the nature of sacred things and the relations which they sustain, either with each other or with profane things. Finally, rites are the rules of conduct which prescribe how a man should comport himself in the presence of these sacred objects. when a certain number of sacred things sustain relations of coordination or subordination with each other in such a way as to form a system having a certain unity, but which is not comprised within any other system of the same sort. The totality of these beliefs and their corresponding rites constitutes a religion. From this definition, it is seen that a religion is not necessarily contained within one sole and single idea, and does not proceed from one unique principle which, though varying according to the circumstances under which it is applied, is nevertheless at bottom always the same. It is rather a whole made up of distinct and relatively individualized parts. Each homogeneous group of sacred things, or even each sacred thing of some importance, constitutes a center of organization about which gravitate a group of beliefs and rites, or a particular cult. There is no religion, howsoever unified it may be, which does not recognize a plurality of sacred things. Even Christianity, at least in its Catholic form, admits, in addition to the divine personality which incidentally is triple as well as one, the Virgin, angels, saints, souls of the dead, etc. Thus a religion cannot be reduced to one single cult generally, but rather consists in a system of cults, each endowed with a certain autonomy. Also, this autonomy is variable. Sometimes they are arranged in a hierarchy and subordinated to some predominating cult into which they are finally absorbed, but sometimes, also, they are merely rearranged and united. The religion which we are going to study will furnish us with an example of just this latter sort of organization. At the same time, we find the explanation of how there can be groups of religious phenomena which do not belong to any special religion. It is because they have not been, or are no longer, a part of any religious system. If, for some special reason, one of the cults of which we just spoke happens to be maintained, while the group of which it was a part disappears, it survives only in a disintegrated condition. That is what has happened to many agrarian cults, which have survived themselves as folklore. In certain cases, it is not even a cult, but a simple ceremony or particular rite which persists in this way. Although this definition is only preliminary, it permits us to see in what terms the problem, which necessarily dominates the science of religions, should be stated. When we believed that sacred beings could be distinguished from others merely by the greater intensity of the powers attributed to them, the question of how men came to imagine them was sufficiently simple. It was enough to demand which forces had, because of their exceptional energy, been able to strike the human imagination forcefully enough to inspire religious sentiments. But if, as we have sought to establish, sacred things differ in nature from profane things, if they have a wholly different essence, then the problem is more complex. For we must first of all ask what has been able to lead men to see in the world two heterogeneous and incompatible worlds, though nothing sensible experience seems able to suggest the idea of so radical a duality to them. 4. However, this definition is not yet complete, for it is equally applicable to two sorts of facts which, while being related to each other, must be distinguished nevertheless. These are magic and religion. Magic, too, is made up of beliefs and rites. Like religion, it has its myths and its dogmas, only they are more elementary, undoubtedly because, seeking technical and utilitarian ends, it does not waste its time in pure speculation. It has its ceremonies, sacrifices, lustrations, prayers, chants, and dances as well. The beings which the magician invokes and the forces which he throws in play are not merely of the same nature as the forces and beings to which religion addresses itself. Very frequently, they are identically the same. Thus, even with the most inferior societies, the souls of the dead are essentially sacred things and the object of religious rites. But at the same time, they play a considerable role in magic. In Australia, as well as in Melanesia, in Greece as well as among the Christian peoples, the souls of the dead, their bones and their hair, are among the intermediaries used the most frequently by the magician. Demons are also a common instrument for magic action. Now these demons are also being surrounded with interdictions. They too are separated and live in a world apart, so that it is frequently difficult to distinguish them from the gods properly so called. Moreover, in Christianity itself, is not the devil a fallen god, or even leaving aside all question of his origin, does he not have a religious character from the mere fact that the hell of which he has charge is something indispensable to the Christian religion? There are even some regular and official deities who are invoked by the magician. Sometimes these are the gods of a foreign people. For example, Greek magicians called upon Egyptian, Assyrian, or Jewish gods. Sometimes they are even national gods. Hecate and Diana were the object of a magic cult. The Virgin, Christ, and the saints have been utilized in the same way by Christian magicians. Then will it be necessary to say that magic is hardly distinguishable from religion? That magic is full of religion just as religion is full of magic, and consequently that it is impossible to separate them and to define the one without the other. It is difficult to sustain this thesis because of the marked repugnance of religion for magic, and in return, the hostility of the second towards the first. Magic takes a sort of professional pleasure in profaning holy things. In its rites, it performs the contrary of the religious ceremony. On its side, religion, when it has not condemned and prohibited magic rites, has always looked upon them with disfavor. As Hubert and Moss have remarked, there is something thoroughly anti-religious in the doings of the magician. Whatever relations there may be between these two sorts of institutions, it is difficult to imagine their not being opposed somewhere. And it is still more necessary for us to find where they are differentiated, as we plan to limit our researches to religion and to stop at the point where magic commences. Here is how a line of demarcation can be traced between these two domains. The really religious beliefs are always common to a determined group, which makes profession of adhering to them and of practicing the rites connected with them. They are not merely received individually by all the members of this group. They are something belonging to the group, and they make its unity. The individuals which compose it feel themselves united to each other by the simple fact that they have a common faith. A society whose members are united by the fact that they think in the same way in regard to the sacred world and its relations with the profane world, and by the fact that they translate these common ideas into common practices, is what is called a church. In all history, we do not find a single religion without a church. Sometimes the church is strictly national, sometimes it passes the frontiers, sometimes it embraces an entire people, Rome, Athens, the Hebrews. Sometimes it embraces only a part of them, the Christian societies, since the advent of Protestantism. Sometimes it is directed by a corps of priests, sometimes it is almost completely devoid of any official directing body. But wherever we observe the religious life, we find that it has a definite group as its foundation. Even the so-called private cults, such as the domestic cult or the cult of a corporation, satisfy this condition, for they are always celebrated by a group, the family, or the corporation. Moreover, even these particular religions are ordinarily only special forms of a more general religion which embraces all. These restricted churches are in reality only chapels of a vaster church which, by reason of this very extent, merits this name still more. It is quite another matter with magic. To be sure, the belief in magic is always more or less general. It is very frequently diffused in large masses of the population, and there are even peoples where it has as many adherents as the real religion. But it does not result in binding together those who adhere to it, nor in uniting them into a group leading a common life. There is no church of magic. Between the magician and the individuals who consult him, as between these individuals themselves, there are no lasting bonds which make them members of the same moral community, comparable to that formed by the believers in the same God or the observers of the same cult. The magician has a clientele and not a church, and it is very possible that his clients have no other relations between each other, or even do not know each other. Even the relations which they have with him are generally accidental and transient. They are just like those of a sick man with his physician. The official and public character with which he is sometimes invested changes nothing in this situation. The fact that he works openly does not unite him more regularly or more durably to those who have recourse to his services. It is true that in certain cases, magicians form societies among themselves. It happens that they assemble more or less periodically to celebrate certain rites in common. It is well known what a place these assemblies of witches hold in European folklore. But it is to be remarked that these associations are in no way indispensable to the working of the magic. They are even rare and rather exceptional. The magician has no need of uniting himself to his fellows to practice his art. More frequently, he is a recluse. In general, far from seeking society, he flees it. Even in regard to his colleagues, he always keeps his personal independence. Religion, on the other hand, is inseparable from the idea of a church. From this point of view, there is an essential difference between magic and religion. But what is especially important is that when these societies of magic are formed, they do not include all the adherents to magic, but only the magicians, the laymen, if they may be so called, that is to say, those for whose profit the rites are celebrated. In fine, those who represent the worshippers in the regular cults are excluded. Now the magician is for magic what the priest is for religion, but a college of priests is not a church, any more than a religious congregation which should devote itself to some particular saint in the shadow of a cloister would be a particular cult. A church is not a fraternity of priests. It is a moral community formed by all the believers in a single faith, laymen as well as priests. But magic lacks any such community. But if the idea of a church is made to enter into the definition of religion, does that not exclude the private religions which the individual establishes for himself and celebrates by himself? There is scarcely a society where these are not found. Every Ojibwe, as we shall see below, has his own personal Manitou, which he chooses himself and to which he renders special religious services. The Melanesian of the Banks Islands has his Tamaniu, the Roman his genius, the Christian his patron saint and guardian angel, etc. By definition, all these cults seem to be independent of all idea of the group. Not only are these individual religions very frequent in history, but nowadays many are asking if they are not destined to be the preeminent form of the religious life, and if the day will not come when there will be no other cult than that which each man will freely perform within himself. But if we leave these speculations in regard to the future aside for the moment, and confine ourselves to religions such as they are at present or have been in the past, it becomes clearly evident that these individual cults are not distinct and autonomous religious systems, but merely aspects of the common religion of the whole church, of which the individuals are members. The patron saint of the Christian is chosen from the official list of saints recognized by the Catholic Church. There are even canonical rules prescribing how each Catholic should perform this private cult. In the same way, the idea that each man necessarily has a protecting genius is found, under different forms, at the basis of a great number of American religions, as well as of the Roman religion, to cite only these two examples. For, as will be seen later, it is very closely connected with the idea of the soul, and this idea of the soul is not one of those which can be left entirely to individual choice. In a word, it is the church of which he is a member which teaches the individual what these personal gods are, what their function is, how he should enter into relations with them, and how he should honor them. When a methodical analysis is made of the doctrines of any church whatsoever, sooner or later we come upon those concerning private cults. So these are not two religions of different types, and turned in opposite directions. Both are made up of the same ideas and the same principles, here applied to circumstances which are of interest to the group as a whole, there to the life of the individual. This solidarity is even so close that among certain peoples, the ceremonies by which the faithful first enter into communication with their protecting geniuses are mixed with rites whose public character is incontestable, namely the rites of initiation. There still remain those contemporary aspirations towards a religion which would consist entirely in internal and subjective states, and which would be constructed freely by each of us. But howsoever real these aspirations may be, they cannot affect our definition, for this is to be applied only to facts already realized, and not to uncertain possibilities. One can define religions such as they are, or such as they have been, but not such as they more or less vaguely tend to become. It is possible that this religious individualism is destined to be realized in facts, but before we can say just how far this may be the case, we must first know what religion is, of what elements it is made up, from what causes it results, and what function it fulfills, all questions whose solution cannot be foreseen before the threshold of our study has been passed. It is only at the close of this study that we can attempt to anticipate the future. Thus we arrive at the following definition. A religion is a unified system of beliefs and practices relative to sacred things, that is to say, things set apart and forbidden beliefs and practices which unite into one single moral community called a church, all those who adhere to them. The second element, which thus finds a place in our definition, is no less essential than the first. For by showing that the idea of religion is inseparable from that of the church, it makes it clear that religion should be an eminently collective thing. Chapter 2. Leading Conceptions of the Elementary Religion. Animism. Armed with this definition, we are now able to set out in search of this elementary religion which we propose to study. Even the crudest religions with which history and ethnology make us acquainted are already of a complexity which corresponds badly with the idea sometimes held of primitive mentality. One finds there not only a confused system of beliefs and rites, but also such a plurality of different principles, and such a richness of essential notions, that it seems impossible to see in them anything but the late product of a rather long evolution. Hence, it has been concluded that to discover the truly original form of the religious life, it is necessary to descend by analysis beyond these observable religions, to resolve them into their common and fundamental elements, and then to seek among these latter some one from which the others were derived. To the problem thus stated, two contrary solutions have been given. There is no religious system, ancient or recent, where one does not meet, under different forms, two religions, as it were, side by side, which, though being united closely and mutually penetrating each other, do not cease, nevertheless, to be distinct. The one addresses itself to the phenomena of nature, either the great cosmic forces, such as winds, rivers, stars, or the sky, etc., or else the objects of various sorts which cover the surface of the earth, such as plants, animals, rocks, etc. For this reason, it has been given the name of naturism. The other has spiritual beings as its object, spirits, souls, geniuses, demons, divinities properly so called, animated and conscious agents like man, but distinguished from him, nevertheless, by the nature of their powers and especially by the peculiar characteristic that they do not affect the senses in the same way. Ordinarily, they are not visible to human eyes. This religion of spirits is called animism. Now, to explain the universal coexistence of these two sorts of cults, two contradictory theories have been proposed. For some, animism is the primitive religion, of which naturism is only a secondary and derived form. For the others, on the contrary, it is the nature cult which was the point of departure for religious evolution. The cult of spirits is only a peculiar case of that. These two theories are, up to the present, the only ones by which the attempt has been made to explain rationally the origins of religious thought. Thus, the capital problem raised by the history of religions is generally reduced to asking which of these two solutions should be chosen, or whether it is not better to combine them, and in that case, what place must be given to each of the two elements. Even those scholars who do not admit either of these hypotheses in their systematic form do not refuse to retain certain propositions upon which they rest. Thus, we have a certain number of theories already made, which must be submitted to criticism before we take up the study of the facts for ourselves. It will be better understood how indispensable it is to attempt a new one when we have seen the insufficiency of these traditional conceptions. 1. It is Tyler who formed the animist theory in its essential outlines. Spencer, who took it up after him, did not reproduce it without introducing certain modifications. But in general, the questions are posed by each in the same terms, and the solutions accepted are, with a single exception, identically the same. Therefore, we can unite these two doctrines in the exposition which follows, if we mark, at the proper moment, the place where the two diverge from one another. In order to find the elementary form of the religious life in these animistic beliefs and practices, three desiderata must be satisfied. First, since according to this hypothesis, the idea of the soul is the cardinal idea of religion, it must be shown how this is formed without taking any of its elements from an anterior religion. Secondly, it must be made clear how souls become the object of a cult and are transformed into spirits. And thirdly and finally, since the cult of these spirits is not all of any religion, it remains to be explained how the cult of nature is derived from it. According to this theory, the idea of the soul was first suggested to men by the badly understood spectacle of the double life they ordinarily lead, on the one hand, when awake, on the other, when asleep. In fact, for the savage, the mental representations which he has while awake and those of his dreams are said to be of the same value. He objectifies the second like the first, that is to say, that he sees in them the images of external objects whose appearance they more or less accurately reproduce. So when he dreams that he has visited a distant country, he believes that he really was there. But he could not have gone there unless two beings exist within him. The one, his body, which has remained lying on the ground and which he finds in the same position on awakening. The other, during this time, has traveled through space. Similarly, if he seems to talk with one of his companions who he knows was really at a distance, he concludes that the other also is composed of two beings, one which sleeps at a distance, and another which has come to manifest himself by means of the dream. From these repeated experiences, he little by little arrives at the idea that each of us has a double, another self, which in determined conditions has the power of leaving the organism where it resides and of going roaming at a distance. Of course, this double reproduces all the essential traits of the perceptible being which serves it as external covering, but at the same time it is distinguished from this by many characteristics. It is more active, since it can cover vast distances in an instant. It is more malleable and plastic, for, to leave the body, it must pass out by its apertures, especially the mouth and nose. It is represented as made of matter, undoubtedly, but of a matter much more subtle and ethereal than any which we know empirically. This double is the soul. In fact, it cannot be doubted that in numerous societies the soul has been conceived in the image of the body. It is believed that it reproduces even the accidental deformities, such as those resulting from wounds or mutilations. Certain Australians, after having killed their enemy, cut off his right thumb, so that his soul, deprived of its thumb also, cannot throw a javelin and revenge itself. But while it resembles the body, it has, at the same time, something half-spiritual about it. They say that it is the finer or more aeriform part of the body, that it has no flesh nor bone nor sinew, that when one wishes to take hold of it he feels nothing, that it is like a purified body. Also, other facts of experience which affect the mind in the same way naturally group themselves around this fundamental fact taught by the dream. Fainting, apoplexy, catalepsy, ecstasy, in a word, all cases of temporary insensibility. In fact, they all are explained very well by the hypothesis that the principle of life and feeling is able to leave the body momentarily. Also, it is natural that this principle should be confounded with the double, since the absence of the double during sleep daily has the effect of suspending thought and life. Thus, diverse observations seem to agree mutually and to confirm the idea of the constitutional duality of man. But the soul is not a spirit. It is attached to a body which it can leave only by exception. Insofar as it is nothing more than that, it is not the object of any cult. The spirit, on the other hand, though generally having some special thing as its residence, can go away at will, and a man can enter into relations with it only by observing ritual precautions. The soul can become a spirit, then, only by transforming itself. The simple application of these preceding ideas to the fact of death produced this metamorphosis quite naturally. For a rudimentary intelligence, in fact, death is not distinguished from a long fainting swoon or a prolonged sleep. It has all their aspects. Thus it seems that it too consists in a separation of the soul and the body, analogous to that produced every night. But as in such cases, the body is not reanimated. The idea is formed of a separation without an assignable limit of time. When the body is once destroyed and funeral rites have the object of hastening this destruction, the separation is taken as final. Hence come spirits detached from any organism and left free in space. As their number augments with time, a population of souls forms around the living population. These souls of men have the needs and passions of men. They seek to concern themselves with the life of their companions of yesterday, either to aid them or to injure them, according to the sentiments which they have kept towards them. According to the circumstances, their nature makes them either very precious auxiliaries or very redoubtable adversaries. Owing to their extreme fluidity, they can even enter into the body and cause all sorts of disorders there, or else increase its vitality. Thus comes the habit of attributing to them all those events of life which vary slightly from the ordinary. There are very few of these for which they cannot account. Thus they constitute a sort of ever-ready supply of causes which never leaves one at a loss when in search of explanations. Does a man appear inspired? Does he speak with energy? Is it as though he were lifted outside himself and above the ordinary level of men? It is because a good spirit is in him and animates him. Is he overtaken by an attack or seized by madness? It is because an evil spirit has entered into him and brought him all this trouble. There are no maladies which cannot be assigned to some influence of this sort. Thus the power of souls is increased by all that men attribute to them, and in the end, men find themselves the prisoners of this imaginary world of which they are, however, the authors and the models. They fall into dependence upon these spiritual forces which they have created with their own hands and in their own image. For if souls are the givers of health and sickness, of goods and evils to this extent, it is wise to conciliate their favor or appease them when they are irritated. Hence come the offerings, prayers, sacrifices, in a word, all the apparatus of religious observances. Here is the soul transformed. From a simple vital principle animating the body of a man, it has become a spirit, a good or evil genius, or even a deity, according to the importance of the effects with which it is charged. But since it is death which brought about this apotheosis, it is to the dead, to the souls of ancestors, that the first cult known to humanity was addressed. Thus the first rites were funeral rites. The first sacrifices were food offerings destined to satisfy the needs of the departed. The first altars were tombs. But since these spirits were of human origin, they interested themselves only in the life of men and were thought to act only upon human events. It is still to be explained how other spirits were imagined to account for the other phenomena of the universe, and how the cult of nature was subsequently formed beside that of the ancestors. For Tyler, this extension of animism was due to the particular mentality of the primitive who, like an infant, cannot distinguish the animate and the inanimate. Since the first beings of which the child commences to have an idea are men, that is, himself and those around him, it is upon this model of human nature that he tends to think of everything. The toys with which he plays, or the objects of every sort which affect his senses, he regards as living beings like himself. Now the primitive thinks like a child. Consequently, he also is inclined to endow all things, even inanimate ones, with a nature analogous to his own. Then, if, for the reasons exposed above, he once arrives at the idea that man is a body animated by a spirit, he must necessarily attribute a duality of this sort and souls like his own even to inert bodies themselves. Yet the sphere of action of the two could not be the same. The souls of men have a direct influence only upon the world of men. They have a marked preference for the human organism, even when death has given them their liberty. On the other hand, the souls of things reside especially in these things, and are regarded as the productive causes of all that passes there. The first account for health and sickness, skillfulness or unskillfulness, etc. By the second are explained especially the phenomena of the physical world, the movement of watercourses or the stars, the germination of plants, the reproduction of animals, etc. Thus the first philosophy of man, which is at the basis of the ancestor cult, is completed by a philosophy of the world. In regard to these cosmic spirits, man finds himself in a state of dependence still more evident than that in regard to the wandering doubles of his ancestors. For he could have only ideal and imaginary relations with the latter, but he depends upon things in reality. To live, he has need of their concurrence. He then believes that he has an equal need of the spirits which appear to animate these things and to determine their diverse manifestations. He implores their assistance, he solicits them with offerings and prayers, and the religion of man is thus completed in a religion of nature. Herbert Spencer objects against this explanation that the hypothesis upon which it rests is contradicted by the facts. It is held, he says, that there is a time when men do not realize the differences which separate the animate from the inanimate. Now, as one advances in the animal scale, he sees the ability to make this distinction develop. The superior animals do not confound an object which moves of itself and whose movements are adapted to certain ends, with those which are mechanically moved from without. Amusing herself with a mouse she has caught, the cat, if it remains long stationary, touches it with her paw to make it run. Obviously, the thought is that a living thing disturbed will try to escape. Even the primitive men could not have an intelligence inferior to that of the animals which preceded them in evolution. Then it cannot be for lack of discernment that they passed from the cult of ancestors to the cult of things. According to Spencer, who upon this point only differs from Tyler, this passage was certainly due to a confusion, but to one of a different sort. It was, in a large part at least, the result of numerous errors due to language. In many inferior societies, it is a very common custom to give to each individual, either at his birth or later, the name of some animal, plant, star, or natural object. But as a consequence of the extreme imprecision of his language, it is very difficult for a primitive to distinguish a metaphor from the reality. He soon lost sight of the fact that these names were only figures, and taking them literally, he ended by believing that an ancestor named tiger or lion was really a tiger or a lion. Then the cult of which the ancestor was the object up to that time was changed over to the animal with which he was thereafter confounded. And as the same substitution went on for the plants, the stars, and all the natural phenomena, the religion of nature took the place of the old religion of the dead. Besides this fundamental confusion, Spencer signalizes others which aided the action of the first from time to time. For example, the animals which frequent the surroundings of the tombs or houses of men have been taken for their reincarnated souls and adored under this title. Or again, the mountain which tradition made the cradle of the race was finally taken for the ancestor of the race. It was thought that men were descended from it because their ancestors appeared coming from it, and it was consequently treated as an ancestor itself. But according to the statement of Spencer, these accessory causes had only a secondary influence. That which principally determined the institution of naturism was the literal interpretation of metaphorical names. We had to mention this theory to have our exposition of animism complete, but it is too inadequate for the facts and too universally abandoned today to demand that we stop any longer for it. In order to explain a fact as general as the religion of nature by an illusion, it would be necessary that the illusion invoked should have causes of an equal generality. Now, even if misunderstandings, such as those of which Spencer gives some rare illustrations, could explain the transformation of the cult of ancestors into that of nature, it is not clear why this should be produced with a sort of universality. No psychical mechanism necessitated it. It is true that because of its ambiguity, the word might lead to an equivocation. But on the other hand, all the personal souvenirs left by the ancestor in the memories of men should oppose this confusion. Why should the tradition which represented the ancestor such as he really was, that is to say, as a man who led the life of a man, everywhere give way before the prestige of a word? Likewise, one should have a little difficulty in admitting that men were born of a mountain or a star, of an animal or a plant. The idea of a similar exception to the ordinary conceptions of generation could not fail to raise active resistance. Thus, it is far from true that the error found a road all prepared before it, but rather, all sorts of reasons should have kept it from being accepted. It is difficult to understand how, in spite of all these obstacles, it could have triumphed so generally. 2. The theory of Tyler, whose authority is always great, still remains. His hypotheses on the dream and the origin of the ideas of the soul and of spirits are still classic. It is necessary, therefore, to test their value. First of all, it should be recognized that the theorists of animism have rendered an important service to the science of religions, and even to the general history of ideas, by submitting the idea of the soul to historical analysis. Instead of following so many philosophers and making it a simple and immediate object of consciousness, they have much more correctly viewed it as a complex whole, a product of history and mythology. It cannot be doubted that it is something essentially religious in its nature, origin, and functions. It is from religion that the philosophers received it. It is impossible to understand the form in which it is represented by the thinkers of antiquity if one does not take into account the mythical elements which served in its formation. But if Tyler has had the merit of raising this problem, the solution he gives raises grave difficulties. First of all, there are reservations to be made in regard to the very principle which is at the basis of this theory. It is taken for granted that the soul is entirely distinct from the body, that it is its double, and that within it or outside of it, it normally lives its own autonomous life. Now we shall see that this conception is not that of the primitive, or at least, that it only expresses one aspect of his idea of the soul. For him, the soul, though being under certain conditions independent of the organism which it animates, confounds itself with this latter to such an extent that it cannot be radically separated from it. There are organs which are not only its appointed seat, but also its outward form and material manifestation. The notion is therefore more complex than the doctrine supposes, and it is doubtful, consequently, whether the experiences mentioned are sufficient to account for it. For even if they did enable us to understand how men have come to believe themselves double, they cannot explain how this duality does not exclude, but rather implies a deeper unity and an intimate interpenetration of the two beings thus differentiated. But let us admit that the idea of the soul can be reduced to the idea of a double, and then see how this latter came to be formed. It could not have been suggested to men except by the experience of dreams. That they might understand how they could see places more or less distant during sleep, while their bodies remained lying on the ground, it would seem that they were led to conceive of themselves as two beings. On the one hand, the body, and on the other, a second self, able to leave the organism in which it lives and to roam about in space. But if this hypothesis of a double is to be able to impose itself upon men with a sort of necessity, it should be the only one possible, or at least the most economical one. Now, as a matter of fact, there are more simple ones which, it would seem, might have occurred to the mind just as naturally. For example, why should the sleeper not imagine that while asleep he is able to see things at a distance? To imagine such a power would demand less expense to the imagination than the construction of this complex notion of a double, made of some ethereal, semi-invisible substance, and of which direct experience offers no example. But even supposing that certain dreams rather naturally suggest the animistic explanation, there are certainly many others which are absolutely incompatible with it. Often our dreams are concerned with past events. We see again the things which we saw or did yesterday, or the day before, or even during our youth, etc. Dreams of this sort are frequent and hold a rather considerable place in our nocturnal life. But the idea of a double cannot account for them. Even if the double can go from one point to another in space, it is not clear how it could possibly go back and forth in time. Howsoever rudimentary his intelligence may be, how could a man on awakening believe that he had really been assisting at or taking part in events which he knows passed long before? How could he imagine that during his sleep he lived a life which he knows has long since gone by? It would be much more natural that he should regard these renewed images as merely what they really are, that is, as souvenirs like those which he has during the day, but ones of a special intensity. Moreover, in the scenes of which we are the actors and witnesses while we sleep, it constantly happens that one of our contemporaries has a role as well as ourselves. We think we see and hear him in the same place where we see ourselves. According to the animists, the primitive would explain this by imagining that his double was visited by or met with those of certain of his companions. But it would be enough that on awakening he question them, to find that their experiences do not coincide with his. During this same time, they too have had dreams, but wholly different ones. They have not seen themselves participating in the same scene. They believe that they have visited wholly different places. Since such contradictions should be the rule in these cases, why should they not lead men to believe that there had probably been an error, that they had merely imagined it, that they had been duped by illusions? This blind credulity which is attributed to the primitive is really too simple. It is not true that he must objectify all his sensations. He cannot live long without perceiving that even when awake his senses sometimes deceive him. Then, why should he believe them more infallible at night than during the day? Thus we find that there are many reasons opposing the theory that he takes his dreams for the reality and interprets them by means of a double of himself. But more than that, even if every dream were well explained by the hypothesis of a double, and could not be explained otherwise, it would remain a question why men have attempted to explain them. Dreams undoubtedly constitute the matter of a possible problem. But we pass by problems every day which we do not raise, and of which we have no suspicion until some circumstance makes us feel the necessity of raising them. Even when the taste for pure speculation is aroused, reflection is far from raising all the problems to which it could eventually apply itself. Only those attract it which present a particular interest. Especially when it is a question of facts which always take place in the same manner, habit easily numbs curiosity, and we do not even dream of questioning them. To shake off this torpor, it is necessary that practical exigencies, or at least a very pressing theoretical interest, stimulate our attention and turn it in this direction. That is why, at every moment of history, there have been so many things that we have not tried to understand, without even being conscious of our renunciation. Up until very recent times, it was believed that the sun was only a few feet in diameter. There is something incomprehensible in the statement that a luminous disk of such slight dimensions could illuminate the world. Yet for centuries men never thought of resolving this contradiction. The fact of heredity has been known for a long time, but it is very recently that the attempt has been made to formulate its theory. Certain beliefs were even admitted which rendered it wholly unintelligible. Thus, in many Australian societies of which we shall have occasion to speak, the child is not physiologically the offspring of its parents. This intellectual laziness is necessarily at its maximum among the primitive peoples. These weak beings, who have so much trouble in maintaining life against all the forces which assail it, have no means for supporting any luxury in the way of speculation. They do not reflect except when they are driven to it. Now it is difficult to see what could have led them to make dreams the theme of their meditations. What does the dream amount to in our lives? How little is the place it holds, especially because of the very vague impressions it leaves in the memory, and of the rapidity with which it is effaced from remembrance. And consequently, how surprising it is that a man of so rudimentary an intelligence should have expended such efforts to find its explanation. Of the two existences which he successively leads, that of the day and that of the night, it is the first which should interest him the most. Is it not strange that the second should have so captivated his attention that he made it the basis of a whole system of complicated ideas destined to have so profound an influence upon his thought and conduct? Thus all tends to show that, in spite of the credit it still enjoys, the animistic theory of the soul must be revised. It is true that today the primitive attributes his dreams, or at least certain of them, to displacements of his double. But that does not say that the dream actually furnished the materials out of which the idea of the double or the soul was first constructed. It might have been applied afterwards to the phenomena of dreams, ecstasy, and possession without having been derived from them. It is very frequent that, after it has been formed, an idea is employed to coordinate or illuminate with a light frequently more apparent than real certain facts with which it had no relation at first, and which would never have suggested it themselves. God and the immortality of the soul are frequently proven today by showing that these beliefs are implied in the fundamental principles of morality. As a matter of fact, they have quite another origin. The history of religious thought could furnish numerous examples of these retrospective justifications, which can teach us nothing of the way in which the ideas were formed, nor of the elements out of which they are composed. It is also probable that the primitive distinguishes between his dreams and does not interpret them all in the same way. In our European societies, the still numerous persons for whom sleep is a sort of magico-religious state in which the mind, being partially relieved of the body, has a sharpness of vision which it does not enjoy during waking moments, do not go to the point of considering all their dreams as so many mystic intuitions. On the contrary, along with everybody else, they see in the majority of their dreams only profane conditions, vain plays of images, or simple hallucinations. It might be supposed that the primitive should make analogous distinctions. Codrington says distinctly that the Melanesians do not attribute all their dreams indiscriminately to the wanderings of their souls, but merely those which strike their imagination forcibly. Undoubtedly by that should be understood those in which the sleeper imagines himself in relations with religious beings, good or evil geniuses, souls of the dead, etc. Similarly, the Diri in Australia sharply distinguish ordinary dreams from those nocturnal visions in which some deceased friend or relative shows himself to them. In the first, they see a simple fantasy of their imagination. They attribute the second to the action of an evil spirit. All the facts which Howitt mentions as examples to show how the Australian attributes to the soul the power of leaving the body have an equally mystic character. The sleeper believes himself transported into the land of the dead, or else he converses with a dead companion. These dreams are frequent among the primitives. It is probably upon these facts that the theory is based. To account for them, it is admitted that the souls of the dead come back to the living during their sleep. This theory was the more readily accepted because no fact of experience could invalidate it. But these dreams were possible only where the ideas of spirits, souls, and a land of the dead were already existent, that is to say, where religious evolution was relatively advanced. Thus, far from having been able to furnish to religion the fundamental notion upon which it rests, they suppose a previous religious system, upon which they depended. 3. We now arrive at that which constitutes the very heart of the doctrine. Wherever this idea of a double may come from, it is not sufficient, according to the avowal of the animists themselves, to explain the formation of the cult of the ancestors, which they would make the initial type of all religions. If this double is to become the object of a cult, it must cease to be a simple reproduction of the individual, and must acquire the characteristics necessary to put it in the rank of sacred beings. It is death, they say, which performs this transformation. But whence comes the virtue which they attribute to this? Even were the analogy of sleep and death sufficient to make one believe that the soul survives the body, and there are reservations to be made on this point. Why does this soul, by the mere fact that it is now detached from the organism, so completely change its nature? If it was only a profane thing, a wandering vital principle, during life, how does it become a sacred thing all at once, and the object of religious sentiments? Death adds nothing essential to it, except a greater liberty of movement. Being no longer attached to a special residence, from now on, it can do at any time what it formerly did only by night. But the action of which it is capable is always of the same sort. Then why have the living considered this uprooted and vagabond double of their former companion as anything more than an equal? It was a fellow creature, whose approach might be inconvenient. It was not a divinity. It seems as though death ought to have the effect of weakening vital energies instead of strengthening them. It is, in fact, a very common belief in the inferior societies that the soul participates actively in the life of the body. If the body is wounded, it is wounded itself and in a corresponding place. Then it should grow old along with the body. In fact, there are peoples who do not render funeral honors to men arrived at senility. They are treated as if their souls also had become senile. It even happens that they regularly put to death, before they arrive at old age, certain privileged persons, such as kings or priests, who are supposed to be the possessors of powerful spirits whose protection the community wishes to keep. They thus seek to keep the spirit from being affected by the physical decadence of its momentary keepers. With this end in view, they take it from the organism where it resides before age can have weakened it, and they transport it, while it has as yet lost nothing of its vigor, into a younger body where it will be able to keep its vitality intact. So when death results from sickness or old age, it seems as though the soul could retain only a diminished power. And if it is only its double, it is difficult to see how it could survive at all, after the body is once definitely dissolved. From this point of view, the idea of survival is intelligible only with great difficulty. There is a logical and psychological gap between the idea of a double at liberty and that of a spirit to which a cult is addressed. This interval appears still more considerable when we realize what an abyss separates the sacred world from the profane. It becomes evident that a simple change of degree could not be enough to make something pass from one category into the other. Sacred beings are not distinguished from profane ones merely by the strange or disconcerting forms which they take or by the greater powers which they enjoy. Between the two, there is no common measure. Now there is nothing in the notion of a double which could account for so radical a heterogeneity. It is said that when once freed from the body, the spirit can work all sorts of good or evil for the living, according to the way in which it regards them. But it is not enough that a being should disturb his neighborhood to seem to be of a wholly different nature from those whose tranquility it menaces. To be sure, in the sentiment which the believer feels for the things he adores, there always enters in some element of reserve and fear. But this is a fear sui generis, derived from respect more than from fright, and where the dominating emotion is that which la majesté inspires in men. The idea of majesty is essentially religious. Then we have explained nothing of religion until we have found whence this idea comes, to what it corresponds, and what can have aroused it in the mind. Simple souls of men cannot become invested with this character by the simple fact of being no longer incarnate. This is clearly shown by an example from Melanesia. The Melanesians believe that men have souls which leave the body at death, It then changes its name and becomes what they call a tindalo, a natmat, etc. Also, they have a cult of the souls of the dead. They pray to them, invoke them, and make offerings and sacrifices to them. But every tindalo is not the object of these ritual practices. Only those have this honor which come from men to whom public opinion attributed, during life, the very special virtue which the Melanesians call the mana. Later on, we shall have occasion to fix precisely the meaning which this word expresses. For the time being, it will suffice to say that it is the distinctive character of every sacred being. As Codrington says, it is what works to affect anything which is beyond the ordinary power of men, outside the common processes of nature. A priest, a sorcerer, or a ritual formula have mana as well as a sacred stone or spirit. Thus, the only tindalo to which religious services are rendered are those which were already sacred of themselves, when their proprietor was still alive. In regard to the other souls, which come from ordinary men, from the crowd of the profane, the same author says that they are nobodies alike before and after death. By itself, death has no deifying virtue. Since it brings about in a more or less complete and final fashion the separation of the soul from profane things, it can well reinforce the sacred character of the soul, if this already exists, but it cannot create it. Moreover, if, as the hypothesis of the animists supposes, the first sacred beings were really the souls of the dead, and the first cult that of the ancestors, it should be found that the lower the societies examined are, the more the place given to this cult in the religious life. But it is rather the contrary which is true. The ancestral cult is not greatly developed, or even presented under a characteristic form, except in advanced societies like those of China, Egypt, or the Greek and Latin cities. On the other hand, it is completely lacking in the Australian societies, which, as we shall see, represent the lowest and simplest form of social organization which we know. It is true that funeral rites and rites of mourning are found there, but these practices do not constitute a cult, though this name has sometimes wrongfully been given them. In reality, a cult is not a simple group of ritual precautions which a man is held to take in certain circumstances. It is a system of diverse rites, festivals, and ceremonies which all have this characteristic, that they reappear periodically. They fulfill the need which the believer feels of strengthening and reaffirming, at regular intervals of time, the bond which unites him to the sacred beings upon which he depends. That is why one speaks of marriage rites, but not of a marriage cult, of rites of birth, but not of a cult of the newborn child. It is because the events on the occasion of which these rites take place imply no periodicity. In the same way, there is no cult of the ancestors, except when sacrifices are made on the tombs from time to time, when libations are poured there on certain more or less specific dates, or when festivals are regularly celebrated in honor of the dead. But the Australian has no relations of this sort with his dead. It is true that he must bury their remains according to a ritual, mourn for them during a prescribed length of time and in a prescribed manner, and revenge them if there is occasion to. But when he has once accomplished these pious tasks, when the bones are once dry and the period of mourning is once accomplished, then all is said and done, and the survivors have no more duties towards their relatives who exist no longer. It is true that there is a way in which the dead continue to hold a place in the lives of their kindred, even after the mourning is finished. It is sometimes the case that their hair or certain of their bones are kept, because of special virtues which are attached to them. But by that time they have ceased to exist as persons and have fallen to the rank of anonymous and impersonal charms. In this condition, they are the object of no cult, they serve only for magical purposes. However, there are certain Australian tribes which periodically celebrate rites in honor of fabulous ancestors whom tradition places at the beginning of time. These ceremonies generally consist in a sort of dramatic representation in which are rehearsed the deeds which the myths ascribe to these legendary heroes. But the personages thus represented are not men who, after living the life of men, have been transformed into a sort of god by the fact of their death. They are considered to have exercised superhuman powers while alive. To them is attributed all that is grand in the history of the tribe, or even of the whole world. It is they who, in a large measure, made the earth such as it is, and men such as they are. The halos with which they are still decorated do not come to them merely from the fact that they are ancestors, that is to say, in fine, that they are dead, but rather from the fact that a divine character is and always has been attributed to them. To use the Melanesian expression, it is because they are constitutionally endowed with mana. Consequently, there is nothing in these rites which shows that death has the slightest power of deification. It cannot even be correctly said of certain rites that they form an ancestor cult, since they are not addressed to ancestors as such. In order to have a real cult of the dead, it is necessary that after death real ancestors, the relations whom men really lose every day, become the object of the cult. Let us repeat it once more, there are no traces of any such cult in Australia. Thus the cult which, according to this hypothesis, ought to be the predominating one in inferior societies, is really non-existent there. In reality, the Australian is not concerned with his dead, except at the moment of their decease and during the time which immediately follows. Yet these same peoples, as we shall see, have a very complex cult for sacred beings of a wholly different nature, which is made up of numerous ceremonies and frequently occupying weeks or even entire months. It cannot be admitted that the few rites which the Australian performs when he happens to lose one of his relatives were the origin of these permanent cults which return regularly every year, and which take up a considerable part of his existence. The contrast between the two is so great that we may even ask whether the first were not rather derived from the second, and if the souls of men, far from having been the model upon which the gods were originally imagined, have not rather been conceived from the very first as emanations from the divinity. 4. From the moment that the cult of the dead is shown not to be primitive, animism lacks a basis. It would then seem useless to discuss the third thesis of the system, which concerns the transformation of the cult of the dead into the cult of nature. But since the postulate upon which it rests is also found in certain historians of religion who do not admit the animism properly so called, such as Brinton, Lang, Rayville, and even Robertson Smith himself, it is necessary to make an examination of it. This extension of the cult of the dead to all nature is said to come from the fact that we instinctively tend to represent all things in our own image, that is to say, as living and thinking beings. We have seen that Spencer has already contested the reality of this so-called instinct. Since animals clearly distinguish living bodies from dead ones, it seemed to him impossible that man, the heir of the animals, should not have had this same faculty of discernment from the very first. But howsoever certain the facts cited by Spencer may be, they have not the demonstrative value which he attributes to them. His reasoning supposes that all the faculties, instincts, and aptitudes of the animal have passed integrally into man. Now many errors have their origin in this principle, which is wrongfully taken as a proven truth. For example, since sexual jealousy is generally very strong among the higher animals, it has been concluded that it ought to be found among men with the same intensity from the very beginnings of history. But it is well known today that men can practice a sexual communism, which would be impossible if this jealousy were not capable of attenuating itself and even of disappearing when necessary. The fact is that man is not merely an animal with certain additional qualities. He is something else. Human nature is the result of a sort of recasting of the animal nature, and in the course of the various complex operations which have brought about this recasting, there have been losses as well as gains. How many instincts have we not lost? The reason for this is that men are not only in relations with the physical environment, but also with a social environment infinitely more extended, more stable, and more active than the one whose influence animals undergo. To live, they must adapt themselves to this. Now, in order to maintain itself, society frequently finds it necessary that we should see things from a certain angle and feel them in a certain way. Consequently, it modifies the ideas which we would ordinarily make of them for ourselves and the sentiments to which we would be inclined if we listened only to our animal nature. It alters them, even going so far as to put the contrary sentiments in their place. Does it not even go so far as to make us regard our own individual lives as something of little value, while for the animal this is the greatest of things? Then, it is a vain enterprise to seek to infer the mental constitution of the primitive man from that of the higher animals. But if the objection of Spencer does not have the decisive value which its author gives it, it is equally true that the animist theory can draw no authority from the confusions which children seem to make. When we hear a child angrily apostrophize an object which he has hit against, we conclude that he thinks of it as a conscious being like himself. But that is interpreting his words and acts very badly. In reality, he is quite a stranger to the very complicated reasoning attributed to him. If he lays the blame on the table which has hurt him, it is not because he supposes it animated and intelligent, but because it has hurt him. His anger, once aroused by the pain, must overflow, so it looks for something upon which to discharge itself and naturally turns toward the thing which has provoked it, even though this has no effect. The action of an adult in similar circumstances is often as slightly reasonable. When we are violently irritated, we feel the need of inveighing, of destroying, though we attribute no conscious ill will to the objects upon which we vent our anger. There is even so little confusion that when the emotion of a child is calmed, he can very well distinguish a chair from a person. He does not act in at all the same way towards the two. It is a similar reason which explains his tendency to treat his playthings as if they were living beings. It is his extremely intense need of playing which thus finds a means of expressing itself, just as in the other case the violent sentiments caused by pain created an object out of nothing. In order that he may consciously play with his jumping jack, he imagines it a living person. This illusion is the easier for him because imagination is his sovereign mistress. He thinks almost entirely with images, and we know how pliant images are, bending themselves with docility before every exigency of the will. But he is so little deceived by his own fiction that he would be the first to be surprised if it suddenly became a reality, and his toy bit him. Let us therefore leave these doubtful analogies to one side. To find out if men were primitively inclined to the confusions imputed to them, we should not study animals or children of today, but the primitive beliefs themselves. If the spirits and gods of nature were really formed in the image of the human soul, they should bear traces of their origin and bring to mind the essential traits of their model. The most important characteristic of the soul is that it is conceived as the internal principle which animates the organism. It is that which moves it and makes it live, to such an extent that when it withdraws itself, life ceases or is suspended. It has its natural residence in the body, at least while this exists. But it is not thus with the spirits assigned to the different things in nature. The god of the sun is not necessarily in the sun, nor is the spirit of a certain rock in the rock, which is its principal place of habitation. A spirit undoubtedly has close relations with the body to which it is attached, but one employs a very inexact expression when he says that it is its soul. As Codrington says, there does not appear to be anywhere in Melanesia a belief in a spirit which animates any natural object, a tree, waterfall, storm, or rock, so as to be to it what the soul is believed to be to the body of man. Europeans, it is true, speak of the spirits of the sea or of the storm or of the forest. But the native idea which they represent is that ghosts haunt the sea and the forest, having power to raise storms and strike a traveler with disease. While the soul is essentially within the body, the spirit passes the major portion of its time outside the object which serves as its base. This is one difference which does not seem to show that the second idea was derived from the first. From another point of view, it must be added that if men were really forced to project their own image into things, then the first sacred beings ought to have been conceived in their likeness. Now anthropomorphism, far from being primitive, is rather the mark of a relatively advanced civilization. In the beginning, sacred beings are conceived in the form of an animal or vegetable, from which the human form is only slowly disengaged. It will be seen below that in Australia, it is animals and plants which are the first sacred beings. Even among the Indians of North America, the great cosmic divinities, which commence to be the object of a cult there, are very frequently represented in animal forms. The difference between the animal, man, and the divine being, says Rayville, not without surprise, is not felt in this state of mind, and generally it might be said that it is the animal form which is the fundamental one. To find a God made up entirely of human elements, it is necessary to advance nearly to Christianity. Here, God is a man, not only in the physical aspect in which he is temporarily made manifest, but also in the ideas and sentiments which he expresses. But even in Greece and Rome, though the gods were generally represented with human traits, many mythical personages still had traces of an animal origin. Thus there is Dionysus, who is often met with in the form of a bull, or at least with the horns of a bull. There is Demeter, who is often represented with a horse's mane, there are Pan and Silenus, there are the fauns, etc. It is not at all true that man has had such an inclination to impose his own form upon things. More than that, he even commenced by conceiving of himself as participating closely in the animal nature. In fact, it is a belief almost universal in Australia, and very widespread among the Indians of North America, that the ancestors of men were beasts or plants, or at least that the first men had, either in whole or in part, the distinctive characters of certain animal or vegetable species. Thus, far from seeing beings like themselves everywhere, men commenced by believing themselves to be in the image of some beings from which they differed radically. 5. Finally, the animistic theory implies a consequence, which is perhaps its best refutation. If it were true, it would be necessary to admit that religious beliefs are so many hallucinatory representations, without any objective foundation whatsoever. It is supposed that they are all derived from the idea of the soul, because one sees only a magnified soul in the spirits and gods. But according to Tyler and his disciples, the idea of the soul is itself constructed entirely out of the vague and inconsistent images which occupy our attention during sleep. For the soul is the double, and the double is merely a man as he appears to himself while he sleeps. From this point of view, then, sacred beings are only the imaginary conceptions which men have produced during a sort of delirium which regularly overtakes them every day, though it is quite impossible to see to what useful ends these conceptions serve, nor what they answer to in reality. If a man prays, if he makes sacrifices and offerings, if he submits to the multiple privations which the ritual prescribes, it is because a sort of constitutional eccentricity has made him take his dreams for perceptions, death for a prolonged sleep, and dead bodies for living and thinking beings. Thus not only is it true, as many have held, that the forms under which religious powers have been represented to the mind do not express them exactly, and that the symbols with the aid of which they have been thought of partially hide their real nature, but more than that, behind these images and figures there exists nothing but the nightmares of primitive minds. In fine, religion is nothing but a dream, systematized and lived, but without any foundation in reality. Thence it comes about that the theorists of animism, when looking for the origins of religious thought, content themselves with a small outlay of energy. When they think that they have explained how men have been induced to imagine beings of a strange, vaporous form, such as those they see in their dreams, they think the problem is resolved. In reality, it is not even approached. It is inadmissible that systems of ideas like religions, which have held so considerable a place in history, and to which, in all times, men have come to receive the energy which they must have to live, should be made up of a tissue of illusions. Today, we are beginning to realize that law, morals, and even scientific thought itself were born of religion, were for a long time confounded with it, and have remained penetrated with its spirit. How could a vain fantasy have been able to fashion the human consciousness so strongly and so durably? Surely it ought to be a principle of the science of religions that religion expresses nothing which does not exist in nature, for there are sciences only of natural phenomena. The only question is to learn from what part of nature these realities come, and what has been able to make men represent them under this singular form which is peculiar to religious thought. But if this question is to be raised, it is necessary to commence by admitting that they are real things which are thus represented. When the philosophers of the 18th century made religion a vast error imagined by the priests, they could at least explain its persistence by the interest which the sacerdotal class had in deceiving the people. But if the people themselves have been the artisans of these systems of erroneous ideas at the same time that they were its dupes, how has this extraordinary dupery been able to perpetuate itself all through the course of history? One might even demand if under these conditions the words of science of religions can be employed without impropriety. A science is a discipline which, in whatever manner it is conceived, is always applied to some real data. Physics and chemistry are sciences because physico-chemical phenomena are real, and of a reality which does not depend upon the truths which these sciences show. There is a psychological science because there are really consciousnesses which do not hold their right of existence from the psychologist. But on the contrary, religion could not survive the animistic theory and the day when its truth was recognized by men, for they could not fail to renounce the errors whose nature and origin would thus be revealed to them. What sort of a science is it whose principal discovery is that the subject of which it treats does not exist? Chapter 3. Leading Conceptions of the Elementary Religion Continued. Roman 2. Naturism. The spirit of the naturistic school is quite different. In the first place, it is recruited in a different environment. The animists are, for the most part, ethnologists or anthropologists. The religions which they have studied are the crudest which humanity has ever known. Hence comes the extraordinary importance which they attribute to the souls of the dead, to spirits and to demons, and, in fact, to all spiritual beings of the second order. It is because these religions know hardly any of a higher order. On the contrary, the theories which we are now going to describe are the work of scholars who have concerned themselves especially with the great civilizations of Europe and Asia. Ever since the work of the Grimm brothers, who pointed out the interest that there is in comparing the different mythologies of the Indo-European peoples, scholars have been struck by the remarkable similarities which these present. Mythical personages were identified who, though having different names, symbolized the same ideas and fulfilled the same functions. Even the names were frequently related, and it has been thought possible to establish the fact that they are not unconnected with one another. Such resemblances seem to be explicable only by a common origin. Thus they were led to suppose that these conceptions, so varied in appearance, really came from one common source, of which they were only diversified forms and which it was not impossible to discover. By the comparative method, they believed one should be able to go back, beyond these great religions, to a much more ancient system of ideas and to the really primitive religion from which the others were derived. The discovery of the Vedas aided greatly in stimulating these ambitions. In the Vedas, scholars had a written text, whose antiquity was undoubtedly exaggerated at the moment of its discovery, but which is surely one of the most ancient which we have at our disposition in an Indo-European language. Here they were enabled to study, by the ordinary methods of philology, a literature as old as or older than Homer, and a religion which was believed more primitive than that of the ancient Germans. A document of such value was evidently destined to throw a new light upon the religious beginnings of humanity, and the science of religions could not fail to be revolutionized by it. The conception which was thus born was so fully demanded by the state of the science and by the general march of ideas that it appeared almost simultaneously in two different lands. In 1856, Max Muller exposed its principles in his Oxford Essays. 3 years later appeared the work of Adalbert Kuhn on the origin of fire and the drink of the gods, which was clearly inspired by the same spirit. When once set forth, the idea spread very rapidly in scientific circles. To the name of Kuhn is closely associated that of his brother-in-law Schwartz, whose work on the origin of mythology followed closely upon the preceding one. Steinthal and the whole German school of Völkerpsychology attached themselves to the same movement. The theory was introduced into France in 1863 by M. Mitchell Braille. It met so little resistance that, according to an expression of Grupp, a time came when, aside from certain classical philologists to whom Vedic studies were unknown, all the mythologists had adopted the principles of Max Muller or Kuhn as their point of departure. It is therefore important to see what they really are and what they are worth. Since no one has presented them in a more systematic form than Max Muller, it is upon his work that we shall base the description which follows. 1. We have seen that the postulate at the basis of animism is that religion, at least in its origin, expresses no physical reality. But Max Muller commences with the contrary principle. For him, it is an axiom that religion reposes upon an experience from which it draws all its authority. Religion, he says, if it is to hold its place as a legitimate element of our consciousness, must, like all other knowledge, begin with sensuous experience. Taking up the old empirical adage, nihil est in intellectu quod non antifurit in sensu, he applies it to religion and declares that there can be nothing in beliefs which was not first perceived. So here is a doctrine which seems to escape the grave objection which we raised against animism. From this point of view, it seems that religion ought to appear, not as a sort of vague and confused dreaming, but as a system of ideas and practices well founded in reality. But which are these sensations which give birth to religious thought? That is the question which the study of the Vedas is supposed to aid in resolving. The names of the gods are generally either common words, still employed, or else words formerly common, whose original sense it is possible to discover. Now both designate the principal phenomena of nature. Thus Agni, the name of one of the principal divinities of India, originally signified only the material fact of fire, such as it is ordinarily perceived by the senses and without any mythological addition. Even in the Vedas, it is still employed with this meaning. In any case, it is well shown that this signification was primitive by the fact that it is conserved in other Indo-European languages. The Latin Ignis, the Lithuanian Ugnis, the Old Slav Agni are evidently closely related to Agni. Similarly, the relationship of the Sanskrit Dios, the Greek Zeus, the Latin Jovis, and the Zeo of High German is today uncontested. This proves that these different words designate one single and the same divinity, whom the different Indo-European peoples recognized as such before their separation. Now Dios signifies the bright sky. These and other similar facts tend to show that among these peoples the forms and forces of nature were the first objects to which the religious sentiment attached itself. They were the first things to be deified. Going one step farther in his generalization, Max Muller thought that he was prepared to conclude that the religious evolution of humanity in general had the same point of departure. It is almost entirely by considerations of a psychological sort that he justifies these inferences. The varied spectacles which nature offers man seem to him to fulfill all the conditions necessary for arousing religious ideas in the mind directly. In fact, he says, at first sight, nothing seemed less natural than nature. Nature was the greatest surprise, a terror, a marvel, a standing miracle, and it was only on account of their permanence, constancy, and regular recurrence that certain features of that standing miracle were called natural, in the sense of foreseen, common, intelligible. It was that vast domain of surprise, of terror, of marvel, of miracle, the unknown as distinguished from the known, or, as I like to express it, the infinite, as distinct from the finite, which supplied from the earliest times the impulse to religious thought and language. In order to illustrate his idea, he applies it to a natural force which holds a rather large place in the Vedic religion, fire. He says, if you can for a moment transfer yourselves to that early stage of life to which we must refer not only the origin, but likewise the early phases of physical religion, you can easily understand what an impression the first appearance of fire must have made on the human mind. Fire was not given as something permanent or eternal, like the sky, or the earth, or the water. In whatever way it first appeared, whether through lightning or through the friction of the branches of trees, or through the sparks of flints, it came and went, it had to be guarded. It brought destruction. But at the same time it made life possible in winter, it served as a protection during the night. It became a weapon of defense and offense, and last, not least, it changed man from a devourer of raw flesh into an eater of cooked meat. At a later time, it became the means of working metal, of making tools and weapons. It became an indispensable factor in all mechanical and artistic progress, and has remained so ever since. What should we be without fire even now? The same author says in another work that a man could not enter into relations with nature without taking account of its immensity, of its infiniteness. It surpasses him in every way. Beyond the distances which he perceives, there are others which extend without limits. Each moment of time is preceded and followed by a time to which no limit can be assigned. The flowing river manifests an infinite force, since nothing can exhaust it. There is no aspect of nature which is not fitted to awaken within us this overwhelming sensation of an infinity which surrounds us and dominates us. It is from this sensation that religions are derived. However, they are there only in germ. Religion really commences only at the moment when these natural forces are no longer represented in the mind in an abstract form. They must be transformed into personal agents, living and thinking beings, spiritual powers or gods, for it is to beings of this sort that the cult is generally addressed. We have seen that animism itself has been obliged to raise this question, and also how it has answered it. Man seems to have a sort of native incapacity for distinguishing the animate from the inanimate and an irresistible tendency to conceive the second under the form of the first. Max Muller rejects any such solution. According to him, it is language which has brought about this metamorphosis, by the action which it exercises upon thought. It is easily explained how men, being perplexed by the marvelous forces upon which they feel that they depend, have been led to reflect upon them, and how they have asked themselves what these forces are, and have made an effort to substitute for the obscure sensation which they primitively had of them, a clearer idea and a better defined concept. But as our author very justly says, this idea and concept are impossible without the word. Language is not merely the external covering of a thought, it also is its internal framework. It does not confine itself to expressing this thought after it has once been formed, it also aids in making it. However, its nature is of a different sort, so its laws are not those of thought. Then, since it contributes to the elaboration of this latter, it cannot fail to do it violence to some extent and to deform it. It is a deformation of this sort, which is said to have created the special characteristic of religious thought. Thinking consists in arranging our ideas and consequently in classifying them. To think of fire, for example, is to put it into a certain category of things, in such a way as to be able to say that it is this or this and not that. But classifying is also naming, for a general idea has no existence and reality except in and by the word which expresses it, and which alone makes its individuality. Thus, the language of a people always has an influence upon the manner in which new things, recently learned, are classified in the mind and are subsequently thought of. These new things are thus forced to adapt themselves to pre-existing forms. For this reason, the language which men spoke when they undertook to construct an elaborated representation of the universe marked the system of ideas which was then born with an indelible trace. Nor are we without some knowledge of this language, at least in so far as the Indo-European peoples are concerned. Howsoever distant it may be from us, souvenirs of it remain in our actual languages which permit us to imagine what it was. These are the roots. These stems, from which are derived all the words which we employ, and which are found at the basis of all the Indo-European languages, are regarded by Max Muller as so many echoes of the language which the corresponding peoples spoke before their separation. That is to say, at the very moment when this religion of nature, which is to be explained, was being formed. Now these roots present two remarkable characteristics, which, it is true, have as yet been observed only in this particular group of languages, but which our author believes to be present equally in the other linguistic families. In the first place, the roots are general. That is to say that they do not express particular things and individuals, but types, and even types of an extreme generality. They represent the most general themes of thought. One finds there, as though fixed and crystallized, those fundamental categories of the intellect which at every moment in history dominate the entire mental life, the arrangement of which philosophers have many times attempted to reconstruct. Secondly, the types to which they correspond are types of action, and not of objects. They translate the most general manners of acting which are to be observed among living beings and especially among men. They are such actions as striking, pushing, rubbing, lying down, getting up, pressing, mounting, descending, walking, etc. In other words, men generalized and named their principal ways of acting before generalizing and naming the phenomena of nature. Owing to their extreme generality, these words could easily be extended to all sorts of objects which they did not originally include. It is even this extreme suppleness which has permitted them to give birth to the numerous words which are derived from them. Then when men, turning towards things, undertook to name them, that they might be able to think about them, they applied these words to them, though they were in no way designed for them. But owing to their origin, these were able to designate the forces of nature only by means of their manifestations which seemed the nearest to human actions. A thunderbolt was called something that tears up the soil or that spreads fire. The wind, something that sighs or whistles. The sun, something that throws golden arrows across space. A river, something that flows, etc., but since natural phenomena were thus compared to human acts, this something to which they were attached was necessarily conceived under the form of personal agents, more or less like men. It was only a metaphor, but it was taken literally. The error was inevitable, for science, which alone could dispel the illusion, did not yet exist. In a word, since language was made of human elements, translating human states, it could not be applied to nature without transforming it. Even today, remarks M. Braille, it forces us in a certain measure to represent things from this angle. We do not express an idea, even one designating a simple quality, without giving it a gender, that is to say, a sex. We cannot speak of an object, even though it be considered in a most general fashion, without determining it by an article. Every subject of a sentence is presented as an active being, every idea as an action, and every action, be it transitory or permanent, is limited in its duration by the tense in which we put the verb. Our scientific training enables us to rectify the errors which language might thus suggest to us, but the influence of the word ought to be all-powerful when it has no check. Language thus superimposes upon the material world, such as it is revealed to our senses, a new world, composed wholly of spiritual beings which it has created out of nothing, and which have been considered as the causes determining physical phenomena ever since. But its action does not stop there. When words were once forged to represent these personalities, which the popular imagination had placed behind things, a reaction affected these words themselves. They raised all sorts of questions, and it was to resolve these problems that myths were invented. It happened that one object received a plurality of names, corresponding to the plurality of aspects under which it was presented in experience. Thus, there are more than 20 words in the Vedas for the sky. Since these words were different, it was believed that they corresponded to so many distinct personalities. But at the same time, it was strongly felt that these same personalities had an air of relationship. To account for that, it was imagined that they formed a single family. Genealogies, a civil condition, and a history were invented for them. In other cases, different things were designated by the same term. To explain these homonyms, it was believed that the corresponding things were transformations of each other, and new fictions were invented to make these metamorphoses intelligible. Or again, a word which had ceased to be understood was the origin of fables designed to give it a meaning. The creative work of language continued then, making constructions ever more and more complex, and then mythology came to endow each god with a biography, ever more and more extended and complete, the result of all of which was that the divine personalities, at first confounded with things, finally distinguished and determined themselves. This is how the notion of the divine is said to have been constructed. As for the religion of ancestors, it was only a reflection of this other. The idea of the soul is said to have been first formed for reasons somewhat analogous to those given by Tyler, except that according to Max Muller, they were designed to account for death, rather than for dreams. Then, under the influence of diverse, partially accidental, circumstances, the souls of men, being once disengaged from the body, were drawn little by little within the circle of divine beings, and were thus finally deified themselves. But this new cult was the product of only a secondary formation. This is proven by the fact that deified men have generally been imperfect gods or demigods, whom the people have always been able to distinguish from the genuine deities. 2. This doctrine rests, in part, upon a certain number of linguistic postulates which have been, and still, are very much questioned. Some have contested the reality of many of the similarities which Max Muller claimed to have found between the names of the gods in the various European languages. The interpretation which he gave them has been especially doubted. It has been asked if these names, far from being the mark of a very primitive religion, are not the slow product, either of direct borrowings or of natural intercourse with others. Also, it is no longer admitted that the roots once existed in an isolated state as autonomous realities, nor that they allow us to reconstruct, even hypothetically, the original language of the Indo-Europeans. Finally, recent researches would tend to show that the Vedic divinities did not all have the exclusively naturistic character attributed to them by Max Muller and his school. But we shall leave aside those questions, the discussion of which requires a special competence as a philologist, and address ourselves directly to the general principles of the system. It will be important here not to confound the naturistic theory with these controverted postulates, for this is held by numbers of scholars who do not make language play the predominating role attributed to it by Max Muller. That men have an interest in knowing the world which surrounds them, and consequently that their reflection should have been applied to it at an early date, is something that everyone will readily admit. Cooperation with the things with which they were in immediate connection was so necessary for them that they could not fail to seek a knowledge of their nature. But if, as naturism pretends, It is of these reflections that religious thought was born. It is impossible to explain how it was able to survive the first attempts made, and the persistence with which it has maintained itself becomes unintelligible. If we have need of knowing the nature of things, it is in order to act upon them in an appropriate manner. But the conception of the universe given us by religion, especially in its early forms, is too greatly mutilated to lead to temporarily useful practices. Things become nothing less than living and thinking beings, minds or personalities like those which the religious imagination has made into the agents of cosmic phenomena. It is not by conceiving of them under this form, or by treating them according to this conception, that men could make them work for their ends. It is not by addressing prayers to them, by celebrating them in feasts and sacrifices, or by imposing upon themselves fasts and privations, that men can deter them from working harm or oblige them to serve their own designs. Such processes could succeed only very exceptionally and, so to speak, miraculously. If, then, religion's reason for existence was to give us a conception of the world which would guide us in our relations with it, it was in no condition to fulfill its function, and people would not have been slow to perceive it. Failures, being infinitely more frequent than successes, would have quickly shown them that they were following a false route, and religion, shaken at each instant by these repeated contradictions, would not have been able to survive. It is undeniably true that errors have been able to perpetuate themselves in history, but, except under a union of very exceptional circumstances, they can never perpetuate themselves thus unless they were true practically, that is to say, unless, without giving us a theoretically exact idea of the things with which they deal, they express well enough the manner in which they affect us, either for good or for bad. Under these circumstances, the actions which they determine have every chance of being, at least in a general way, the very ones which are proper, so it is easily explained how they have been able to survive the proofs of experience. But an error, and especially a system of errors which leads to, and can lead to nothing but mistaken and useless practices, has no chance of living. Now, what is there in common between the rites with which the believer tries to act upon nature and the processes by which science has taught us to make use of it, and which we now know are the only efficacious ones? If that is what men demanded of religion, it is impossible to see how it could have maintained itself, unless clever tricks had prevented their seeing that it did not give them what they expected from it. It would be necessary to return again to the over-simple explanations of the 18th century. Thus it is only in appearance that naturism escapes the objection which we recently raised against animism. It also makes religion a system of hallucinations, since it reduces it to an immense metaphor with no objective value. It is true that it gives religion a point of departure in reality, to wit, in the sensations which the phenomena of nature provoke in us. But by the bewitching action of language, this sensation is soon transformed into extravagant conceptions. Religious thought does not come in contact with reality, except to cover it at once with a thick veil which conceals its real forms. This veil is the tissue of fabulous beliefs which mythology brought forth. Thus the believer, like the delirious man, lives in a world peopled with beings and things which have only a verbal existence. Max Muller himself recognized this, for he regarded myths as the product of a disease of the intellect. At first, he attributed them to a disease of language, but since language and the intellect are inseparable for him, what is true of the one is true of the other. When trying to explain the inmost nature of mythology, he says, "I called it a disease of language rather than of thought. After I had fully explained in my science of thought that language and thought are inseparable, and that a disease of language is therefore the same thing as a disease of thought, no doubt ought to have remained as to what I meant. To represent the supreme God as committing every kind of crime, as being deceived by men, as being angry with his wife and violent with his children, is surely a proof of a disease, of an unusual condition of thought, or, to speak more clearly, of real madness." And this argument is not valid merely against Max Muller and his theory, but against the very principle of naturism, in whatever way it may be applied. Whatever we may do, if religion has as its principle object the expression of the forces of nature, it is impossible to see in it anything more than a system of lying fictions, whose survival is incomprehensible. Max Muller thought he escaped this objection, whose gravity he felt, by distinguishing radically between mythology and religion, and by putting the first outside the second. He claims the right of reserving the name of religion for only those beliefs which conform to the prescriptions of a sane moral system and a rational theology. The myths were parasitic growths which, under the influence of language, attached themselves upon these fundamental conceptions and denatured them. Thus, the belief in Zeus was religious in so far as the Greeks considered him the supreme god, father of humanity, protector of laws, avenger of crimes, etc. But all that which concerned the biography of Zeus, his marriages and his adventures, was only mythology. But this distinction is arbitrary. It is true that mythology has an aesthetic interest as well as one for the history of religions, but it is one of the essential elements of the religious life, nevertheless. If the myth were withdrawn from religion, it would be necessary to withdraw the rite also, for the rites are generally addressed to definite personalities who have a name, a character, determined attributes, and a history, and they vary according to the manner in which these personalities are conceived. The cult rendered to a divinity depends upon the character attributed to him, and it is the myth which determines this character. Very frequently, the rite is nothing more than the myth put in action. The Christian communion is inseparable from the myth of the Last Supper, from which it derives all its meaning. Then, if all mythology is the result of a sort of verbal delirium, the question which we raised remains intact. The existence, and especially the persistence of the cult, become inexplicable. It is hard to understand how men have continued to do certain things for centuries without any object. Moreover, it is not merely the peculiar traits of the divine personalities which are determined by mythology. The very idea that there are gods or spiritual beings set above the various departments of nature, in no matter what manner they may be represented, is essentially mythical. Now, if all that which appertains to the notion of gods conceived as cosmic agents is blotted out of the religions of the past, what remains? The idea of a divinity in itself, of a transcendental power upon which man depends and upon which he supports himself. But that is only an abstract and philosophic conception which has been fully realized in no historical religion. It is without interest for the science of religions. We must therefore avoid distinguishing between religious beliefs, keeping some because they seem to us to be true and sane, and rejecting others because they shock and disconcert us. All myths, even those which we find the most unreasonable, have been believed. Men have believed in them no less firmly than in their own sensations. They have based their conduct upon them. In spite of appearances, it is therefore impossible that they should be without objective foundation. However, it will be said that in whatever manner religions may be explained, it is certain that they are mistaken in regard to the real nature of things. Science has proved it. The modes of action which they counsel or prescribe to men can therefore rarely have useful effects. It is not by lustrations that the sick are cured, nor by sacrifices and chants that the crops are made to grow. Thus, the objection which we have made to naturism would seem to be applicable to all possible systems of explanation. Nevertheless, there is one which escapes it. Let us suppose that religion responds to quite another need than that of adapting ourselves to sensible objects. Then it will not risk being weakened by the fact that it does not satisfy, or only badly satisfies, this need. If religious faith was not born to put man in harmony with the material world, the injuries which it has been able to do him in his struggle with the world do not touch it at its source, because it is fed from another. If it is not for these reasons that a man comes to believe, he should continue to believe even when these reasons are contradicted by the facts. It is even conceivable that faith should be strong enough, not only to support these contradictions, but also even to deny them and to keep the believer from seeing their importance. This is what succeeds in rendering them inoffensive for religion. When the religious sentiment is active, it will not admit that religion can be in the wrong, and it readily suggests explanations which make it appear innocent. If the rite does not produce the desired results, this failure is imputed either to some fault of execution or to the intervention of another, contrary deity. But for that, it is necessary that these religious ideas have their source in another sentiment than that betrayed by these deceptions of experience, or else whence could come their force of resistance. 3. But more than that, even if men had really had reasons for remaining obstinate, in spite of all their mistakes, in expressing cosmic phenomena in religious terms, it is also necessary that these be of a nature to suggest such an interpretation. Now, when could they have gotten such a property? Here again, we find ourselves in the presence of one of those postulates which pass as evident only because they have not been criticized. It is stated as an axiom that in the natural play of physical forces, there is all that is needed to arouse within us the idea of the sacred. But when we closely examine the proofs of this proposition, which, by the way, are sufficiently brief, we find that they reduce to a prejudice. They talk about the marvel which men should feel as they discover the world. But really, that which characterizes the life of nature is a regularity which approaches monotony. Every morning the sun mounts in the horizon, every evening it sets. Every month the moon goes through the same cycle. The river flows in an uninterrupted manner in its bed. The same seasons periodically bring back the same sensations. To be sure, here and there an unexpected event sometimes happens. The sun is eclipsed, the moon is hidden behind clouds, the river overflows. But these momentary variations could only give birth to equally momentary impressions, the remembrance of which is gone after a little while. They could not serve as a basis for these stable and permanent systems of ideas and practices which constitute religions. Normally, the course of nature is uniform, and uniformity could never produce strong emotions. Representing the savage as filled with admiration before these marvels transports much more recent sentiments to the beginnings of history. He is much too accustomed to it to be greatly surprised by it. It requires culture and reflection to shake off this yoke of habit and to discover how marvelous this regularity itself is. Besides, as we have already remarked, admiring an object is not enough to make it appear sacred to us. That is to say, to mark it with those characteristics which make all direct contact with it appear a sacrilege and a profanation. We misunderstand what the religious sentiment really is if we confound it with every impression of admiration and surprise. But they say, even if it is not admiration, there is a certain impression which men cannot help feeling in the presence of nature. He cannot come in contact with it without realizing that it is greater than he. It overwhelms him by its immensity. This sensation of an infinite space which surrounds him, of an infinite time which has preceded and will follow the present moment, and of forces infinitely superior to those of which he is master, cannot fail, as it seems, to awaken within him the idea that outside of him there exists an infinite power upon which he depends. And this idea enters as an essential element into our conception of the divine. But let us bear in mind what the question is. We are trying to find out how men came to think that there are in reality two categories of things, radically heterogeneous and incomparable to each other. Now, how could the spectacle of nature give rise to the idea of this duality? Nature is always and everywhere of the same sort. It matters little that it extends to infinity. Beyond the extreme limit to which my eyes can reach, it is not different from what it is here. The space which I imagine beyond the horizon is still space, identical with that which I see. The time which flows without end is made up of moments identical with those which I have passed through. Extension, like duration, repeats itself indefinitely. If the portions which I touch have of themselves no sacred character, where did the others get theirs? The fact that I do not see them directly is not enough to transform them. A world of profane things may well be unlimited, but it remains a profane world. Do they say that the physical forces with which we come in contact exceed our own? Sacred forces are not to be distinguished from profane ones simply by their greater intensity. They are different. They have special qualities which the others do not have. Quite on the contrary, all the forces manifested in the universe are of the same nature, those that are within us just as those that are outside of us. And especially, there is no reason which could have allowed giving a sort of preeminent dignity to some in relation to others. Then, if religion really was born because of the need of assigning causes to physical phenomena, the forces thus imagined would have been no more sacred than those conceived by the scientist today to account for the same facts. This is as much as to say that there would have been no sacred beings, and therefore no religion. But even supposing that this sensation of being overwhelmed were really able to suggest religious ideas, it could not have produced this effect upon the primitive, for he does not have it. He is in no way conscious that cosmic forces are so superior to his own. Since science has not yet taught him modesty, he attributes to himself an empire over things which he really does not have. but the illusion of which is enough to prevent his feeling dominated by them. As we have already pointed out, he thinks that he can command the elements, release the winds, compel the rain to fall, or stop the sun by a gesture, etc. Religion itself contributes to giving him this security, for he believes that it arms him with extended powers over nature. His rites are, in part, means destined to aid him in imposing his will upon the world. Thus, far from being due to the sentiment which men should have of their littleness before the universe, religions are rather inspired by the contrary sentiment. Even the most elevated and idealistic have the effect of reassuring men in their struggle with things. They teach that faith is, of itself, able to move mountains, that is to say, to dominate the forces of nature. How could they give rise to this confidence if they had had their origin in a sensation of feebleness and impotency? Finally, if the objects of nature really became sacred because of their imposing forms or the forces which they manifest, then the sun, the moon, the sky, the mountains, the sea, the winds, in a word, the great cosmic powers, should have been the first to be raised to this dignity, for there are no others more fitted to appeal to the senses and the imagination. But as a matter of fact, they were divinized but slowly. The first beings to which the cult is addressed the proof will be found in the chapters which follow our humble vegetables and animals, in relation to which men could at least claim an equality. They are ducks, rabbits, kangaroos, lizards, worms, frogs, etc. Their objective qualities surely were not the origin of the religious sentiments which they inspired. Chapter 4. Totemism as an elementary religion. History of the question method of treating it. Howsoever opposed their conclusions may seem to be, the two systems which we have just studied agree upon one essential point. They state the problem in identical terms. Both undertake to construct the idea of the divine out of the sensations aroused in us by certain natural phenomena, either physical or biological. For the animists it is dreams, for the naturists, certain cosmic phenomena, which served as the point of departure for religious evolution. But for both, it is in the nature, either of man or of the universe, that we must look for the germ of the grand opposition which separates the profane from the sacred. But such an enterprise is impossible. It supposes a veritable creation ex nihilo. A fact of common experience cannot give us the idea of something whose characteristic is to be outside the world of common experience. A man, as he appears to himself in his dreams, is only a man. Natural forces, as our senses perceive them, are only natural forces, howsoever great their intensity may be. Hence comes the common criticism which we address to both doctrines. In order to explain how these pretended data of religious thought have been able to take a sacred character which has no objective foundation, it would be necessary to admit that a whole world of delusive representations has superimposed itself upon the other, denatured it to the point of making it unrecognizable, and substituted a pure hallucination for reality. Here, it is the illusions of the dream which brought about this transfiguration. There, it is the brilliant and vain company of images evoked by the word. But in one case as in the other, it is necessary to regard religion as the product of a delirious imagination. Thus, one positive conclusion is arrived at as the result of this critical examination. Since neither man nor nature have of themselves a sacred character, they must get it from another source. Aside from the human individual and the physical world, there should be some other reality, in relation to which this variety of delirium which all religion is in a sense, has a significance and an objective value. In other words, beyond those which we have called animistic and naturistic, there should be another sort of cult, more fundamental and more primitive, of which the first are only derived forms or particular aspects. In fact, this cult does exist. It is the one to which ethnologists have given the name of totemism. 1. It was only at the end of the 18th century that the word totem appeared in ethnographical literature. It is found for the first time in the book of an Indian interpreter, J. Long, which was published in London in 1791. For nearly a half a century, totemism was known only as something exclusively American. It was only in 1841 that Gray, in a passage which has remained celebrated, pointed out the existence of wholly similar practices in Australia. From that time on, scholars began to realize that they were in the presence of a system of a certain generality. but they saw there only an essentially archaic institution, an ethnographical curiosity, having no great interest for the historian. MacLennan was the first who undertook to attach totemism to the general history of humanity. In a series of articles in the Fortnightly Review, he set himself to show that totemism was not only a religion, but one from which were derived a multitude of beliefs and practices which are found in much more advanced religious systems. He even went so far as to make it the source of all the animal-worshipping and plant-worshipping cults which are found among ancient peoples. Certainly, this extension of totemism was abusive. The cults of animals and plants depend upon numerous causes which cannot be reduced to one without the error of too great simplicity. But this error, by its very exaggerations, had at least the advantage that it put into evidence the historical importance of totemism. Students of American totemism had already known for a long time that this form of religion was most intimately united to a determined social organization, that its basis is the division of the social group into clans. In 1877, in his Ancient Society, Lewis H. Morgan undertook to make a study of it, to determine its distinctive characteristics, and at the same time to point out its generality among the Indian tribes of North and Central America. At nearly the same moment, and even following the direct suggestion of Morgan, Fisson, and Howitt, established the existence of the same social system in Australia, as well as its relations with totemism. Under the influence of these directing ideas, observations could be made with better method. The researches which the American Bureau of Ethnology undertook played an important part in the advance of these studies. By 1887, the documents were sufficiently numerous and significant to make Fraser consider it time to unite them and present them to us in a systematic form. Such is the object of his little book Totemism, where the system is studied both as a religion and as a legal institution. But this study was purely descriptive. No effort was made to explain totemism or to understand its fundamental notions. Robertson Smith is the first who undertook this work of elaboration. He realized more clearly than any of his predecessors how rich this crude and confused religion is in germs for the future. It is true that MacLennan had already connected it with the great religions of antiquity, but that was merely because he thought he had found here and there the cult of animals or plants. Now, if we reduce totemism to a sort of animal or plant worship, we have seen only its most superficial aspect. We have even misunderstood its real nature. Going beyond the mere letter of the totemic beliefs, Smith set himself to find the fundamental principles upon which they depend. In his book Upon Kinship and Marriage in Early Arabia, he had already pointed out that totemism supposes a likeness in nature, either natural or acquired, of men and animals or plants. In his The Religion of the Semites, he makes this same idea the first origin of the entire sacrificial system. It is to totemism that humanity owes the principle of the communion meal. It is true that the theory of Smith can now be shown one-sided. It is no longer adequate for the facts actually known. But for all that, it contains an ingenious theory and has exercised a most fertile influence upon the science of religions. The Golden Bough of Fraser is inspired by these same ideas. For totemism, which MacLennan had attached to the religions of classical antiquity, and Smith to the religions of the Semitic peoples, is here connected to the European folklore. The schools of MacLennan and Morgan are thus united to that of Manhart. During this time, the American tradition continued to develop with an independence which it has kept up until very recent times. Three groups of societies were the special object of the researches which were concerned with totemism. These are, first, certain tribes of the Northwest, the Teelinkit, the Haida, the Kwakiutl, the Salish, and the Tsimshian, then the great nation of the Sioux, and finally, the Pueblo Indians in the southwestern part of the United States. The first were studied principally by Dahl, Cross, Boas, Swanton, Hill-Tout, the second by Dorsey, the last by Mindelef, Mrs. Stevenson, and Cushing. But however rich the harvest of facts thus gathered in all parts of the country may have been, the documents at our disposal were still fragmentary. Though the American religions contain numerous traces of totemism, they have passed the stage of real totemism. On the other hand, observations in Australia had brought little more than scattered beliefs and isolated rites, initiation rituals, and interdictions relative to totemism. It was with facts taken from all these sources that Fraser attempted to draw a picture of totemism in its entirety. Whatever may be the incontestable merit of the reconstruction undertaken in such circumstances, it could not help being incomplete and hypothetical. A totemic religion in complete action had not yet been observed. It is only in very recent years that this serious deficiency has been repaired. Two observers of remarkable ability, Baldwin Spencer and F.J. Gillen, discovered in the interior of the Australian continent a considerable number of tribes whose basis and unity was founded in totemic beliefs. The results of their observations have been published in two works, which have given a new life to the study of totemism. The first of these, The Native Tribes of Central Australia, deals with the more central of these tribes, the Arrernte, the Luritja, and a little farther to the south, on the shores of Lake Eyre, the Yurrabunna. The second, which is entitled The Northern Tribes of Central Australia, deals with the societies north of the Yurrabunna, occupying the territory between McDonnell's Range and Carpenter Gulf. Among the principal of these we may mention the Unmatjara, the Kaitish, the Warramunga, the Wurgia, the Tijingili, the Binbinga, the Walpuri, the Nanji, and finally, on the very shores of the Gulf, the Mara and the Anula. More recently, a German missionary, Karl Strelo, who has also passed long years in these same Central Australian societies, has commenced to publish his own observations on two of these tribes, the Aranda and the Luritja, the Arrernte and Luritja of Spencer and Gillen. Having well mastered the language spoken by these peoples, Strelo has been able to bring us a large number of totemic myths and religious songs, which are given us, for the most part, in the original text. In spite of some differences of detail which are easily explained and whose importance has been greatly exaggerated, we shall see that the observations of Strelo, though completing, making more precise, and sometimes even rectifying those of Spencer and Gillen, confirm them in all that is essential. These discoveries have given rise to an abundant literature to which we shall have occasion to return. The works of Spencer and Gillen especially have exercised a considerable influence, not only because they were the oldest, but also because the facts were there presented in a systematic form, which was of a nature to give a direction to later studies and to stimulate speculation. Their results were commented upon, discussed, and interpreted in all possible manners. At this same time, Howitt, whose fragmentary studies were scattered in a number of different publications, undertook to do for the southern tribes what Spencer and Gillen had done for those of the center. In his Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, he gives us a view of the social organization of the peoples who occupy southern Australia, New South Wales, and a good part of Queensland. The progress thus realized suggested to Fraser the idea of completing his totemism by a sort of compendium where would be brought together all the important documents which are concerned either with the totemic religion or the family and matrimonial organization, which, rightly or wrongly, is believed to be connected with this religion. The purpose of this book is not to give us a general and systematic view of totemism, but rather to put the materials necessary for a construction of this sort at the disposition of scholars. The facts are here arranged in a strictly ethnographical and geographical order. Each continent, and within the continent, each tribe or ethnic group is studied separately. Though so extended a study, where so many diverse peoples are successively passed in review, could hardly be equally thorough in all its parts, still it is a useful handbook to consult, and one which can aid greatly in facilitating researches. 2. From this historical resume, it is clear that Australia is the most favorable field for the study of totemism, and therefore we shall make it the principal area of our observations. In his totemism, Fraser sought especially to collect all the traces of totemism which could be found in history or ethnography. He was thus led to include in his study societies the nature and degree of whose culture differs most widely. Ancient Egypt, Arabia, and Greece, and the southern Slavs are found there, side by side with the tribes of Australia and America. This manner of procedure is not at all surprising for a disciple of the anthropological school. For this school does not seek to locate religions in the social environments of which they are a part, and to differentiate them according to the different environments to which they are thus connected. But rather, as is indicated by the name which it has taken to itself, Its purpose is to go beyond the national and historical differences to the universal and really human bases of the religious life. It is supposed that man has a religious nature of himself, in virtue of his own constitution and independently of all social conditions, and they propose to study this. For researches of this sort, all peoples can be called upon equally well. It is true that they prefer the more primitive peoples, because this fundamental nature is more apt to be unaltered here. But since it is found equally well among the most civilized peoples, it is but natural that they too should be called as witnesses. Consequently, all those who pass as being not too far removed from the origins, and who are confusedly lumped together under the rather imprecise rubric of savages, are put on the same plane and consulted indifferently. Since from this point of view, facts have an interest only in proportion to their generality, they consider themselves obliged to collect as large a number as possible of them. The circle of comparisons could not become too large. Our method will not be such a one, for several reasons. In the first place, for the sociologist as for the historian, social facts vary with the social system of which they form a part. They cannot be understood when detached from it. This is why two facts which come from two different societies cannot be profitably compared merely because they seem to resemble each other. It is necessary that these societies themselves resemble each other, that is to say, that they be only varieties of the same species. The comparative method would be impossible if social types did not exist, and it cannot be usefully applied except within a single type. What errors have not been committed for having neglected this precept? It is thus that facts have been unduly connected with each other which, in spite of exterior resemblances, really have neither the same sense nor the same importance. The primitive democracy and that of today, the collectivism of inferior societies and actual socialistic tendencies, the monogamy which is frequent in Australian tribes and that sanctioned by our laws, etc. Even in the work of Fraser such confusions are found. It frequently happens that he assimilates simple rites of wild animal worship to practices that are really totemic, though the distance, sometimes very great, which separates the two social systems would exclude all idea of assimilation. Then, if we do not wish to fall into these same errors, instead of scattering our researches over all the societies possible, we must concentrate them upon one clearly determined type. It is even necessary that this concentration be as close as possible. One cannot usefully compare facts with which he is not perfectly well acquainted. But when he undertakes to include all sorts of societies and civilizations, one cannot know any of them with the necessary thoroughness. When he assembles facts from every country in order to compare them, he is obliged to take them hastily, without having either the means or the time to carefully criticize them. Tumultuous and summary comparisons result, which discredit the comparative method with many intelligent persons. It can give serious results only when it is applied to so limited a number of societies that each of them can be studied with sufficient precision. The essential thing is to choose those where investigations have the greatest chance to be fruitful. Also, the value of the facts is much more important than their number. In our eyes, the question whether totemism has been more or less universal or not is quite secondary. If it interests us, it does so before all because in studying it, we hope to discover relations of a nature to make us understand better what religion is. Now, to establish these relations, it is neither necessary nor always useful to heap up numerous experiences upon each other. It is much more important to have a few that are well studied and really significant. One single fact may make a law appear, where a multitude of imprecise and vague observations would only produce confusion. In every science, the scholar would be overwhelmed by the facts which present themselves to him if he did not make a choice among them. It is necessary that he distinguish those which promise to be the most instructive, that he concentrate his attention upon these, and that he temporarily leave the others to one side. That is why, with one reservation which will be indicated below, we propose to limit our research to Australian societies. They fulfill all the conditions which were just enumerated. They are perfectly homogeneous, for though it is possible to distinguish varieties among them, they all belong to one common type. This homogeneity is even so great that the forms of social organization are not only the same, but that they are even designated by identical or equivalent names in a multitude of tribes, sometimes very distant from each other. Also, Australian totemism is the variety for which our documents are the most complete. Finally, that which we propose to study in this work is the most primitive and simple religion which it is possible to find. It is therefore natural that to discover it, we address ourselves to societies as slightly evolved as possible, for it is evidently there that we have the greatest chance of finding it and studying it well. Now there are no societies which present this characteristic to a higher degree than the Australian ones. Not only is their civilization most rudimentary, the house, and even the hut are still unknown, but also their organization is the most primitive and simple which is actually known. It is that which we have elsewhere called organization on a basis of clans. In the next chapter, we shall have occasion to restate its essential traits. However, though making Australia the principal field of our research, we think it best not to leave completely aside the societies where totemism was first discovered, that is to say, the Indian tribes of North America. This extension of the field of comparison has nothing about it which is not legitimate. Undoubtedly, these people are more advanced than those of Australia. Their civilization has become much more advanced. Men there live in houses or under tents, and there are even fortified villages. The size of the society is much greater, and centralization, which is completely lacking in Australia, is beginning to appear there. We find vast confederations, such as that of the Iroquois, under one central authority. Sometimes a complicated system of differentiated classes arranged in a hierarchy is found. However, the essential lines of the social structure remain the same as those in Australia. It is always the organization on a basis of clans. Thus, we are not in the presence of two different types, but of two varieties of a single type, which are still very close to each other. They represent two successive moments of a single evolution, so their homogeneousness is still great enough to permit comparisons. Also, these comparisons may have their utility. Just because their civilization is more advanced than that of the Australians, certain phases of the social organization, which is common to both, can be studied more easily among the first than among the second. As long as men are still making their first steps in the art of expressing their thought, it is not easy for the observer to perceive that which moves them. For there is nothing to translate clearly that which passes in these obscure minds, which have only a confused and ephemeral knowledge of themselves. For example, religious symbols then consist only in formless combinations of lines and colors, whose sense it is not easy to divine, as we shall see. There are many gestures and movements by which interior states express themselves, but being essentially ephemeral, they readily elude observation. That is why totemism was discovered earlier in America than in Australia. It was much more visible there, though it held relatively less place in the totality of the religious life. Also, wherever beliefs and institutions do not take a somewhat definite material form, they are more liable to change under the influence of the slightest circumstances, or to become wholly effaced from the memory. Thus, the Australian clans frequently have something floating and protean about them, while the corresponding organization in America has a greater stability and more clearly defined contours. Thus, though American totemism is further removed from its origins than that of Australia, still there are important characteristics of which it has better kept the memory. In the second place, in order to understand an institution, it is frequently well to follow it into the advanced stages of its evolution. For sometimes it is only when it is fully developed that its real signification appears with the greatest clearness. In this way also, American totemism, since it has a long history behind it, could serve to clarify certain aspects of Australian totemism. At the same time, it will put us in a better condition to see how totemism is bound up with the forms which follow, and to mark its place in the general historical development of religion. So in the discussions which follow, we shall not forbid ourselves the use of certain facts borrowed from the Indian societies of North America. But we are not going to study American totemism here. Such a study must be made directly and by itself, and cannot be mixed with the one which we are undertaking. It raises other problems and implies a wholly different set of special investigations. We shall have recourse to American facts merely in a supplementary way, and only when they seem to be able to make us understand Australian facts to advantage. It is these latter which constitute the real and immediate object of our researches. Book 2. The Elementary Beliefs. Chapter 1. Totemic Beliefs. The totem as name and as emblem. Owing to its nature, our study will include two parts. Since every religion is made up of intellectual conceptions and ritual practices, we must deal successively with the beliefs and rites which compose the totemic religion. These two elements of the religious life are too closely connected with each other to allow of any radical separation. In principle, the cult is derived from the beliefs, yet it reacts upon them. The myth is frequently modeled after the rite in order to account for it, especially when its sense is no longer apparent. On the other hand, there are beliefs which are clearly manifested only through the rites which express them. So these two parts of our analysis cannot fail to overlap. However, these two orders of facts are so different that it is indispensable to study them separately. And since it is impossible to understand anything about a religion while unacquainted with the ideas upon which it rests, we must seek to become acquainted with these latter first of all. But it is not our intention to retrace all the speculations into which the religious thought, even of the Australians alone, has run. The things we wish to reach are the elementary notions at the basis of the religion, but there is no need of following them through all the development, sometimes very confused, which the mythological imagination of these peoples has given them. We shall make use of myths when they enable us to understand these fundamental ideas better, but we shall not make mythology itself the subject of our studies. Insofar as this is a work of art, it does not fall within the jurisdiction of the simple science of religions. Also, the intellectual evolution from which it results is of too great a complexity to be studied indirectly and from a foreign point of view. It constitutes a very difficult problem which must be treated by itself, for itself, and with a method peculiar to itself. Among the beliefs upon which totemism rests, the most important are naturally those concerning the totem. It is with these that we must begin. 1. At the basis of nearly all the Australian tribes, we find a group which holds a preponderating place in the collective life. This is the clan. Two essential traits characterize it. In the first place, the individuals who compose it consider themselves united by a bond of kinship, but one which is of a very special nature. This relationship does not come from the fact that they have definite blood connections with one another. They are relatives from the mere fact that they have the same name. They are not fathers and mothers, sons or daughters, uncles or nephews of one another in the sense which we now give these words. Yet they think of themselves as forming a single family, which is large or small according to the dimensions of the clan, merely because they are collectively designated by the same word. When we say that they regard themselves as a single family, we do so because they recognize duties towards each other which are identical with those which have always been incumbent upon kindred. Such duties as aid, vengeance, mourning, the obligation not to marry among themselves, etc. By this first characteristic, the clan does not differ from the Roman gens or the Greek, for this relationship also came merely from the fact that all the members of the gens had the same name, the nomen gentilicium. And in one sense, the gens is a clan, but it is a variety which should not be confounded with the Australian clan. This latter is distinguished by the fact that its name is also the name of a determined species of material things with which it believes that it has very particular relations, the nature of which we shall presently describe. They are especially relations of kinship. The species of things which serves to designate the clan collectively is called its totem. The totem of the clan is also that of each of its members. Each clan has its totem, which belongs to it alone. Two different clans of the same tribe cannot have the same. In fact, one is a member of a clan merely because he has a certain name. All who bear this name are members of it for that very reason. In whatever manner they may be spread over the tribal territory, they all have the same relations of kinship with one another. Consequently, two groups having the same totem can only be two sections of the same clan. Undoubtedly, it frequently happens that all of a clan does not reside in the same locality, but has representatives in several different places. However, this lack of a geographical basis does not cause its unity to be the less keenly felt. In regard to the word totem, we may say that it is the one employed by the Ojibwe and Algonquin tribe to designate the sort of thing whose name the clan bears. Although this expression is not at all Australian and is found only in one single society in America, ethnographers have definitely adopted it and use it to denote, in a general way, the system which we are describing. Schoolcraft was the first to extend the meaning of the word thus and to speak of a totemic system. This extension, of which there are examples enough in ethnography, is not without inconveniences. It is not normal for an institution of this importance to bear a chance name, taken from a strictly local dialect, and bringing to mind none of the distinctive characteristics of the thing it designates. But today this way of employing the word is so universally accepted that it would be an excess of purism to rise against this usage. In a very large proportion of the cases, the objects which serve as totems belong either to the animal or the vegetable kingdom, but especially to the former. Inanimate things are much more rarely employed. Out of more than 500 totemic names collected by Howitt among the tribes of southeastern Australia, there are scarcely 40 which are not the names of plants or animals. These are the clouds, rain, hail, frost, the moon, the sun, the wind, the autumn, the summer, the winter, certain stars, thunder, fire, smoke, water, or the sea. It is noticeable how small a place is given to celestial bodies and, more generally, to the great cosmic phenomena, which were destined to so great a fortune in later religious development. Among all the clans of which Howitt speaks, there were only 2 which had the moon as totem, 2 the sun, 3 a star, 3 the thunder, 2 the lightning. The rain is a single exception. It, on the contrary, is very frequent. These are the totems which can be spoken of as normal. But totemism has its abnormalities as well. It sometimes happens that the totem is not a whole object, but the part of an object. This fact appears rather rarely in Australia. Howitt cites only one example. However, it may well be that this is found with a certain frequency in the tribes where the totemic groups are excessively subdivided. It might be said that the totems had to break themselves up in order to be able to furnish names to these numerous divisions. This is what seems to have taken place among the Arunta and the Loricha. Strelo has collected 442 totems in these 2 societies, of which many are not an animal species, but some particular organ of the animal of the species, such as the tail or stomach of an opossum, the fat of the kangaroo, etc. We have seen that normally the totem is not an individual, but a species or a variety. It is not such and such a kangaroo or crow, but the kangaroo or crow in general. Sometimes, however, it is a particular object. First of all, this is necessarily the case when the thing serving as totem is unique in its class. As the sun, the moon, such or such a constellation, etc. It also happens that clans take their names from certain geographical irregularities or depressions of the land, from a certain anthill, etc. It is true that we have only a small number of examples of this in Australia. But Strelo does mention some. But the very causes which have given rise to these abnormal totems show that they are of a relatively recent origin. In fact, what has made certain geographical features of the land become totems is that a mythical ancestor is supposed to have stopped there or to have performed some act of his legendary life there. But at the same time, these ancestors are represented in the myths as themselves belonging to clans which had perfectly regular totems, that is to say, ones taken from the animal or vegetable kingdoms. Therefore, the totemic names thus commemorating the acts and performances of these heroes cannot be primitive. They belong to a form of totemism that is already derived and deviated. It is even permissible to ask if the meteorological totems have not a similar origin. For the sun, the moon and the stars are frequently identified with the ancestors of the mythological epic. Sometimes, but no less exceptionally, it is an ancestor or a group of ancestors which serves as totem directly. In this case, the clan takes its name, not from a thing or a species of real things, but from a purely mythical being. Spencer and Gillen had already mentioned 2 or 3 totems of this sort. Among the Warramunga and among the Tijingili, there are clans which bear the name of an ancestor named Thabala, who seems to be Gaiety incarnate. Another Warramunga clan bears the name of a huge fabulous serpent named Wolunqua, from which the clan considers itself descended. We owe other similar facts to Strelo. In any case, it is easy enough to see what probably took place. Under the influence of diverse causes, and by the very development of mythological thought, the collective and impersonal totem became effaced before certain mythical personages who advanced to the first rank and became totems themselves. Howsoever interesting these different irregularities may be, they contain nothing which forces us to modify our definition of a totem. They are not, as has sometimes been believed, different varieties of totems which are more or less irreducible into each other or into the normal totem, such as we have defined it. They are merely secondary and sometimes even aberrant forms of a single notion which is much more general, and there is every ground for believing it the more primitive. The manner in which the name is acquired is more important for the organization and recruiting of the clan than for religion. It belongs to the sociology of the family rather than to religious sociology. So, we shall confine ourselves to indicating summarily the most essential principles which regulate the matter. In the different tribes, 3 different systems are in use. In a great number, or it might even be said, in the greater number of the societies, the child takes the totem of its mother by right of birth. This is what happens among the Diri and the Yurubunna of the center of southern Australia, the Wachabaluk and the Gurnditch Mara of Victoria, the Kamilar, the Wiradjuri, the Wungabin and the Ula of New South Wales, and the Wakelbura, the Pitapita and the Kernandaberry of Queensland, to mention only the most important names. In this case, owing to a law of exogamy, the mother is necessarily of a different totem from her husband, and on the other hand, as she lives in his community, the members of a single totem are necessarily dispersed in different localities according to the chances of their marriages. As a result, the totemic group lacks a territorial base. Elsewhere, the totem is transmitted in the paternal line. In this case, if the child remains with his father, the local group is largely made up of people belonging to a single totem. Only the married women there represent foreign totems. In other words, each locality has its particular totem. Up until recent times, this scheme of organization was found in Australia only among the tribes where totemism was in decadence, such as the Narranieri, where the totem has almost no religious character at all anymore. It was therefore possible to believe that there was a close connection between the totemic system and descent in the uterine line. But Spencer and Gillen have observed, in the northern part of Central Australia, a whole group of tribes where the totemic religion is still practiced, but where the transmission of the totem is in the paternal line. These are the Warramunga, the Kwanji, the Umbia, the Bainbinga, the Mara, and the Anula. Finally, a third combination is the one observed among the Arunta and Loricha. Here the totem of the child is not necessarily either that of the mother or that of the father. It is that of a mythical ancestor who came, by processes which the observers recount in different ways, and mysteriously fecundated the mother at the moment of conception. A special process makes it possible to learn which ancestor it was and to which totemic group he belonged. But since it was only chance which determined that this ancestor happened to be near the mother, rather than another, the totem of the child is thus found to depend finally upon fortuitous circumstances. Outside of and above the totems of clans, there are totems of phratries which, though not differing from the former in nature, must none the less be distinguished from them. A phratry is a group of clans which are united to each other by particular bonds of fraternity. Ordinarily, the Australian tribe is divided into 2 phratries between which the different clans are distributed. Of course, there are some tribes where this organization has disappeared, but everything leads us to believe that it was once general. In any case, there are no tribes in Australia where the number of phratries is greater than 2. Now, in nearly all the cases where the phratries have a name whose meaning has been established, this name is that of an animal. It would therefore seem that it is a totem. This has been well demonstrated in a recent work by A. Lang. Thus, among the Gurnditch, Victoria, the phratries are called Crockitch and Capuch. The former of the words designates the white cockatoo and the latter the black cockatoo. The same expressions are found again among the Buendic and the Wachabaluk. Among the Wurundjeri, the names employed are Bunjil and Wong, which designate the eaglehawk and the crow. The words Makwara and Kilpara are used for the same purpose in a large number of tribes of New South Wales. They designate the same birds. It is also the eaglehawk and the crow which have given their names to the 2 phratries of the Ngarigo and the Walgal. Among the Kuin-Merbura, it is the white cockatoo and the crow. Many other examples might be cited. Thus, we are led to regard the phratry as an ancient clan which has been dismembered. The actual clans are the product of this dismemberment, and the solidarity which unites them is a souvenir of their primitive unity. It is true that in certain tribes, the phratries no longer have special names, as it seems. In others where these names exist, their meaning is no longer known, even to the members. But there is nothing surprising in this. The phratries are certainly a primitive institution, for they are everywhere in a state of regression. Their descendants, the clans, have passed to the first rank. So it is but natural that the names which they bore should have been effaced from memory little by little, when they were no longer understood. For they must belong to a very archaic language no longer in use. This is proved by the fact that in many cases where we know the animal whose name the phratry bears, the word designating this animal in the current language is very different from the one employed here. Between the totem of the phratry and the totems of the clans, there exists a sort of relation of subordination. In fact, in principle each clan belongs to one and only one phratry. It is very exceptional that it has representatives in the other phratry. This is not met with at all except among certain central tribes, notably the Arunta. Also even where, owing to disturbing influences, overlappings of this sort have taken place, the great part of the clan is included entirely within one or the other of the two groups of the tribe. Only a small minority is to be found in the other one. As a rule, then, the two phratries do not overlap each other. Consequently, the list of totems which an individual may have is predetermined by the phratry to which he belongs. In other words, the phratry is like a species of which the clans are varieties. We shall presently see that this comparison is not purely metaphorical. In addition to the phratries and clans, another secondary group is frequently met with in Australian societies, which is not without a certain individuality. These are the matrimonial classes. By this name, they designate certain subdivisions of the phratry, whose number varies with the tribe. There are sometimes 2 and sometimes 4 per phratry. Their recruiting and operation are regulated by the two following principles. In the first place, each generation in a phratry belongs to different clans from the immediately preceding one. Thus, when there are only 2 classes per phratry, they necessarily alternate with each other every generation. The children make up the class of which their parents are not members, but grandchildren are of the same class as their grandparents. Thus, among the Kamilar, the Cupithan phratry has 2 classes, Ipai and Kumbo, the Dilby phratry 2 others which are called Murray and Cubby. As descent is in the uterine line, the child is in the phratry of its mother. If she is a Cupithan, the child will be one also. But if she is of the Ipai class, he will be a Kumbo. If the child is a girl, her children will again be in the Ipai class. Likewise, the children of the women of the Murray class will be in the Cubby class, and the children of the Cubby women will be Murray again. When there are 4 classes per phratry, instead of 2, the system is naturally more complex, but the principle is the same. The 4 classes form 2 couples of 2 classes each, and these 2 classes alternate with each other every generation in the manner just indicated. Secondly, the members of one class can in principle marry into only one of the classes of the other phratry. The Ipai must marry into the Cubby class and the Murray into the Kumbo class. It is because this organization profoundly affects matrimonial relations that we give the group the name of matrimonial class. Now it may be asked whether these classes do not sometimes have totems like the phratries and clans. This question is raised by the fact that in certain tribes of Queensland, each matrimonial class has dietetic restrictions that are peculiar to it. The individuals who compose it must abstain from eating the flesh of certain animals which the others may consume freely. Are these animals not totems? But dietetic restrictions are not the characteristic marks of totemism. The totem is a name first of all, and then, as we shall see, an emblem. Now in the societies of which we just spoke, there are no matrimonial classes which bear the name of an animal or plant, or which have an emblem. Of course, it is possible that these restrictions are indirectly derived from totemism. It might be supposed that the animals which these interdictions protect were once the totems of clans which have since disappeared, while the matrimonial classes remained. It is certain that they have a force of endurance which the clans do not have. Then these interdictions, deprived of their original field, may have spread themselves out over the entire class, since there were no other groups to which they could be attached. But it is clear that if this regulation was born of totemism, it represents only an enfeebled and denatured form of it. All that has been said of the totem in Australian societies is equally applicable to the Indian tribes of North America. The only difference is that among these latter, the totemic organization has a strictness of outline and a stability which are not found in Australia. The Australian clans are not only very numerous, but in a single tribe, their number is almost unlimited. Observers cite some of them as examples, but without ever succeeding in giving us a complete list. This is because the list is never definitely terminated. The same process of dismemberment which broke up the original phratries and give birth to clans properly so-called still continues within these latter. As a result of this progressive crumbling, a clan frequently has only a very small effective force. In America, on the contrary, the totemic system has better defined forms. Although the tribes there are considerably larger on the average, the clans are less numerous. A single tribe rarely has more than a dozen of them, and frequently less. Each of them is therefore a much more important group. But above all, their number is fixed. They know their exact number, and they it tell to us. This difference is due to the superiority of their social economy. From the moment when these tribes were observed for the first time, the social groups were strongly attached to the soil, and consequently better able to resist the decentralizing forces which assailed them. At the same time, the society had too keen a sentiment of its unity to remain unconscious of itself and of the parts out of which it was composed. The example of America thus enables us to explain even better the organization at the base of the clans. We would take a mistaken view if we judged this only on the present conditions in Australia. In fact, it is in a state of change and dissolution there, which is not at all normal. It is much rather the product of a degeneration which we see, due both to the natural decay of time and the disorganizing effect of the whites. To be sure, it is hardly probable that the Australian clans ever had the dimensions and solid structure of the American ones. But there must have been a time when the distance between them was less considerable than it is today. For the American societies would never have succeeded in making so solid a structure if the clans had always been of so fluid and inconsistent a nature. This greater stability has even enabled the archaic system of phratries to maintain itself in America with a clearness and a relief no longer to be found in Australia. We have just seen that in the latter continent the phratry is everywhere in a state of decadence. Very frequently it is nothing more than an anonymous group. When it has a name, this is either no longer understood, or in any case, it cannot mean a great deal to the native, since it is borrowed from a foreign language or from one no longer spoken. Thus, we have been able to infer the existence of totems for phratries only from a few survivals, which, for the most part, are so slightly marked that they have escaped the attention of many observers. In certain parts of America, on the contrary, this institution has retained its primitive importance. The tribes of the northwest coast, the Tlingit and the Haida especially, have now attained a relatively advanced civilization. Yet they are divided into two phratries which are subdivided into a certain number of clans, the phratries of the crow and the wolf among the Tlingit, of the eagle and the crow among the Haida. And this division is not merely nominal. It corresponds to an ever-existing state of tribal customs and is deeply marked with the tribal life. The moral distance separating the clans is very slight in comparison with that separating the phratries. The name of each is not a word whose sense is forgotten or only vaguely known. It is a totem in the full sense of the term. They have all its essential attributes, such as will be described below. Consequently, upon this point also, American tribes must not be neglected, for we can study the totems of phratries directly there, while Australia offers only obscure vestiges of them. 2. But the totem is not merely a name. It is an emblem, a veritable coat of arms whose analogies with the arms of heraldry have often been remarked. In speaking of the Australians, Gray says, each family adopt an animal or vegetable as their crest and sign, and what Gray calls a family is incontestably a clan. Also Fisson and Howitt say, the Australian divisions show that the totem is, in the first place, the badge of a group. Schoolcraft says the same thing about the totems of the Indians of North America. The totem is in fact a design which corresponds to the heraldic emblems of civilized nations, and each person is authorized to bear it as a proof of the identity of the family to which it belongs. This is proved by the real etymology of the word, which is derived from Dadame, which means village or the residence of a family group. Thus, when the Indians entered into relations with the Europeans and contracts were formed between them, it was with its totem that each clan sealed the treaties thus concluded. The nobles of the feudal period carved, engraved, and designed in every way their coats of arms upon the walls of their castles, their arms, and every sort of object that belonged to them. The blacks of Australia and the Indians of North America do the same thing with their totems. The Indians who accompanied Samuel Hearne painted their totems on their shields before going into battle. According to Charlevoix, in time of war, certain tribes of Indians had veritable ensigns, made of bits of bark fastened to the end of a pole, upon which the totems were represented. Among the Tlingit, when a conflict breaks out between two clans, the champions of the two hostile groups wear helmets over their heads, upon which are painted their respective totems. Among the Iroquois, they put the skin of the animal which serves as totem upon each wigwam, as a mark of the clan. According to another observer, the animal was stuffed and set up before the door. Among the Wyandot, each clan has its own ornaments and its distinctive paintings. Among the Omaha and among the Sioux generally, the totem is painted on the tent. Wherever the society has become sedentary, where the tent is replaced by the house, and where the plastic arts are more fully developed, the totem is engraved upon the woodwork and upon the walls. This is what happens, for example, among the Haida, the Tsimshian, the Salish, and the Tlingit. A very particular ornament of the house among the Tlingit, says Croz, is the totemic coat of arms. Animal forms, sometimes combined with human forms, are engraved upon the posts at the sides of the door of entry, which are as high as 15 yards. They are generally painted with very bright colors. However, these totemic decorations are not very numerous in the Tlingit village. They are found almost solely before the houses of the chiefs and rich men. They are much more frequent in the neighboring tribe of the Haida. Here there are always several for each house. With its many sculptured posts arising on every hand, sometimes to a great height, a Haida village gives the impression of a sacred city, all bristling with belfries or little minarets. Among the Salish, the totem is frequently represented upon the interior walls of the house. Elsewhere, it is found upon the canoes, the utensils of every sort, and the funeral piles. The preceding examples are taken exclusively from the Indians of North America. This is because sculpture, engravings, and permanent figurations are not possible except where the technique of the plastic arts has reached a degree of perfection to which the Australian tribes have not yet attained. Consequently, the totemic representations of the sort which we just mentioned are rarer and less apparent in Australia than in America. However, cases of them are cited. Among the Warramunga, at the end of the burial ceremonies, the bones of the dead man are interred after they have been dried and reduced to powder. Beside the place where they are deposited, a figure representing the totem is traced upon the ground. Among the Mara and the Annula, the body is placed in a piece of hollow wood decorated with designs characteristic of the totem. In New South Wales, Oxley found engravings upon the trees near the tomb where a native was buried to which Smythe attributes a totemic character. The natives of the Upper Darling carved totemic images upon their shields. According to Collins, nearly all the utensils are covered with ornaments which probably have the same significance. Figures of the same sort are found upon the rocks. These totemic designs may even be more frequent than it seems, for, owing to reasons which will be discussed below, it is not always easy to see what their real meaning is. These different facts give us an idea of the considerable place held by the totem in the social life of the primitives. However, up to the present, it has appeared to us as something relatively outside of the man, for it is only upon external things that we have seen it represented. But totemic images are not placed only upon the walls of their houses, the sides of their canoes, their arms, their utensils, and their tombs. They are also found on the bodies of the men. They do not put their coat of arms merely upon the things which they possess, but they put it upon their persons. They imprint it upon their flesh, it becomes a part of them, and this world of representations is even by far the more important one. In fact, it is a very general rule that the members of each clan seek to give themselves the external aspect of their totem. At certain religious festivals among the Tlingit, the person who is to direct the ceremonies wears a garment which represents, either wholly or in part, the body of the animal whose name he bears. These same usages are also found in all the northwest of America. They are found again among the Minatari, when they go into combat, and among the Indians of the Pueblos. Elsewhere, when the totem is a bird, men wear the feathers of this bird on their heads. Among the Iowa, each clan has a special fashion of cutting the hair. In the Eagle clan, 2 large tufts are arranged on the front of the head, while there is another one behind. In the Buffalo clan, they are arranged in the form of horns. Among the Omaha, analogous arrangements are found. Each clan has its own headdress. In the Turtle clan, for example, the hair is all shaved off, except 6 bunches, 2 on each side of the head, 1 in front, and 1 behind, in such a way as to imitate the legs, the head, and the tail of the animal. But it is more frequently upon the body itself that the totemic mark is stamped. For this is a way of representation within the capacity of even the least advanced societies. It has sometimes been asked whether the common rite of knocking out a young man's 2 upper teeth at the age of puberty does not have the object of reproducing the form of the totem. The fact is not established, but it is worth mentioning that the natives themselves sometimes explain the custom thus. For example, among the Arunta, the extraction of teeth is practiced only in the clans of the rain and of water. Now, according to tradition, the object of this operation is to make their faces look like certain black clouds with light borders, which are believed to announce the speedy arrival of rain, and which are therefore considered things of the same family. This is a proof that the native himself is conscious that the object of these deformations is to give him, at least conventionally, the aspect of his totem. Among these same Arunta, in the course of the rites of subincision, certain gashes are cut upon the sisters and the future wife of the novice. Scars result from these, whose form is also represented upon a certain sacred object of which we shall speak presently, and which is called the chiringa. As we shall see, the lines thus drawn upon the chiringa are emblematic of the totem. Among the Kitish, the euro is believed to be closely connected with the rain. The men of the Rain clan wear little ear rings made of euro teeth. Among the Yurkla, during the initiation the young man is given a certain number of slashes which leave scars. The number and form of these varies with the totems. An informer of Fisson mentions the same fact in the tribes observed by him. According to Howitt, a relationship of the same sort exists among the Diri between certain arrangements of scars and the water totem. Among the Indians of the Northwest, it is a very general custom for them to tattoo themselves with the totem. But even if the tattooings which are made by mutilations or scars do not always have a totemic significance, it is different with simple designs drawn upon the body. They are generally representations of the totem. It is true that the native does not carry them every day. When he is occupied with purely economic occupations, or when the small family groups scatter to hunt or fish, he does not bother with all this paraphernalia, which is quite complicated. But when the clans unite to live a common life, and to assist at the religious ceremonies together, then he must adorn himself. As we shall see, each of the ceremonies concerns a particular totem, and in theory the rites which are connected with a totem can be performed only by the men of that totem. Now those who perform, who take the part of officiants, and sometimes even those who assist as spectators, always have designs representing the totem on their bodies. One of the principal rites of initiation, by which a young man enters into the religious life of the tribe, consists in painting the totemic symbol on his body. It is true that among the Arunta the design thus traced does not always and necessarily represent the totem of the initiated, but these are exceptions, due, undoubtedly, to the disturbed state of the totemic organization of this tribe. Also, even among the Arunta, at the most solemn moment of the initiation, which is its crown and consecration, when the neophyte is allowed to enter the sanctuary where all the sacred objects belonging to the clan are preserved, an emblematic painting is placed upon him. This time, it is the totem of the young man which is thus represented. The bonds which unite the individual to his totem are even so strong that in the tribes on the northwest coast of North America, the emblem of the clan is painted not only upon the living, but also upon the dead. Before a corpse is interred, they put the totemic mark upon it. 3. These totemic decorations enable us to see that the totem is not merely a name and an emblem. It is in the course of the religious ceremonies that they are employed. They are a part of the liturgy. So while the totem is a collective label, it also has a religious character. In fact, it is in connection with it that things are classified as sacred or profane. It is the very type of sacred thing. The tribes of Central Australia, especially the Arrernte, the Lorritja, the Kaitish, the Unmatjara, and the Ilpera, make constant use of certain instruments in their rites which are called the Turinga by the Arrernte, according to Spencer and Gillen, or the Tjurunga according to Strelo. They are pieces of wood or bits of polished stone, of a great variety of forms, but generally oval or oblong. Each totemic group has a more or less important collection of these. Upon each of these is engraved a design representing the totem of this same group. A certain number of the Turinga have a hole at one end, through which goes a thread made of human hair or that of an opossum. Those which are made of wood and are pierced in this way serve for exactly the same purposes as those instruments of the cult, to which English ethnographers have given the name of bull roarers. By means of the thread by which they are suspended, they are whirled rapidly in the air in such a way as to produce a sort of humming identical with that made by the toys of this name still used by our children. This deafening noise has a ritual significance and accompanies all ceremonies of any importance. These sorts of Turinga are real bull roarers, but there are others which are not made of wood and are not pierced. Consequently, they cannot be employed in this way. Nevertheless, they inspire the same religious sentiments. In fact, every Turinga, for whatever purpose it may be employed, is counted among the eminently sacred things. There are none which surpass it in religious dignity. This is indicated even by the word which is used to designate them. It is not only a substantive, but also an adjective meaning sacred. Also, among the several names which each Arrernte has, there is one so sacred that it must not be revealed to a stranger. It is pronounced but rarely, and then in a low voice and a sort of mysterious murmur. Now this name is called the Aratna Turinga. Aratna means name. In general, the word Turinga is used to designate all ritual acts. For example, Ilya Turinga signifies the cult of the emu. Turinga, when used substantively, therefore designates the thing whose essential characteristic is sacredness. Profane persons, that is to say, women and young men not yet initiated into the religious life, may not touch or even see the Turinga. They are only allowed to look at it from a distance, and even this is only on rare occasions. The Turinga are piously kept in a special place, which the Arrernte call the Urtnachalunga. This is a cave or a sort of cavern hidden in a deserted place. The entrance is carefully closed by means of stones so cleverly placed that a stranger going past it could not suspect that the religious treasury of the clan was so near to him. The sacred character of the Turinga is so great that it communicates itself to the locality where they are stored. The women and the uninitiated cannot approach it. It is only after their initiation is completely finished that the young men have access to it. There are some who are not esteemed worthy of this favor except after years of trial. The religious nature radiates to a distance and communicates itself to all the surroundings. Everything nearby participates in this same nature and is therefore withdrawn from profane touch. Is one man pursued by another? If he succeeds in reaching the Urtnachalunga, he is saved. He cannot be seized there. Even a wounded animal which takes refuge there must be respected. Quarrels are forbidden there. It is a place of peace, as is said in the Germanic societies. It is a sanctuary of the totemic group. It is a veritable place of asylum. But the virtues of the Turinga are not manifested merely by the way in which it keeps the profane at a distance. If it is thus isolated, it is because it is something of a high religious value whose loss would injure the group and the individuals severely. It has all sorts of marvelous properties. By contact, it heals wounds, especially those resulting from circumcision. It has the same power over sickness. It is useful for making the beard grow. It confers important powers over the totemic species, whose normal reproduction it ensures. It gives men force, courage, and perseverance, while on the other hand, it depresses and weakens their enemies. This latter belief is so firmly rooted that when two combatants stand pitted against one another, if one sees that the other has brought Turinga against him, he loses confidence and his defeat is certain. Thus, there is no ritual instrument which has a more important place in the religious ceremonies. By means of various sorts of anointings, their powers are communicated either to the officiants or to the assistants. To bring this about, they are rubbed over the members and stomach of the faithful after being covered with grease. Or sometimes they are covered with a down which flies away and scatters itself in every direction when they are whirled. This a way of disseminating the virtues which are in them. But they are not useful merely to individuals. The fate of the clan as a whole is bound up with theirs. Their loss is a disaster. It is the greatest misfortune which can happen to the group. Sometimes they leave the Urtnichalunga, for example when they are loaned to other groups. Then follows a veritable public mourning. For 2 weeks, the people of the totem weep and lament, covering their bodies with white clay just as they do when they have lost a relative. And the Chiringa are not left at the free disposition of everybody. The Urtnichalunga where they are kept is placed under the control of the chief of the group. It is true that each individual has special rights to some of them. Yet, though he is their proprietor in a sense, he cannot make use of them except with the consent and under the direction of the chief. It is a collective treasury. It is the sacred ark of the clan. The devotion of which they are the object shows the high price that is attached to them. The respect with which they are handled is shown by the solemnity of the movements. They are taken care of, they are greased, rubbed, polished, and when they are moved from one locality to another, it is in the midst of ceremonies which bear witness to the fact that this displacement is regarded as an act of the highest importance. Now in themselves, the Chiringa are objects of wood and stone like all others. They are distinguished from profane things of the same sort by only one particularity. This is that the totemic mark is drawn or engraved upon them. So it is this mark, and this alone, which gives them their sacred character. It is true that according to Spencer and Gillen, the Chiringa serve as the residence of an ancestor's soul, and that it is the presence of this soul which confers these properties. While declaring this interpretation inexact, Strelo, in his turn, proposes another which does not differ materially from the other. He claims that the Chiringa are considered the image of the ancestor's body or the body itself. So, in any case, it would be sentiments inspired by the ancestor which fix themselves upon the material object and convert it into a sort of fetish. But in the first place, both conceptions, which, by the way, scarcely differ except in the letter of the myth, have obviously been made up afterwards to account for the sacred character of the Chiringa. In the constitution of these pieces of wood and bits of stone, and in their external appearance, there is nothing which predestines them to be considered the seat of an ancestral soul or the image of his body. So if men have imagined this myth, it was in order to explain the religious respect which these things inspired in them, and the respect was not determined by the myth. This explanation, like so many mythological explanations, resolves the question only by repeating it in slightly different terms. For saying that the Chiringa is sacred, and saying that it has such and such a relation with a sacred being, is merely to proclaim the same fact in 2 different ways. It is not accounting for them. Moreover, according to the avowal of Spencer and Gillen, there are some Chiringa among the Arunta which are made by the old men of the group, to the knowledge of and before the eyes of all. These obviously do not come from the great ancestors. However, except for certain differences of degree, they have the same power as the others and are preserved in the same manner. Finally, there are whole tribes where the Chiringa is never associated with a spirit. Its religious nature comes to it then from some other source, and whence could it come, if not from the totemic stamp which it bears? It is to this image, therefore, that the demonstrations of the rite are really addressed. It is this which sanctifies the object upon which it is carved. Among the Arunta and the neighboring tribes, there are 2 other liturgical instruments closely connected with the totem and the Chiringa itself, which ordinarily enters into their composition. They are the Nurtunya and the Waninga. The Nurtunya, which is found among the northern Arunta and their immediate neighbors, is made up principally of a vertical support which is either a single lance or several lances united into a bundle, or of a simple pole. Bunches of grass are fastened all around it by means of belts or little cords made of hair. Above this, down is placed, arranged either in circles or in parallel lines which run from the top to the bottom of the support. The top is decorated with the plumes of an eagle hawk. This is only the most general and typical form. In particular cases, it has all sorts of variations. The Waninga, which is found only among the southern Arunta, the Urubana and the Loricha, has no one unique model either. Reduced to its most essential elements, it too consists in a vertical support, formed by a long stick or by a lance several yards high, with sometimes one and sometimes two crosspieces. In the former case, it has the appearance of a crosscords made either of human hair or a possum or bandicoot fur diagonally cross the space included between the arms of the cross and the extremities of the central axis. As they are quite close to each other, they form a network in the form of a lozenge. When there are two crossbars, these cords go from one to the other and from these to the top and bottom of the support. They are sometimes covered with a layer of down, thick enough to conceal the foundation. Thus the Waninga has the appearance of a veritable flag. Now the Nirtanya and the Waninga, which figure in a multitude of important rites, are the object of a religious respect quite like that inspired by the Chiringa. The process of their manufacture and erection is conducted with the greatest solemnity. Fixed in the earth or carried by an officiant, they mark the central point of the ceremony. It is about them that the dances take place and the rites are performed. In the course of the initiation, the novice is led to the foot of a Nirtanya erected for the occasion. Someone says to him, "There is the Nirtanya of your father. Many young men have already been made by it." After that, the initiate must kiss the Nirtanya. By this kiss, he enters into relations with the religious principle which resides there. It is a veritable communion which should give the young man the force required to support the terrible operation of subincision. The Nirtanya also plays a considerable role in the mythology of these societies. The myths relate that in the fabulous times of the great ancestors, the territory of the tribe was overrun in every direction by companies composed exclusively of individuals of the same totem. Each of these troops had a Nirtanya with it. When it stopped to camp, before scattering to hunt, the members fixed their Nirtanya in the ground, from the top of which their Chiringa was suspended. That is equivalent to saying that they confided the most precious things they had to it. It was at the same time a sort of standard which served as a rallying center for the group. One cannot fail to be struck by the analogies between the Nirtanya and the sacred post of the Omaha. Now its sacred character can come from only one cause. That is that it represents the totem materially. The vertical lines or rings of down which cover it, and even the cords of different colors which fasten the arms of the Waninga to the central axis, are not arranged arbitrarily, according to the taste of the makers. They must conform to a type strictly determined by tradition, which, in the minds of the natives, represents the totem. Here we cannot ask, as we did in the case of the Chiringa, whether the veneration accorded to this instrument of the cult is not merely the reflex of that inspired by the ancestors. For it is a rule that each Nirtanya and each Waninga last only during the ceremony where they are used. They are made all over again every time that it is necessary, and when the rite is once accomplished, they are stripped of their ornaments and the elements out of which they are made are scattered. They are nothing more than images and temporary images at that of the totem, and consequently it is on this ground, and on this ground alone, that they play a religious role. So the Chiringa, the Nirtanya and the Waninga owe their religious nature solely to the fact that they bear the totemic emblem. It is the emblem that is sacred. It keeps this character, no matter where it may be represented. Sometimes it is painted upon rocks. These paintings are called Chiringa Ilkinia, sacred drawings. The decorations with which the officiants and assistants at the religious ceremonies adorn themselves have the same name. Women and children may not see them. In the course of certain rites, the totem is drawn upon the ground. The way in which this is done bears witness to the sentiments inspired by this design and the high value attributed to it. It is traced upon a place that has been previously sprinkled and saturated with human blood, and we shall presently see that the blood is in itself a sacred liquid, serving for pious uses only. When the design has been made, the faithful remain seated on the ground before it, in an attitude of the purest devotion. If we give the word a sense corresponding to the mentality of the primitive, we may say that they adore it. This enables us to understand how the totemic blazon has remained something very precious for the Indians of North America. It is always surrounded with a sort of religious halo. But if we are seeking to understand how it comes that these totemic representations are so sacred, it is not without interest to see what they consist in. Among the Indians of North America, they are painted, engraved, or carved images which attempt to reproduce as faithfully as possible the external aspect of the totemic animal. The means employed are those which we use today in similar circumstances, except that they are generally cruder. But it is not the same in Australia, and it is in the Australian societies that we must seek the origin of these representations. Although the Australian may show himself sufficiently capable of imitating the forms of things in a rudimentary way, sacred representations generally seem to show no ambitions in this line. They consist essentially in geometrical designs drawn upon the chiringa, the nerdunga, rocks, the ground, or the human body. They are either straight or curved lines, painted in different ways, and the whole having only a conventional meaning. The connection between the figure and the thing represented is so remote and indirect that it cannot be seen, except when it is pointed out. Only the members of the clan can say what meaning is attached to such and such combinations of lines. Men and women are generally represented by semicircles, and animals by whole circles or spirals, the tracks of men or animals by lines of points, etc. The meaning of the figures thus obtained is so arbitrary that a single design may have two different meanings for the men of two different totems, representing one animal here and another animal or plant there. This is perhaps still more apparent with the Nurtunya and Waninga. Each of them represents a different totem. But the few and simple elements which enter into their composition do not allow a great variety of combinations. The result is that two Nurtunya may have exactly the same appearance, and yet express two things as different as a gum tree and an emu. When a Nurtunya is made, it is given a meaning which it keeps during the whole ceremony, but which, in the last resort, is fixed by convention. These facts prove that if the Australian is so strongly inclined to represent his totem, it is in order not to have a portrait of it before his eyes which would constantly renew the sensation of it. It is merely because he feels the need of representing the idea which he forms of it by means of material and external signs, no matter what these signs may be. We are not yet ready to attempt to understand what has thus caused the primitive to write his idea of his totem upon his person and upon different objects. But it is important to state at once the nature of the need which has given rise to these numerous representations. Chapter 2. Totemic Beliefs Continued. The totemic animal and man. But totemic images are not the only sacred things. There are real things which are also the object of rites, because of the relations which they have with the totem. Before all others are the beings of the totemic species and the members of the clan. 1. First of all, since the designs which represent the totem arouse religious sentiments, it is natural that the things whose aspect these designs reproduce should have this same property, at least to a certain degree. For the most part, these are animals or plants. The profane function of vegetables and even of animals is ordinarily to serve as food. Then the acred character of the totemic animal or plant is shown by the fact that it is forbidden to eat them. It is true that since they are sacred things, they can enter into the composition of certain mystical repasts, and we shall see, in fact, that they sometimes serve as veritable sacraments. Yet normally they cannot be used for everyday consumption. Whoever oversteps this rule exposes himself to grave dangers. It is not that the group always intervenes to punish this infraction artificially. It is believed that the sacrilege produces death automatically. A redoubtable principle is held to reside in the totemic plant or animal, which cannot enter into the profane organism without disorganizing it or destroying it. In certain tribes at least, only the old men are free from this prohibition. We shall see the reason for this later. However, if this prohibition is formal in a large number of tribes with certain exceptions, which will be mentioned later, it is incontestable that it tends to weaken as the old totemic organization is disturbed. But the restrictions which remain even then prove that these attenuations are not admitted without difficulty. For example, when it is permitted to eat the plant or animal that serves as totem, it is not possible to do so freely. Only a little bit may be taken at a time. To go beyond this amount is a ritual fault that has grave consequences. Elsewhere, the prohibition remains intact for the parts that are regarded as the most precious, that is to say, as the most sacred. For example, the eggs or the fat. In still other parts, consumption is not allowed except when the animal in question has not yet reached full maturity. In this case, they undoubtedly think that its sacred character is not yet complete. So the barrier which isolates and protects the totemic being yields, but slowly and with active resistance, which bears witness to what it must have been at first. It is true that according to Spencer and Gillen, these restrictions are not the remnants of what was once a rigorous prohibition now losing hold, but the beginnings of an interdiction which is only commencing to establish itself. These writers hold that at first there was a complete liberty of consumption, and that the limitations which were presently brought are relatively recent. They think they find the proof of their theory in the two following facts. In the first place, as we just said, there are solemn occasions when the members of the clan or their chief not only may, but must eat the totemic animal or plant. Moreover, the myths relate that the great ancestors, the founders of the clans, ate their totems regularly. Now, it is said, these stories cannot be understood except as an echo of a time when the present prohibitions did not exist. But the fact that in the course of certain solemn ceremonies a consumption of the totem, and a moderate one at that, is ritually required in no way implies that it was once an ordinary article of food. Quite on the contrary, the food that one eats at a mystical repast is essentially sacred, and consequently forbidden to the profane. As for the myths, a somewhat summary critical method is employed, if they are so readily given the value of historical documents. In general, their object is to interpret existing rites rather than to commemorate past events. They are an explanation of the present much more than a history. In this case, the traditions according to which the ancestors of the fabulous epic ate their totem are in perfect accord with the beliefs and rites which are always in force. The old men and those who have attained a high religious dignity are freed from the restrictions under which ordinary men are placed. They can eat the sacred thing because they are sacred themselves. This rule is in no way peculiar to totemism, but it is found in all the most diverse religions. Now the ancestral heroes were nearly gods. It is therefore still more natural that they should eat the sacred food. But that is no reason why the same privilege should be awarded to the simple profane. However, it is neither certain nor even probable that the prohibition was ever absolute. It seems to have always been suspended in case of necessity, as, for example, when a man is famished and has nothing else with which to nourish himself. A stronger reason for this is found when the totem is a form of nourishment which a man cannot do without. Thus, there are a great many tribes where water is a totem. A strict prohibition is manifestly impossible in this case. However, even here, the privilege granted is submitted to certain restrictions which greatly limit its use, and which show clearly that it goes against a recognized principle. Among the Kiddish and the Warramunga, a man of this totem is not allowed to drink water freely. He may not take it up himself. He may receive it only from the hands of a third party who must belong to the phratry of which he is not a member. The complexity of this procedure and the embarrassment which results from it are still another proof that access to the sacred thing is not free. This same rule is applied in certain central tribes every time that the totem is eaten, whether from necessity or any other cause. It should also be added that when this formality is not possible, that is, when a man is alone or with members of his own phratry only, he may, on necessity, do without an intermediary. It is clear that the prohibition is susceptible of various moderations. Nevertheless, it rests upon ideas so strongly ingrained in the mind that it frequently survives its original cause for being. We have seen that, in all probability, the different clans of a phratry are only subdivisions of one original clan which has been dismembered. So there was a time when all the clans, being welded together, had the same totem. Consequently, wherever the souvenir of this common origin is not completely effaced, each clan continues to feel itself united to the others and to consider that their totems are not completely foreign to it. For this reason, an individual may not eat freely of the totems held by the different clans of the phratry of which he is a member. He may touch them only if the forbidden plant or animal is given him by a member of the other phratry. Another survival of the same sort is the one concerning the maternal totem. There are strong reasons for believing that at first, the totem was transmitted in the uterine line. Therefore, wherever descent in the paternal line has been introduced, this probably took place only after a long period. during which the opposite principle was applied, and the child had the totem of his mother along with all the restrictions attached to it. Now, in certain tribes where the child inherits the paternal totem today, some of the interdictions which originally protected the totem of his mother still survive. He cannot eat it freely. In the present state of affairs, however, there is no longer anything corresponding to this prohibition. To this prohibition of eating is frequently added that of killing the totem or picking it when it is a plant. However, here also there are exceptions and tolerations. These are especially in the case of necessity, when the totem is a dangerous animal, for example, or when the man has nothing to eat. There are even tribes where men are forbidden to hunt the animals whose names they bear on their own accounts, but where they may kill them for others. But the way in which this act is generally accomplished clearly indicates that it is something illicit. One excuses himself as though for a fault, and bears witness to the chagrin which he suffers and the repugnance which he feels, while precautions are taken that the animal may suffer as little as possible. In addition to these fundamental interdictions, certain cases of a prohibition of contact between a man and his totem are cited. Thus, among the Omaha, in the clan of the elk, no one may touch any part of the body of a male elk. In the subclan of the buffalo, no one is allowed to touch the head of this animal. Among the Bechuana, no man dares to clothe himself in the skin of his totem. But these cases are rare, and it is natural that they should be exceptional, for normally a man must wear the image of his totem or something which brings it to mind. The tattooings and the totemic costumes would not be possible if all contact were forbidden. It has also been remarked that this prohibition has not been found in Australia, but only in those societies where totemism has advanced far from its original form. It is therefore probably of late origin and due perhaps to the influence of ideas that are really not totemic at all. If we now compare these various interdictions with those whose object is the totemic emblem, contrarily to all that could be foreseen, it appears that these latter are more numerous, stricter, and more severely enforced than the former. The figures of all sorts which represent the totem are surrounded with a respect sensibly superior to that inspired by the very being whose form these figures reproduce. The Chiringa, the Nurtanya, and the Waninga can never be handled by the women or the uninitiated, who are even allowed to catch glimpses of it only very exceptionally, and from a respectful distance. On the other hand, the plant or animal whose name the clan bears may be seen and touched by everybody. The Chiringa are preserved in a sort of temple, upon whose threshold all noises from the profane life must cease. It is the domain of sacred things. On the contrary, the totemic animals and plants live in the profane world and are mixed up with the common everyday life. Since the number and importance of the interdictions which isolate a sacred thing and keep it apart correspond to the degree of sacredness with which it is invested, we arrive at the remarkable conclusion that the images of totemic beings are more sacred than the beings themselves. Also, in the ceremonies of the cult, it is the Chiringa and the Nurtanya which have the most important place. The animal appears there only very exceptionally. In a certain rite, of which we shall have occasion to speak, it serves as the substance for a religious repast, but it plays no active role. The Aranta dance around the Nurtanya and assemble before the image of their totem to adore it, but a similar demonstration is never made before the totemic being itself. If this latter were the primarily sacred object, it would be with it, the sacred animal or plant, that the young initiate would communicate when he is introduced into the religious life. But we have seen that, on the contrary, the most solemn moment of the initiation is the one when the novice enters into the sanctuary of the Chiringa. It is with them and the Nurtanya that he communicates. The representations of the totem are therefore more actively powerful than the totem itself. 2. We must now determine the place of man in the scheme of religious things. By the force of a whole group of acquired habits and of language itself, we are inclined to consider the common man, the simple believer, as an essentially profane being. It may well happen that this conception is not literally true for any religion. In any case, it is not applicable to totemism. Every member of the clan is invested with a sacred character, which is not materially inferior to that which we just observed in the animal. This personal sacredness is due to the fact that the man believes that while he is a man in the usual sense of the word, he is also an animal or plant of the totemic species. In fact, he bears its name. This identity of name is therefore supposed to imply an identity of nature. The first is not merely considered as an outward sign of the second, it supposes it logically. This is because the name, for a primitive, is not merely a word or a combination of sounds, it is a part of the being and even something essential to it. A member of the kangaroo clan calls himself a kangaroo, he is therefore, in one sense, an animal of this species. The totem of any man, say Spencer and Gillen, is regarded as the same thing as himself. A native once said to us when we were discussing the matter with him, "That one," pointing to his photograph which we had taken, "is the same thing as me, so is a kangaroo, his totem." So each individual has a double nature. Two beings coexist within him, a man and an animal. In order to give a semblance of intelligibility to this duality, so strange for us, the primitive has invented myths which, it is true, explain nothing and only shift the difficulty, but which, by shifting it, seem at least to lessen the logical scandal. With slight variations of detail, all are constructed on the same plan. Their object is to establish genealogical connections between the man and the totemic animal, making the one a relative of the other. By this common origin, which, by the way, is represented in various manners, they believe that they account for their common nature. The Narranieri, for example, have imagined that certain of the first men had the power of transforming themselves into beasts. Other Australian societies place at the beginning of humanity either strange animals from which the men were descended in some unknown way, or mixed beings, halfway between the two kingdoms, or else unformed creatures, hardly representable, deprived of all determined organs, and even of all definite members, and the different parts of whose bodies were hardly outlined. Mythical powers, sometimes conceived under the form of animals, then intervened and made men out of these ambiguous and innumerable beings, which Spencer and Gillen say represent stages in the transformation of animals and plants into human beings. These transformations are represented to us under the form of violent and, as it were, surgical operations. It is under the blows of an axe, or, if the operator is a bird, blows of the beak, that the human individual was carved out of this shapeless mass, his members separated from each other, his mouth opened, and his nostrils pierced. Analogous legends are found in America, except that owing to the more highly developed mentality of these peoples, the representations which they employ do not contain confusions so troublesome for the mind. Sometimes it is a legendary personage who, by an act of his power, metamorphoses the animal who gives its name to the clan into a man. Sometimes the myth attempts to explain how, by a series of nearly natural events and a sort of spontaneous evolution, the animal transformed himself little by little and finally took a human form. It is true that there are societies, the Haida, Tlingit, Tsimshian, where it is no longer admitted that man was born of an animal or plant, but the idea of an affinity between the animals of the totemic species and the members of the clan has survived there nevertheless, and expresses itself in myths which, though differing from the preceding, still retain all that is essential in them. Here is one of the fundamental themes. The ancestor who gives his name to the clan is here represented as a human being, but who, in the course of various wanderings, has been led to live for a while among the fabulous animals of the very species which gave the clan its name. As the result of this intimate and prolonged connection, he became so like his new companions that, when he returned to men, they no longer recognized him. He was therefore given the name of the animal which he resembled. It is from his stay in this mythical land that he brought back the totemic emblem together with the powers and virtues believed to be attached to it. Thus, in this case, as in the others, men are believed to participate in the nature of the animal, though this participation may be conceived in slightly different forms. So man also has something sacred about him. Though diffused into the whole organism, this characteristic is especially apparent in certain privileged places. There are organs and tissues that are specially marked out. These are particularly the blood and the hair. In the first place, human blood is so holy a thing that in the tribes of Central Australia, it frequently serves to consecrate the most respected instruments of the cult. For example, in certain cases, the Nurtunya is regularly anointed from top to bottom with the blood of a man. It is upon ground all saturated with blood that the men of the Emu, among the Arunta, trace their sacred images. We shall presently see that streams of blood are poured upon the rocks, which represent the totemic animals and plants. There is no religious ceremony where blood does not have some part to play. During the initiation, the adults open their veins and sprinkle the novice with their blood, and this blood is so sacred a thing that women may not be present while it is flowing. The sight of it is forbidden them, just as the sight of a chiringa is. The blood lost by a young initiate during the very violent operations he must undergo has very particular virtues. It is used in various ceremonies. That which flows during the subincision is piously kept by the Arunta and buried in a place upon which they put a piece of wood warning passers-by of the sacredness of the spot. No woman should approach it. The religious nature of blood also explains the equal importance, religiously, of the red ochre, which is very frequently employed in ceremonies. They rub the chiringa with it and use it in ritual decorations. This is due to the fact that because of its color, it is regarded as something kindred to blood. Many deposits of red ochre, which are found in the Arunta territory, are even supposed to be the coagulated blood which certain heroines of the mythical period shed on to the soil. Hair has similar properties. The natives of the center wear belts made of human hair, whose religious functions we have already pointed out. They are also used to wrap up certain instruments of the cult. Does one man loan another one of his chiringa? As a sign of acknowledgement, the second makes a present of hair to the first. These two sorts of things are therefore thought to be of the same order and of equivalent value. So the operation of cutting the hair is a ritual act, accompanied by definite ceremonies. The individual operated upon must squat on the ground, with his face turned in the direction of the place where the fabulous ancestors from which the clan of his mother is believed to be descended are thought to have camped. For the same reason, as soon as a man is dead, they cut his hair off and put it away in some distant place, for neither women nor the non-initiated have the right of seeing it. It is here, far from profane eyes, that the belts are made. Other organic tissues might be mentioned which have similar properties in varying degrees. Such are the whiskers, the foreskin, the fat of the liver, etc., but it is useless to multiply examples. Those already given are enough to prove that there is something in man which holds profane things at a distance and which possesses a religious power. In other words, the human organism conceals within its depths a sacred principle, which visibly comes to the surface in certain determined cases. This principle does not differ materially from that which causes the religious character of the totem. In fact, we have just seen that the different substances in which it incarnates itself especially enter into the ritual composition of the objects of the cult nirtanya, totemic designs, or else are used in the anointings whose object is to renew the virtues either of the chiringa or of the sacred rocks. They are things of the same species. Sometimes the religious dignity which is inherent in each member of the clan on this account is not equal for all. Men possess it to a higher degree than women. In relation to them, women are like profane beings. Thus, every time that there is an assembly, either of the totemic group or of the tribe, the men have a separate camp, distinct from that of the women, and into which these latter may not enter. They are separated off. But there are also differences in the way in which men are marked with a religious character. The young men not yet initiated are wholly deprived of it, since they are not admitted to the ceremonies. It is among the old men that it reaches its greatest intensity. They are so very sacred that certain things forbidden to ordinary people are permissible for them. They may eat the totemic animal more freely, and, as we have seen, there are even some tribes where they are freed from all dietetic restrictions. So we must be careful not to consider totemism a sort of animal worship. The attitude of a man towards the animals or plants whose name he bears is not at all that of a believer towards his God, for he belongs to the sacred world himself. Their relations are rather those of two beings who are on the same level and of equal value. The most that can be said is that in certain cases, at least, the animal seems to occupy a slightly more elevated place in the hierarchy of sacred things. It is because of this that it is sometimes called the father or the grandfather of the men of the clan, which seems to show that they feel themselves in a state of moral dependence in regard to it. But in other, and perhaps even more frequent cases, it happens that the expressions used denote rather a sentiment of equality. The totemic animal is called the friend or the elder brother of its human fellows. Finally, the bonds which exist between them and it are much more like those which unite the members of a single family. The animals and the men are made of the same flesh, as the Buendic say. On account of this kinship, men regard the animals of the totemic species as kindly associates upon whose aid they think they can rely. They call them to their aid and they come to direct their blows in the hunt and to give warning of whatever dangers there may be. In return for this, men treat them with regard and are never cruel to them, but these attentions in no way resemble a cult. Men sometimes even appear to have a mysterious sort of property right over their totems. The prohibition against killing and eating them is applied only to members of the clan, of course. It could not be extended to other persons without making life practically impossible. If in a tribe like the Arranta, where there is such a host of different totems, it were forbidden to eat, not only the animal or plant whose name one bears, but also all the animals and all the plants which serve as totems to other clans, the sources of food would be reduced to nothing. Yet there are tribes where the consumption of the totemic plant or animal is not allowed without restrictions, even to foreigners. Among the Wakelbura, it must not take place in the presence of men of this totem. In other places, their permission must be given. For example, among the Kitish and the Unmatchera, whenever a man of the emu totem happens to be in a place occupied by a grass seed clan and gathers some of these seed, before eating them he must go to the chief and say to him, "I have gathered these seeds in your country." To this the chief replies, "All right, you may eat them." But if the emu man ate them before demanding permission, it is believed that he would fall sick and run the risk of dying. There are even cases where the chief of the group must take a little of the food and eat it himself. It is a sort of payment which must be made. For the same reason, the Chiringa gives the hunter a certain power over the corresponding animal by rubbing his body with a Euro-Chiringa. For example, a man acquires a greater chance of catching euros. This is the proof that the fact of participating in the nature of a totemic being confers a sort of eminent right over this latter. Finally, there is one tribe in northern Queensland, the Caringbul, where the men of the totem are the only ones who have a right to kill the animal, or, if the totem is a tree, to peel off its bark. Their aid is indispensable to all others who want to use the flesh of this animal or the wood of this tree for their own personal ends. So they appear as proprietors, though it is quite evidently over a special sort of property, of which we find it hard to form an idea. Chapter 3. Totemic Beliefs Continued. The cosmological system of totemism and the idea of class. We are beginning to see that totemism is a much more complex religion than it first appeared to be. We have already distinguished three classes of things which it recognizes as sacred, in varying degrees: the totemic emblem, the animal or plant whose appearance this emblem reproduces, and the members of the clan. However, this list is not yet complete. In fact, a religion is not merely a collection of fragmentary beliefs in regard to special objects like those we have just been discussing. To a greater or less extent, all known religions have been systems of ideas which tend to embrace the universality of things and to give us a complete representation of the world. If totemism is to be considered as a religion comparable to the others, it too should offer us a conception of the universe. As a matter of fact, it does satisfy this condition. 1. The fact that this aspect of totemism has generally been neglected is due to the too narrow notion of the clan which has been prevalent. Ordinarily, it is regarded as a mere group of human beings. Being a simple subdivision of the tribe, it seems that, like this, it is made up of nothing but men. But in reasoning thus, we substitute our European ideas for those which the primitive has of man and of society. For the Australian, things themselves, everything which is in the universe, are a part of the tribe. They are constituent elements of it and, so to speak, regular members of it. Just like men, they have a determined place in the general scheme of organization of the society. The South Australian savage, says Fisson, looks upon the universe as the great tribe, to one of whose divisions he himself belongs, and all things animate and inanimate, which belong to his class, are parts of the body corporate whereof he himself is a part. As a consequence of this principle, whenever the tribe is divided into two phratres, all known things are distributed between them. All nature, says Palmer, in speaking of the Bellinger River tribe, is also divided into class names. The sun and moon and stars are said to belong to classes just as the blacks themselves. The Port Mackay tribe in Queensland has two phrases with the names Yungaru and Woodaroo, as do the neighboring tribes. Now, as Bridgman says, all things, animate and inanimate, are divided by these tribes into two classes, named Yungaru and Woodaroo. Nor does the classification stop here. The men of each phratry are distributed among a certain number of clans. Likewise, the things attributed to each phratry are in their turn distributed among the clans of which the phratry is composed. A certain tree, for example, will be assigned to the kangaroo clan, and to it alone. Then, just like the human members of the clan, it will have the kangaroo as totem. Another will belong to the snake clan. Clouds will be placed under one totem, the sun under another, etc. All known things will thus be arranged in a sort of tableau or systematic classification embracing the whole of nature. We have given a certain number of these classifications elsewhere. At present, we shall confine ourselves to repeating a few of these as examples. One of the best known of these is the one found in the Mount Gambier tribe. This tribe includes two phratries, named respectively the Cumite and the Croki. Each of these, in its turn, is subdivided into 5 clans. Now, everything in nature belongs to one or another of these 10 clans. Fisson and Howitt say that they are all included within it. In fact, they are classified under these 10 totems, just like species in their respective classes. This is well shown by the following table based on information gathered by Kerr and by Fisson and Howitt. Phratries, clans, things classed in each clan. Fishhawk, smoke, honeysuckle, cert, trees, etc. Pelican, blackwood trees, dogs, fire. Frost, etc. Cumite. Crow, rain, thunder, lightning. Clouds, hail, winter, etc. Black cockatoo, the stars, the moon, etc. A non-poisonous snake. Fish, seal, eel, the stringybark tree, etc. Tea tree, duck, crayfish, owls, etc. An edible root, bustard, quail, a small croaky, kangaroo, etc. A white crestless cockatoo, kangaroo, the summer, the sun, wind, the autumn, etc. Details are lacking for the 4th and 5th croaky clans. The list of things attached to each clan is quite incomplete. Kerr himself warns us that he has limited himself to enumerating some of them. But through the work of Matthews and of Howitt, we have more extended information today on the classification adopted by the Wachabaluk tribe, which enables us to understand better how a system of this kind is able to include the whole universe, as known to the natives. The Wachabaluk also are divided into 2 phratries called Gurajati and Gumiti, Crockich and Gamuch according to Howitt. Not to prolong this enumeration, we shall content ourselves with indicating, after Matthews, the things classed in some of the clans of the Gurajati phratry. In the clan of the Yam are classified the plain turkey, the native cat, the mopok, the dimdim owl, the mallee hen, the rosella parrot, the pewee. In the Mussel clan are the gray emu, the porcupine, the curlew, the white cockatoo, the wood duck, the mallee lizard, the stinking turtle, the flying squirrel, the ringtail opossum, the bronze-winged pigeon, the widjugla. In the Sun clan are the bandicoot, the moon, the kangaroo rat, the black and white magpies, the opossum, the ngrt hawk, the gumtree grub, the wattletree grub, the planet Venus. In the clan of the warm wind are the gray-headed eagle hawk, the carpet snake, the smoker parrot, the shell parrot, the murakan hawk, the dickhummer snake, the ringneck parrot, the murudai snake, the shingleback lizard. If we remember that there are many other clans, Howitt names 12 and Matthews 14, and adds that his list is incomplete, we will understand how all the things in which the native takes an interest find a natural place in these classifications. Similar arrangements have been observed in the most diverse parts of the Australian continent, in South Australia, in Victoria, and in New South Wales, among the ULA. Very clear traces of it are found in the central tribes. In Queensland, where the clans seem to have disappeared, and where the matrimonial classes are the only subdivisions of the phratry, things are divided up among these classes. Thus, the Wakelbura are divided into 2 phratries, Mallara and Woodaroo. The classes of the first are called Kergilla and Bamb, those of the second, Wungo and Abu. Now to the Bamb belong the opossum, the kangaroo, the dog, honey of little bees, etc. To the Wungo are attributed the emu, the bandicoot, the black duck, the black snake, the brown snake. To the Abu, the carpet snake, the honey of stinging bees, etc. To the Kergilla, the porcupine, the turkey of the plains, water, rain, fire, thunder, etc. This same organization is found among the Indians of North America. The Zuni have a system of classification which, in its essential lines, is in all points comparable to the one we have just described. That of the Omaha rests on the same principles as that of the Wachabaluk. An echo of these same ideas survives even into the more advanced societies. Among the Haida, all the gods and mythical beings who are placed in charge of the different phenomena of nature are classified in one or the other of the two phratries which make up the tribe just like men. Some are eagles, the others crows. Now the gods of things are only another aspect of the things which they govern. This mythological classification is therefore merely another form of the preceding one. So we may rest assured that this way of conceiving the world is independent of all ethnic or geographic particularities, and at the same time, it is clearly seen to be closely united to the whole system of totemic beliefs. 2. In the paper to which we have already made allusion several times, we have shown what light these facts throw upon the way in which the idea of kind or class was formed in humanity. In fact, these systematic classifications are the first we meet with in history, and we have just seen that they are modeled upon the social organization, or rather that they have taken the forms of society as their framework. It is the phratries which have served as classes, and the clans as species. It is because men were organized that they have been able to organize things, for in classifying these latter, they limited themselves to giving them places in the groups they formed themselves. And if these different classes of things are not merely put next to each other, but are arranged according to a unified plan, it is because the social groups with which they commingle themselves are unified, and, through their union, form an organic whole, the tribe. The unity of these first logical systems merely reproduces the unity of the society. Thus, we have an occasion for verifying the proposition which we laid down at the commencement of this work, and for assuring ourselves that the fundamental notions of the intellect, the essential categories of thought, may be the product of social factors. The above-mentioned facts show clearly that this is the case with the very notion of category itself. However, it is not our intention to deny that the individual intellect has of itself the power of perceiving resemblances between the different objects of which it is conscious. Quite on the contrary, it is clear that even the most primitive and simple classifications presuppose this faculty. The Australian does not place things in the same clan or in different clans at random. For him, as for us, similar images attract one another, while opposed ones repel one another, and it is on the basis of these feelings of affinity or of repulsion that he classifies the corresponding things in one place or another. There are also cases where we are able to perceive the reasons which inspired this. The two phratries were very probably the original and fundamental bases for these classifications, which were consequently bifurcate at first. Now, when a classification is reduced to two classes, these are almost necessarily conceived as antitheses. They are used primarily as a means of clearly separating things between which there is a very marked contrast. Some are set at the right, the others at the left. As a matter of fact, this is the character of the Australian classifications. If the white cockatoo is in one phratry, the black one is in the other. If the sun is on one side, the moon and the stars of night are on the opposite side. Very frequently, the beings which serve as the totems of the two phratries have contrary colors. These oppositions are even met with outside of Australia. Where one of the phratries is disposed to peace, the other is disposed to war. If one has water as its totem, the other has earth. This is undoubtedly the explanation of why the two phratries have frequently been thought of as naturally antagonistic to one another. They say that there is a sort of rivalry or even a constitutional hostility between them. This opposition of things has extended itself to persons. The logical contrast has begot a sort of social conflict. It is also to be observed that within each phratry, those things have been placed in a single clan which seem to have the greatest affinity with that serving as totem. For example, the moon has been placed with the black cockatoo, but the sun, together with the atmosphere and the wind, with the white cockatoo. Or again, to a totemic animal has been united all that serves him as food, as well as the animals with which he has the closest connection. Of course, we cannot always understand the obscure psychology which has caused many of these connections and distinctions, but the preceding examples are enough to show that a certain intuition of the resemblances and differences presented by things has played an important part in the genesis of these classifications. But the feeling of resemblances is one thing, and the idea of class is another. The class is the external framework of which objects perceive to be similar form, in part, the contents. Now the contents cannot furnish the frame into which they fit. They are made up of vague and fluctuating images, due to the superimposition and partial fusion of a determined number of individual images, which are found to have common elements. The framework, on the contrary, is a definite form, with fixed outlines, but which may be applied to an undetermined number of things, perceived or not, actual or possible. In fact, every class has possibilities of extension which go far beyond the circle of objects which we know, either from direct experience or from resemblance. This is why every school of thinkers has refused, and not with good reason, to identify the idea of class with that of a generic image. The generic image is only the indistinctly bounded residual representation left in us by similar representations, when they are present in consciousness simultaneously. The class is a logical symbol by means of which we think distinctly of these similarities and of other analogous ones. Moreover, the best proof of the distance separating these two notions is that an animal is able to form generic images, though ignorant of the art of thinking in classes and species. The idea of class is an instrument of thought which has obviously been constructed by men. But in constructing it, we have at least had need of a model. For how could this idea ever have been born if there had been nothing either in us or around us which was capable of suggesting it to us? To reply that it was given to us a priori is not to reply at all. This lazy man's solution is, as has been said, the death of analysis. But it is hard to see where we could have found this indispensable model except in the spectacle of the collective life. In fact, a class is not an ideal, but a clearly defined group of things between which internal relationships exist, similar to those of kindred. Now the only groups of this sort known from experience are those formed by men in associating themselves. Material things may be able to form collections of units, or heaps, or mechanical assemblages with no internal unity, but not groups in the sense we have given the word. A heap of sand or a pile of rock is in no way comparable to that variety of definite and organized society which forms a class. In all probability, we would never have thought of uniting the beings of the universe into homogeneous groups, called classes, if we had not had the example of human societies before our eyes, if we had not even commenced by making things themselves members of men's society, and also if human groups and logical groups had not been confused at first. It is also to be borne in mind that a classification is a system whose parts are arranged according to a hierarchy. There are dominating members and others which are subordinate to the first. Species and their distinctive properties depend upon classes and the attributes which characterize them. Again, the different species of a single class are conceived as all placed on the same level in regard to each other. Does someone prefer to regard them from the point of view of the understanding? Then he represents things to himself in an inverse order. He puts at the top the species that are the most particularized and the richest in reality, while the types that are most general and the poorest in qualities are at the bottom. Nevertheless, all are represented in a hierarchic form. And we must be careful not to believe that the expression has only a metaphorical sense here. There are really relations of subordination and coordination, the establishment of which is the object of all classification, and men would never have thought of arranging their knowledge in this way if they had not known beforehand what a hierarchy was. But neither the spectacle of physical nature nor the mechanism of mental associations could furnish them with this knowledge. The hierarchy is exclusively a social affair. It is only in society that there are superiors, inferiors, and equals. Consequently, even if the facts were not enough to prove it, the mere analysis of these ideas would reveal their origin. We have taken them from society and projected them into our conceptions of the world. It is society that has furnished the outlines which logical thought has filled in. 3. But these primitive classifications have a no less direct interest for the origins of religious thought. They imply that all the things thus classed in a single clan or a single phratry are closely related both to each other and to the thing serving as the totem of this clan or phratry. When an Australian of the Port Mackay tribe says that the sun, snakes, etc., are of the Yungaru phratry, he does not mean merely to apply a common, but nonetheless a purely conventional, nomenclature to these different things. The word has an objective signification for him. He believes that alligators really are Yungaru and that kangaroos are Woodaru. The sun is Yungaru, the moon Woodaru, and so on for the constellations, trees, plants, etc. An internal bond attaches them to the group in which they are placed. They are regular members of it. It is said that they belong to the group, just exactly as the individual men make a part of it. Consequently, the same sort of a relation unites them to these latter. Men regard the things in their clan as their relatives or associates. They call them their friends and think that they are made out of the same flesh as themselves. Therefore, between the two there are elective affinities and quite special relations of agreement. Things and people have a common name, and in a certain way they naturally understand each other and harmonize with one another. For example, when a Wakelbura of the Malura phratry is buried, the scaffold upon which the body is exposed must be made of the wood of some tree belonging to the Malura phratry. The same is true for the branches that cover the corpse. If the deceased is of the Bamb class, a Bamb tree must be used. In this same tribe, a magician can use in his art only those things which belong to his own phratry. Since the others are strangers to him, he does not know how to make them obey him. Thus a bond of mystic sympathy unites each individual to those beings, whether living or not, which are associated with him. The result of this is a belief in the possibility of deducing what he will do or what he has done from what they are doing. Among these same Wakelbura, when a man dreams that he has killed an animal belonging to a certain social division, he expects to meet a man of this same division the next day. Inversely, the things attributed to a clan or phratry cannot be used against the members of this clan or phratry. Among the Wachabaluk, each phratry has its own special trees. Now in hunting an animal of the Gyurajati phratry, only arms whose wood is taken from trees of the other phratry may be used, and vice versa. Otherwise the hunter is sure to miss his aim. The native is convinced that the arrow would turn of itself and refuse, so to speak, to hit a kindred and friendly animal. Thus the men of the clan and the things which are classified in it form by their union a solid system, all of whose parts are united and vibrate sympathetically. This organization, which at first may have appeared to us as purely logical, is at the same time moral. A single principle animates it and makes its unity. This is the totem. Just as a man who belongs to the Crow clan has within him something of this animal, so the rain, since it is of the same clan and belongs to the same totem, is also necessarily considered as being the same thing as a crow. For the same reason, the moon is a black cockatoo, the sun a white cockatoo, every blacknut tree a pelican, etc. All the beings arranged in a single clan, whether men, animals, plants, or inanimate objects, are merely forms of the totemic being. This is the meaning of the formula which we have just cited, and this is what makes the two really of the same species. All are really of the same flesh in the sense that all partake of the nature of the totemic animal. Also, the qualifiers given them are those given to the totem. The Wachabaluk give the name Mir both to the totem and to the things classed with it. It is true that among the Arunta, where visible traces of classification still exist, as we shall see, different words designate the totem and the other beings placed with it. However, the name given to these latter bears witness to the close relations which unite them to the totemic animal. It is said that they are its intimates, its associates, its friends. It is believed that they are inseparable from it. So there is a feeling that these are very closely related things. But we also know that the totemic animal is a sacred being. All the things that are classified in the clan of which it is the emblem have this same character, because in one sense, they are animals of the same species, just as the man is. They, too, are sacred, and the classifications which locate them in relation to the other things of the universe, by that very act give them a place in the religious world. For this reason, the animals or plants among these may not be eaten freely by the human members of the clan. Thus in the Mount Gambier tribe, the men whose totem is a certain non-poisonous snake must not merely refrain from eating the flesh of this snake. That of seals, eels, etc., is also forbidden to them. If, driven by necessity, they do eat some of it, they must at least attenuate the sacrilege by expiatory rites, just as if they had eaten the totem itself. Among the Uale, where it is permitted to use the totem, but not to abuse it, the same rule is applied to the other members of the clan. Among the Arranta, the interdictions protecting the totemic animal extend over the associated animals, and in any case, particular attention must be given to these latter. The sentiments inspired by the two are identical. But the fact that the things thus attached to the totem are not of a different nature from it, and consequently have a religious character, is best proved by the fact that on certain occasions they fulfill the same functions. They are accessory or secondary totems, or, according to an expression now consecrated by usage, they are subtotems. It is constantly happening in the clans that under the influence of various sympathies, particular affinities are forming, smaller groups and more limited associations arise, which tend to lead a relatively autonomous life and to form a new subdivision like a subclan within the larger one. In order to distinguish and individualize itself, this subclan needs a special totem or, consequently, a subtotem. Now the totems of these secondary groups are chosen from among the things classified under the principal totem. So they are always almost totems, and the slightest circumstance is enough to make them actually so. There is a latent totemic nature in them, which shows itself as soon as conditions permit it or demand it. It thus happens that a single individual has two totems, a principal totem common to the whole clan and a subtotem which is special to the subclan of which he is a member. This is something analogous to the nomen and cognomen of the Romans. Sometimes we see a subclan emancipate itself completely and become an autonomous group and an independent clan. Then, the subtotem, on its side, becomes a regular totem. One tribe where this process of segmentation has been pushed to the limit, so to speak, is the Arranta. The information contained in the first book of Spencer and Gillen showed that there were some 60 totems among the Arranta, but the recent researches of Strelo have shown the number to be much larger. He counted no less than 442. Spencer and Gillen did not exaggerate at all when they said, "In fact, there is scarcely an object, animate or inanimate, to be found in the country occupied by the natives which does not give its name to some totemic group." Now this multitude of totems, whose number is prodigious when compared to the population, is due to the fact that under special circumstances, the original clans have divided and subdivided infinitely. Consequently, nearly all the subtotems have passed to the stage of totems. This has been definitely proved by the observations of Strelo. Spencer and Gillen cited only certain isolated cases of associated totems. Strelo has shown that this is in reality an absolutely general organization. He has been able to draw up a table where nearly all the totems of the Arranta are classified according to this principle. All are attached, either as associates or as auxiliaries, to some 60 principal totems. The first are believed to be in the service of the second. This state of dependence is very probably the echo of a time when the allies of today were only subtotems, and consequently when the tribe contained only a small number of clans subdivided into subclans. Numerous survivals confirm this hypothesis. It frequently happens that two groups thus associated have the same totemic emblem. Now this unity of emblem is explicable only if the two groups were at first only one. The relation of the two clans is also shown by the part and the interest that each one takes in the rights of the other. The two cults are still only imperfectly separated. This is very probably because they were at first completely intermingled. Tradition explains the bonds which unite them by imagining that formerly the two clans occupied neighboring places. In other cases, the myth says expressly that one of them was derived from the other. It is related that at first the associated animal belonged to the species still serving as principal totem. It differentiated itself at a later period. Thus, the Chantunga birds, which are associated with the Witchetly grub today, were Witchetly grubs in fabulous times, who later transformed themselves into birds. Two species which are now attached to the honey ant were formerly honey ants, etc. This transformation of a subtotem into a totem goes on by imperceptible degrees, so that in certain cases the situation is undecided, and it is hard to say whether one is dealing with a principal totem or a secondary one. As Howitt says in regard to the Wachabaluk, there are subtotems which are totems in formation. Thus the different things classified in a clan constitute, as it were, so many nuclei around which new totemic cults are able to form. This is the best proof of the religious sentiments which they inspire. If they did not have a sacred character, they could not be promoted so easily to the same dignity as the things which are sacred before all others, the regular totems. So the field of religious things extends well beyond the limits within which it seemed to be confined at first. It embraces not only the totemic animals and the human members of the clan, but since no known thing exists that is not classified in a clan and under a totem, there is likewise nothing which does not receive to some degree something of a religious character. When, in the religions which later come into being, the gods properly so-called appear, each of them will be set over a special category of natural phenomena, this one over the sea, that one over the air, another over the harvest or over fruits, etc., and each of these provinces of nature will be believed to draw what life there is in it from the god upon whom it depends. This division of nature among the different divinities constitutes the conception which these religions give us of the universe. Now, so long as humanity has not passed the phase of totemism, the different totems of the tribe fulfill exactly the same functions that will later fall upon the divine personalities. In the Mount Gambier tribe, which we have taken as our principal example, there are 10 clans. Consequently, the entire world is divided into 10 classes, or rather into 10 families, each of which has a special totem as its basis. It is from this basis that the things classed in the clan get all their reality, for they are thought of as variant forms of the totemic being. To return to our example, the rain, thunder, lightning, clouds, hail, and winter are regarded as different sorts of crows. When brought together, these 10 families of things make up a complete and systematic representation of the world. And this representation is religious, for religious notions furnish its basis. Far from being limited to one or two categories of beings, the domain of totemic religion extends to the final limits of the known universe. Just like the Greek religion, it puts the divine everywhere. The celebrated formula, "everything is full of the gods," might equally well serve it as motto. However, if totemism is to be represented thus, the notion of it which has long been held must be modified on one essential point. Until the discoveries of recent years, it was made to consist entirely in the cult of one particular totem, and it was defined as the religion of the clan. From this point of view, each tribe seemed to have as many totemic religions, each independent of the others, as it had different clans. This conception was also in harmony with the idea currently held of the clan. In fact, this was regarded as an autonomous society, more or less closed to other similar societies, or having only external and superficial relations with these latter. But the reality is more complex. Undoubtedly, the cult of each totem has its home in the corresponding clan. It is there, and only there, that it is celebrated. It is members of the clan who have charge of it. It is through them that it is transmitted from one generation to another, along with the beliefs which are its basis. But it is also true that the different totemic cults thus practiced within a single tribe do not have a parallel development, though remaining ignorant of each other, as if each of them constituted a complete and self-sufficing religion. On the contrary, they mutually imply each other. They are only the parts of a single whole, the elements of a single religion. The men of one clan never regard the beliefs of neighboring clans with that indifference, skepticism, or hostility which one religion ordinarily inspires for another which is foreign to it. They partake of these beliefs themselves. The Crow people are also convinced that the Snake people have a mythical serpent as ancestor, and that they owe special virtues and marvelous powers to this origin. And have we not seen that at least in certain conditions, a man may eat a totem that is not his own only after he has observed certain ritual formalities? Especially, he must demand the permission of the men of this totem, if any are present. So for him also, this food is not entirely profane. He also admits that there are intimate affinities between the members of a clan of which he is not a member and the animal whose name they bear. Also, this community of belief is sometimes shown in the cult. If in theory the rites concerning a totem can be performed only by the men of this totem, nevertheless representatives of different clans frequently assist at them. It sometimes happens that their part is not simply that of spectators. It is true that they do not officiate, but they decorate the officiants and prepare the service. They themselves have an interest in its being celebrated. Therefore, in certain tribes, it is they who invite the qualified clan to proceed with the ceremonies. There is even a whole cycle of rites, which must take place in the presence of the assembled tribe. These are the totemic ceremonies of initiation. Finally, the totemic organization, such as we have just described it, must obviously be the result of some sort of an indistinct understanding between all the members of the tribe. It is impossible that each clan should have made its beliefs in an absolutely independent manner. It is absolutely necessary that the cults of the different totems should be in some way adjusted to each other, since they complete one another exactly. In fact, we have seen that normally a single totem is not repeated twice in the same tribe, and that the whole universe is divided up among the totems, thus constituted in such a way that the same object is not found in two different clans. So methodical a division could never have been made without an agreement, tacit or planned, in which the whole tribe participated. So the group of beliefs which thus arise are partially, but only partially, a tribal affair. To sum up, then, in order to form an adequate idea of totemism, we must not confine ourselves within the limits of the clan, but must consider the tribe as a whole. It is true that the particular cult of each clan enjoys a very great autonomy. We can now see that it is within the clan that the active ferment of the religious life takes place. But it is also true that these cults fit into each other, and the totemic religion is a complex system formed by their union, just as Greek polytheism was made by the union of all the particular cults addressed to the different divinities. We have just shown that, thus understood, totemism also has its cosmology. Chapter 4. Totemic Beliefs End. The individual totem and the sexual totem. Up to the present, we have studied totemism only as a public institution. The only totems of which we have spoken are common to a clan, a phratry, or, in a sense, to a tribe. An individual has a part in them only as a member of a group. But we know that there is no religion which does not have an individual aspect. This general observation is applicable to totemism. In addition to the impersonal and collective totems which hold the first place, there are others which are peculiar to each individual, which express his personality, and whose cult he celebrates in private. 1. In certain Australian tribes, and in the majority of the Indian tribes of North America, each individual personally sustains relations with some determined object, which are comparable to those which each clan sustains with its totem. This is sometimes an inanimate being or an artificial object, but it is generally an animal. In certain cases, a special part of the organism, such as the head, the feet, or the liver, fulfills this office. The name of the thing also serves as the name of the individual. It is his personal name, his forename, which is added to that of the collective totem, as the prenomen of the Romans was to the nomen gentilicium. It is true that this fact is not reported except in a certain number of societies, but it is probably general. In fact, we shall presently show that there is an identity of nature between the individual and the thing. Now an identity of nature implies one of name. Being given in the course of especially important religious ceremonies, this forename has a sacred character. It is not pronounced in the ordinary circumstances of profane life. It even happens that the word designating this object in the ordinary language must be modified to a greater or less extent if it is to serve in this particular case. This is because the terms of the usual language are excluded from the religious life. In certain American tribes, at least, this name is reinforced by an emblem belonging to each individual and representing, under various forms, the thing designated by the name. For example, each Mandan wears the skin of the animal of which he is the namesake. If it is a bird, he decorates himself with its feathers. The Hurons and Algonquins tattoo their bodies with its image. It is represented on their arms. Among the northwestern tribes, the individual emblem, just like the collective emblem of the clan, is carved or engraved on the utensils, houses, etc. It serves as a mark of ownership. Frequently, the two coats of arms are combined together, which partially explains the great diversity of aspects presented by the totemic escutcheons among these peoples. Between the individual and his animal namesake there exist the very closest bonds. The man participates in the nature of the animal. He has its good qualities as well as its faults. For example, a man having the eagle as his coat of arms is believed to possess the gift of seeing into the future. If he is named after a bear, they say that he is apt to be wounded in combat, for the bear is heavy and slow and easily caught. If the animal is despised, the man is the object of the same sentiment. The relationship of the two is even so close that it is believed that in certain circumstances, especially in case of danger, the man can take the form of the animal. Inversely, the animal is regarded as a double of the man, as his alter ego. The association of the two is so close that their destinies are frequently thought to be bound up together. Nothing can happen to one without the others feeling a reaction. If the animal dies, the life of the man is menaced. Thus it comes to be a very general rule that one should not kill the animal, nor eat its flesh. This interdiction, which, when concerning the totem of the clan, allows of all sorts of attenuations and modifications, is now much more formal and absolute. On its side, the animal protects the man and serves him as a sort of patron. It informs him of possible dangers and of the way of escaping them. They say that it is his friend. Since it frequently happens to possess marvelous powers, it communicates them to its human associate, who believes in them, even under the proof of bullets, arrows, and blows of every sort. This confidence of an individual in the efficacy of his protector is so great that he braves the greatest dangers and accomplishes the most disconcerting feats with an intrepid serenity. Faith gives him the necessary courage and strength. However, the relations of a man with his patron are not purely and simply those of dependence. He, on his side, is able to act upon the animal. He gives it orders, he has influence over it. A Kurnai having the shark as ally and friend believes that he can disperse the sharks who menace a boat by means of a charm. In other cases, the relations thus contracted are believed to confer upon the man a special aptitude for hunting the animal with success. The very nature of these relations seems clearly to imply that the being to which each individual is thus associated is only an individual itself, and not a species. A man does not have a species as his alter ego. In fact, there are cases where it is certainly a certain determined tree, rock, or stone that fulfills this function. It must be thus every time that it is an animal, and that the existences of the animal and the man are believed to be connected. A man could not be united so closely to a whole species, for there is not a day nor, so to speak, an instant when the species does not lose some one of its members. Yet the primitive has a certain incapacity for thinking of the individual apart from the species. The bonds uniting him to the one readily extend to the other. He confounds the two in the same sentiment. Thus the entire species becomes sacred for him. This protector is naturally given different names in different societies. Nagual among the Indians of Mexico, Manitou among the Algonquins and Aki among the Hurons, Snam among certain Salish, Sulia among others, Budgeon among the Yuin, Yunbi among the Ula, etc. Owing to the importance of these beliefs and practices among the Indians of North America, some have proposed creating a word Nagualism or Manitouism to designate them. But in giving them a special and distinctive name, we run the risk of misunderstanding their relations with the rest of totemism. In fact, the same principle is applied in the one case to the clan and in the other to the individual. In both cases, we find the same belief that there are vital connections between the things and the men, and that the former are endowed with special powers, of which their human allies may also enjoy the advantage. We also find the same custom of giving the man the name of the thing with which he is associated, and of adding an emblem to this name. The totem is the patron of the clan, just as the patron of the individual is his personal totem. So it is important that our terminology should make the relationship of the two systems apparent. That is why we, with Fraser, shall give the name individual totemism to the cult, rendered by each individual to his patron. A further justification of this expression is found in the fact that in certain cases the primitive himself uses the same word to designate the totem of the clan and the animal protector of the individual. If Tyler and Powell have rejected this term and demanded different ones for these two sorts of religious institutions, it is because the collective totem is, in their opinion, only a name or label, having no religious character. But we, on the contrary, know that it is a sacred thing, and even more so than the protecting animal. Moreover, the continuation of our study will show how these two varieties of totemism are inseparable from each other. Yet, howsoever close the kinship between these two institutions may be, there are important differences between them. While the clan believes that it is the offspring of the animal or plant serving it as totem, the individual does not believe that he has any relationship of descent with his personal totem. It is a friend, an associate, a protector, but it is not a relative. He takes advantage of the virtues it is believed to possess, but he is not of the same blood. In the second place, the members of a clan allow neighboring clans to eat of the animal whose name they bear collectively, under the simple condition that the necessary formalities shall be observed. But, on the contrary, the individual respects the species to which his personal totem belongs and also protects it against strangers, at least in those parts where the destiny of the man is held to be bound up with that of the animal. But the chief difference between these two sorts of totems is in the manner in which they are acquired. The collective totem is a part of the civil status of each individual. It is generally hereditary. In any case, it is birth which designates it, and the wish of men counts for nothing. Sometimes the child has the totem of his mother, Kamilar, Diri, Urubana, etc. Sometimes that of his father, Naraniri, Warramunga, etc. Sometimes the one predominating in the locality where his mother conceived, Aranta, Loricha. But on the contrary, the individual totem is acquired by a deliberate act. A whole series of ritual operations are necessary to determine it. The method generally employed by the Indians of North America is as follows. About the time of puberty, as the time for initiation approaches, the young man withdraws into a distant place, for example, into a forest. There, during a period varying from a few days to several years, he submits himself to all sorts of exhausting and unnatural exercises. He fasts, mortifies himself, and inflicts various mutilations upon himself. Now he wanders about, uttering violent cries and veritable howls. Now he lies extended, motionless and lamenting upon the ground. Sometimes he dances, prays, and invokes his ordinary divinities. At last, he thus gets himself into an extreme state of superexcitation, verging on delirium. When he has reached this paroxysm, his representations readily take on the character of hallucinations. When, says Heckwelder, a boy is on the eve of being initiated, he is submitted to an alternating regime of fasts and medical treatment. He abstains from all food and takes the most powerful and repugnant drugs. At times, he drinks intoxicating concoctions until his mind really wanders. Then he has, or thinks he has, visions and extraordinary dreams to which he was of course predisposed by all this training. He imagines himself flying through the air, advancing under the ground, jumping from one mountaintop to another across the valleys, and fighting and conquering giants and monsters. If in these circumstances he sees, or, as amounts to the same thing, he thinks he sees, while dreaming or while awake, an animal appearing to him in an attitude seeming to show friendly intentions, then he imagines that he has discovered the patron he awaited. Yet this procedure is rarely employed in Australia. On this continent, the personal totem seems to be imposed by a third party, either at birth or at the moment of initiation. Generally, it is a relative who takes this part, or else a personage invested with special powers, such as an old man or a magician. Sometimes divination is used for this purpose. For example, on Charlotte Bay, Cape Bedford, or the Proserpine River, the grandmother or some other old woman takes a little piece of umbilical cord to which the placenta is still attached and whirls it about quite violently. Meanwhile, the other old women propose different names. That one is adopted which happens to be pronounced just at the moment when the cord breaks. Among the Yarracanna of Cape York, after a tooth has been knocked out of the young initiate, they give him a little water to rinse his mouth and ask him to spit in a bucket full of water. The old men carefully examine the clot formed by the blood and saliva thus spit out, and the natural object whose shape it resembles becomes the personal totem of the young man. In other cases, the totem is transmitted from one individual to another, for example from father to son or uncle to nephew. This method is also used in America. In a case reported by Hill Tout, the operator was a shaman who wished to transmit his totem to his nephew. The uncle took the symbol of his snam, his personal totem, which in this case was a dried bird's skin, and bade his nephew breathe upon it. He then blew upon it also himself, uttered some mystic words, and the dried skin seemed to Paul the nephew to become a living bird, which flew about them a moment or two and then finally disappeared. Paul was then instructed by his uncle to procure that day a bird's skin of the same kind as his uncle's and wear it on his person. This he did, and that night he had a dream in which the Snam appeared to him in the shape of a human being, disclosed to him its mystic name by which it might be summoned, and promised him protection. Not only is the individual totem acquired and not given, but ordinarily the acquisition of one is not obligatory. In the first place, there are a multitude of tribes in Australia where the custom seems to be absolutely unknown. Also, even where it does exist, it is frequently optional. Thus, among the ULA, while all the magicians have individual totems from which they get their powers, there are a great number of laymen who have none at all. It is a favor given by the magician, but which he reserves for his friends, his favorites, and those who aspire to becoming his colleagues. Likewise, among certain Salish, persons desiring to excel especially either in fighting or in hunting, or aspirants to the position of shaman, are the only ones who provide themselves with protectors of this sort. So among certain peoples, at least, the individual totem seems to be considered an advantage and convenient thing rather than a necessity. It is a good thing to have, but a man can do without one. Inversely, a man need not limit himself to a single totem. If he wishes to be more fully protected, nothing hinders his seeking and acquiring several, and if the one he has fulfills its part badly, he can change it. But while it is more optional and free, individual totemism contains within it a force of resistance never attained by the totemism of the clan. One of the chief informers of Hill Tout was a baptized Salish. However, though he had sincerely abandoned the faith of his fathers, and though he had become a model catechist, still his faith in the efficacy of the personal totems remained unshaken. Similarly, though no visible traces of collective totemism remain in civilized countries, the idea that there is a connection between each individual and some animal, plant, or other object is at the bottom of many customs still observable in many European countries. 2. Between collective totemism and individual totemism, there is an intermediate form partaking of the characteristics of each. This is sexual totemism. It is found only in Australia and in a small number of tribes. It is mentioned especially in Victoria and New South Wales. Matthews, it is true, claims to have observed it in all the parts of Australia that he has visited, but he gives no precise facts to support this affirmation. Among these different peoples, all the men of the tribe on the one hand, and all the women on the other, to whatever special clan they may belong, form, as it were, two distinct and even antagonistic societies. Now each of these two sexual corporations believes that it is united by mystical bonds to a determined animal. Among the Kern, all the men think they are brothers, as it were, of the Imuren Yirng, all the women that they are as sisters of the linnet Jeet. All the men are Yirng and all the women are Jeet. Among the Wachabaluk and the Wurundjeri, it is the bat and the nightjar, a species of screech owl, respectively, who take this role. In other tribes, the woodpecker is substituted for the nightjar. Each sex regards the animal to which it is thus related as a sort of protector, which must be treated with the greatest regard. It is also forbidden to kill and eat it. Thus this protecting animal plays the same part in relation to the sexual society that the totem of the clan plays to this latter group. So the expression sexual totemism, which we borrow from Fraser, is justified. This new sort of totem resembles that of the clan particularly in that it, too, is collective. It belongs to all the people of one sex indiscriminately. It also resembles this form in that it implies a relationship of descent and consanguinity between the animal patron and the corresponding sex. Among the Kern, all the men are believed to be descended from Yirng and all the women from Jeet. The first observer to point out this curious institution described it, in 1834, in the following terms. Tilmun, a little bird the size of a thrush, it is a sort of woodpecker, is supposed by the women to be the first maker of women. These birds are held in veneration by the women only. So it was a great ancestor, but in other ways, this same totem resembles the individual totem. In fact, it is believed that each member of a sexual group is personally united to a determined individual of the corresponding animal species. The two lives are so closely associated that the death of the animal brings about that of the man. The life of a bat, say the Wachabaluk, is the life of a man. That is why each sex not only respects its own totem, but forces the members of the other to do so as well. Every violation of this interdiction gives rise to actual bloody battles between the men and the women. Finally, the really original feature of these totems is that they are, in a sense, a sort of tribal totems. In fact, they result from men's representing the tribe as descended as a whole from one couple of mythical beings. Such a belief seems to demonstrate clearly that the tribal sentiment has acquired sufficient force to resist, at least to a considerable extent, the particularism of the clans. In regard to the distinct origins assigned to men and to women, it must be said that its cause is to be sought in the separate conditions in which the men and the women live. It would be interesting to know how the sexual totems are related to the totems of the clans. According to the theory of the Australians, what relations there were between the two ancestors thus placed at the commencement of the tribe, and from which one each special clan is believed to be descended. But the ethnographical data at our present disposal do not allow us to resolve these questions. Moreover, however natural and even necessary it may appear to us, it is very possible that the natives never raised it. They do not feel the need of coordinating and systematizing their beliefs as strongly as we do. Chapter 5. Origins of these beliefs. Critical examination of preceding theories. The beliefs which we have just summarized are manifestly of a religious nature, since they imply a division of things into sacred and profane. It is certain that there is no thought of spiritual beings, and in the course of our exposition, we have not even had occasion to pronounce the words spirits, genii, or divine personalities. But if certain writers, of whom we shall have something more to say presently, have, for this reason, refused to regard totemism as a religion, it is because they have an inexact notion of what religious phenomena are. On the other hand, we are assured that this religion is the most primitive one that is now observable, and even, in all probability, that has ever existed. In fact, it is inseparable from a social organization on a clan basis. Not only is it impossible, as we have already pointed out, to define it except in connection with the clan, but it even seems as though the clan could not exist, in the form it has taken in a great number of Australian societies, without the totem. For the members of a single clan are not united to each other either by a common habitat or by common blood, as they are not necessarily consanguineous and are frequently scattered over different parts of the tribal territory. Their unity comes solely from their having the same name and the same emblem, their believing that they have the same relations with the same categories of things, their practicing the same rites, or, in a word, from their participating in the same totemic cult. Thus totemism and the clan mutually imply each other, in so far, at least, as the latter is not confounded with the local group. Now the social organization on a clan basis is the simplest which we know. In fact, it exists in all its essential elements from the moment when the society includes two primary clans. Consequently, we may say that there are none more rudimentary, as long as societies reduced to a single clan have not been discovered, and we believe that up to the present, no traces of such have been found. A religion so closely connected to a social system, surpassing all others in simplicity, may well be regarded as the most elementary religion we can possibly know. If we succeed in discovering the origins of the beliefs which we have just analyzed, we shall very probably discover at the same time the causes leading to the rise of the religious sentiment in humanity. But before treating this question for ourselves, we must examine the most authorized solutions of it which have already been proposed. 1. In the first place, we find a group of scholars who believe that they can account for totemism by deriving it from some previous religion. For Tyler and Wilkin, totemism is a special form of the cult of the ancestors. It was the widespread doctrine of the transmigration of souls that served as a bridge between these two religious systems. A large number of peoples believe that after death, the soul does not remain disincarnate forever, but presently animates another living body. On the other hand, the lower psychology, drawing no definite line of demarcation between the souls of men and of beasts, can at least admit without difficulty the transmigration of human souls into the bodies of the lower animals. Tyler cites a certain number of cases. Under these circumstances, the religious respect inspired by the ancestor is quite naturally attached to the animal or plant with which he is presently confounded. The animal thus serving as a receptacle for a venerated being becomes a holy thing, the object of a cult, that is, a totem, for all the descendants of the ancestor, who form the clan descended from him. Facts pointed out by Wilkin among the societies of the Malay archipelago would tend to prove that it really was in this manner that the totemic beliefs originated. In Java and Sumatra, crocodiles are especially honored. They are regarded as benevolent protectors who must not be killed. Offerings are made to them. Now the cult thus rendered to them is due to their being supposed to incarnate the souls of ancestors. The Malays of the Philippines consider the crocodile their grandfather. The tiger is treated in the same way for the same reasons. Similar beliefs have been observed among the Bantus. In Melanesia, it sometimes happens that an influential man, at the moment of death, announces his desire to reincarnate himself in a certain animal or plant. It is easily understood how the object thus chosen as his posthumous residence becomes sacred for his whole family. So, far from being a primitive fact, totemism would seem to be the product of a more complex religion which preceded it. But the societies from which these facts were taken had already arrived at a rather advanced stage of culture. In any case, they had passed the stage of pure totemism. They have families and not totemic clans. Even the majority of the animals to which religious honors are thus rendered are venerated, not by special groups of families, but by the tribes as a whole. So if these beliefs and practices do have some connection with ancient totemic cults, they now represent only altered forms of them and are consequently not very well fitted for showing us their origins. It is not by studying an institution at the moment, when it is in full decadence, that we can learn how it was formed. If we want to know how totemism originated, it is neither in Java nor Sumatra nor Melanesia that we must study it, but in Australia. Here we find neither a cult of the dead nor the doctrine of transmigration. Of course, they believe that the mythical heroes, the founders of the clan, reincarnate themselves periodically. But this is in human bodies only. Each birth, as we shall see, is the product of one of these reincarnations. So if the animals of the totemic species are the object of rites, it is not because the ancestral souls are believed to reside in them. It is true that the first ancestors are frequently represented under the form of an animal, and this very common representation is an important fact for which we must account. But it was not the belief in metempsychoses which gave it birth, for this belief is unknown among Australian societies. Moreover, far from being able to explain totemism, this belief takes for granted one of the fundamental principles upon which this rests. That is to say, it begs the question to be explained. It, just as much as totemism, implies that man is considered a close relative of the animal. For if these two kingdoms were clearly distinguished in the mind, men would never believe that a human soul could pass so easily from one into the other. It is even necessary that the body of the animal be considered its true home, for it is believed to go there as soon as it regains its liberty. Now, while the doctrine of transmigration postulates this singular affinity, it offers no explanation of it. The only explanation offered by Tyler is that men sometimes resemble in certain traits the anatomy and physiology of the animal. The half-human features and actions and characters of animals are watched with wondering sympathy by the savage, as by the child. The beast is the very incarnation of familiar qualities of man, and such names as lion, bear, fox, owl, parrot, viper, worm, when we apply them as epithets to men, condense into a word some leading features of a human life. But even if these resemblances are met with, they are uncertain and exceptional. Before all else, men resemble their relatives and companions, and not plants and animals. Such rare and questionable analogies could not overcome such unanimous proofs, nor could they lead a man to think of himself and his forefathers in forms contradicted by daily experience. So this question remains untouched, and as long as it is not answered, we cannot say that totemism is explained. Finally, this whole theory rests upon a fundamental misunderstanding. For Tyler, as for Wundt, totemism is only a particular case of the cult of animals. But we, on the contrary, know that it is something very different from a sort of animal worship. The animal is never adored. The man is nearly its equal and sometimes even treats it as his possession. So far is he from being subordinate to it like a believer before his God. If the animals of the totemic species are really believed to incarnate the ancestors, the members of foreign clans would not be allowed to eat their flesh freely. In reality, it is not to the animal as such that the cult is addressed, but to the emblem and the image of the totem. Now, between this religion of the emblem and the ancestor cult, there is no connection whatsoever. While Tyler derives totemism from the ancestor cult, Jevons derives it from the nature cult, and here is how he does so. When, under the impulse of the surprise occasioned by the irregularities observed in the course of phenomena, men had once peopled the world with supernatural beings, they felt the need of making agreements with these redoubtable forces with which they had surrounded themselves. They understood that the best way to escape being overwhelmed by them was to ally themselves to some of them, and thus make sure of their aid. But at this period of history, men knew no other form of alliance and association than the one resulting from kinship. All the members of a single clan aid each other mutually because they are kindred, or, as amounts to the same thing, because they think they are. On the other hand, different clans treat each other as enemies because they are of different blood. So the only way of assuring themselves of the support of these supernatural beings was to adopt them as kindred and to be adopted by them in the same quality. The well-known processes of the blood covenant permitted them to attain this result quite easily. But since at this period, the individual did not yet have a real personality and was regarded only as a part of his group or clan, it was the clan as a whole, and not the individual, which collectively contracted this relationship. For the same reason, it was contracted, not with a particular object, but with the natural group or species of which this object was a part. For men think of the world as they think of themselves, and just as they could not conceive themselves apart from their clans, so they were unable to conceive of anything else as distinct from the species to which it belonged. Now a species of things united to a clan by a bond of kinship is, says Jevons, a totem. In fact, it is certain that totemism implies the close association of a clan to a determined category of objects, but that this association was contracted with a deliberate design and in the full consciousness of an end sought after, as Jevons would have us believe, is a statement having but little harmony with what history teaches. Religions are too complex and answer to needs that are too many and too obscure to have their origin in a premeditated act of the will. And while it sins through oversimplicity, this hypothesis is also highly improbable. It says that men sought to assure themselves of the aid of the supernatural beings upon which things depend. Then they should preferably have addressed themselves to the most powerful of these, and to those whose protection promised to be the most beneficial. But quite on the contrary, the beings with whom they have formed this mystic kinship are often among the most humble which exist. Also, if it were only a question of making allies and defenders, they would have tried to make as many as possible, for one cannot be defended too well. Yet as a matter of fact, each clan systematically contents itself with a single totem, that is to say, with one single protector, leaving the other clans to enjoy their own in perfect liberty. Each group confines itself within its own religious domain, never seeking to trespass upon that of its neighbors. This reserve and moderation are inexplicable according to the hypothesis under consideration. 2. Moreover, all these theories are wrong in omitting one question which dominates the whole subject. We have seen that there are two sorts of totemism, that of the individual and that of the clan. There is too evident a kinship between the two for them not to have some connection with each other. So we may well ask if one is not derived from the other, and, in the case of an affirmative answer, which is the more primitive. According to the solution accepted, the problem of the origins of totemism will be posed in different terms. This question becomes all the more necessary because of its general interest. Individual totemism is an individual aspect of the totemic cult. Then, if it was the primitive fact, we must say that religion is born in the consciousness of the individual, that before all else, it answers to individual aspirations, and that its collective form is merely secondary. The desire for an undue simplicity, with which ethnologists and sociologists are too frequently inspired, has naturally led many scholars to explain, here as elsewhere, the complex by the simple, the totem of the group by that of the individual. Such, in fact, is the theory sustained by Fraser in his Golden Bough, by Hiltout, by Miss Fletcher, by Boas, and by Swanton. It has the additional advantage of being in harmony with the conception of religion which is currently held. This is quite generally regarded as something intimate and personal. From this point of view, the totem of the clan can only be an individual totem which has become generalized. Some eminent man, having found from experience the value of a totem he chose for himself by his own free will, transmitted it to his descendants. These latter, multiplying as time went on, finally formed the extended family known as a clan, and thus the totem became collective. Hiltout believes that he has found a proof supporting this theory in the way totemism has spread among certain societies of northwestern America, especially among the Salish and certain Indians on the Thompson River. Individual totemism and the clan totemism are both found among these peoples, but they either do not coexist in the same tribe, or else, when they do coexist, they are not equally developed. They vary in an inverse proportion to each other. Where the clan totem tends to become the general rule, the individual totem tends to disappear, and vice versa. Is that not as much as to say that the first is a more recent form of the second, which excludes it by replacing it? Mythology seems to confirm this interpretation. In these same societies, in fact, the ancestor of the clan is not a totemic animal. The founder of the group is generally represented in the form of a human being who, at a certain time, had entered into familiar relations with a fabulous animal from whom he received his totemic emblem. This emblem, together with the special powers which are attached to it, was then passed on to the descendants of this mythical hero by right of heritage. So these people themselves seem to consider the collective totem as an individual one, perpetuated in the same family. Moreover, it still happens today that a father transmits his own totem to his children. So, if we imagine that the collective totem had, in a general way, this same origin, we are assuming that the same thing took place in the past which is still observable today. It is still to be explained whence the individual totem comes. The reply given to this question varies with different authors. Hiltout considers it a particular case of fetishism. Feeling himself surrounded on all sides by dreaded spirits, the individual experienced that sentiment which we have just seen Jevons attribute to the clan. In order that he might continue to exist, he sought some powerful protector in this mysterious world. Thus the use of a personal totem became established. For Fraser, this same institution was rather a subterfuge or trick of war, invented by men that they might escape from certain dangers. It is known that according to a belief which is very widespread in a large number of inferior societies, the human soul is able, without great inconvenience, to quit the body it inhabits for a while. Howsoever far away it may be, it continues to animate this body by a sort of detached control. Then, in certain critical moments, when life is supposed to be particularly menaced, it may be desirable to withdraw the soul from the body and lead it to some place or into some object where it will be in greater security. In fact, there are a certain number of practices whose object is to withdraw the soul in order to protect it from some danger, either real or imaginary. For example, at the moment when men are going to enter a newly built house, a magician removes their souls and puts them in a sack, to be saved and returned to their proprietors after the door sill has been crossed. This is because the moment when one enters a new house is exceptionally critical. One may have disturbed, and consequently offended, the spirits who reside in the ground and especially under the sill, and if precautions are not taken, these could make a man pay dearly for his audacity. But when this danger is once past, and one has been able to anticipate their anger, and even to make sure of their favor through the accomplishment of certain rites, the souls may safely retake their accustomed place. It is this same belief which gave birth to the personal totem. To protect themselves from sorcery, men thought it wise to hide their souls in the anonymous crowd of some species of animal or vegetable. But after these relations had once been established, each individual found himself closely united to the animal or plant where his own vital principle was believed to reside. Two beings so closely united were finally thought to be practically indistinguishable. Men believed that each participated in the nature of the other. When this belief had once been accepted, it facilitated and hastened the transformation of the personal totem into an hereditary, and consequently a collective totem. For it seemed quite evident that this kinship of nature should be transmitted hereditarily from father to child. We shall not stop to discuss these two explanations of the individual totem at length. They are ingenious fabrications of the mind, but they completely lack all positive proof. If we are going to reduce totemism to fetishism, we must first establish that the latter is prior to the former. Now, not merely is no fact brought forward to support this hypothesis, but it is even contradicted by everything that we know. The ill-determined group of rites going under the name of fetishism seem to appear only among peoples who have already attained to a certain degree of civilization, but it is a species of cult unknown in Australia. It is true that some have described the Chiringa as a fetish, but even supposing that this qualification were justified, it would not prove the priority which is postulated. Quite on the contrary, the Chiringa presupposes totemism, since it is essentially an instrument of the totemic cult and owes the virtues attributed to it to totemic beliefs alone. As for the theory of Fraser, it presupposes a thoroughgoing idiocy on the part of the primitive which known facts do not allow us to attribute to him. He does have a logic, however strange this may at times appear. Now, unless he were completely deprived of it, he could never be guilty of the reasoning imputed to him. Nothing could be more natural than that he should believe it possible to assure the survival of his soul by hiding it in a secret and inaccessible place, as so many heroes of myths and legends are said to have done. But why should he think it safer in the body of an animal than in his own? Of course, if it were thus lost in space, it might have a chance to escape the spells of a magician more readily, but at the same time, it would be prepared for the blows of hunters. It is a strange way of sheltering it to place it in a material form, exposing it to risks at every instant. But above all, it is inconceivable that a whole people should allow themselves to be carried into such an aberration. Finally, in a very large number of cases, the function of the individual totem is very different from that assigned it by Fraser. Before all else, it is a means of conferring extraordinary powers upon magicians, hunters, or warriors. As to the kinship of the man and the thing, with all the inconveniences it implies, it is accepted as a consequence of the rite, but it is not desired in its and for itself. There is still less occasion for delaying over this controversy, since it concerns no real problem. What we must know before everything else is whether or not the individual totem is really a primitive fact, from which the collective totem was derived. For, according to the reply given to this question, we must seek the home of the religious life in one or the other of two opposite directions. Against the hypothesis of Hill Tout, Miss Fletcher, Boas, and Fraser, there is such an array of decisive facts that one is surprised that it has been so readily and so generally accepted. In the first place, we know that a man frequently has the greatest interest not only in respecting, but also in making his companions respect the species serving him as personal totem. His own life is connected with it. Then, if collective totemism were only a generalized form of individual totemism, it too should repose upon this same principle. Not only should the men of a clan abstain from killing and eating their totem animal themselves, but they should also do all in their power to force this same abstention upon others. But as a matter of fact, far from imposing such a renunciation upon the whole tribe, each clan, by rites which we shall describe below, takes care that the plant or animal whose name it bears shall increase and prosper, so as to assure an abundant supply of food for the other clans. So we must at least admit that in becoming collective, individual totemism was transformed profoundly, and we must therefore account for this transformation. In the second place, how is it possible to explain, from this point of view, the fact that except where totemism is in full decay, two clans of a single tribe always have different totems? It seems that nothing prevents two or several members of a single tribe, even when there is no kinship between them, from choosing their personal totem in the same animal species and passing it on to their descendants. Does it not happen today that two distinct families have the same name? The carefully regulated way in which the totems and subtotems are divided up, first between the two phratries and then among the various clans of the phratry, obviously presupposes a social agreement and a collective organization. This is as much as to say that totemism is something more than an individual practice spontaneously generalized. Moreover, collective totemism cannot be deduced from individual totemism except by a misunderstanding of the differences separating the two. The one is acquired by the child at birth. It is a part of his civil status. The other is acquired during the course of his life. It presupposes the accomplishment of a determined right and a change of condition. Some seek to diminish this distance by inserting between the two, as a sort of middle term, the right of each possessor of a totem to transmit it to whomsoever he pleases. But wherever these transfers do take place, they are rare and relatively exceptional acts. They cannot be performed except by magicians or other personages invested with special powers. In any case, they are possible only through ritual ceremonies which bring about the change. So it is necessary to explain how this prerogative of a few became the right of all. How that which at first implied a profound change in the religious and moral constitution of the individual was able to become an element of this constitution. And finally, how a transmission which at first was the consequence of a right was later believed to operate automatically from the nature of things and without the intervention of any human will. In support of his interpretation, Hill-Tout claims that certain myths give the totem of the clan an individual origin. They tell how the totemic emblem was acquired by some special individual, who then transmitted it to his descendants. But in the first place, it is to be remarked that these myths are all taken from the Indian tribes of North America, which are societies arrived at a rather high degree of culture. How could a mythology so far removed from the origins of things aid in reconstituting the primitive form of an institution with any degree of certainty? There are many chances for intermediate causes to have gravely disfigured the recollection which these people have been able to retain. Moreover, it is very easy to answer these myths with others, which seem much more primitive and whose signification is quite different. The totem is there represented as the very being from whom the clan is descended. So it must be that it constitutes the substance of the clan. Men have it within them from their birth. It is a part of their very flesh and blood, so far are they from having received it from without. More than that, the very myths upon which Hill-Tout relies contain an echo of this ancient conception. The founder who gave his name to the clan certainly had a human form, but he was a man who, after living among animals of a certain species, finally came to resemble them. This is undoubtedly because a time came when the mind was too cultivated to admit any longer, as it had formerly done, that men might have been born of animals. So the animal ancestor, now become inconceivable, is replaced by a human being. But the idea persists that this man had acquired certain characteristics of the animal either by imitation or by some other process. Thus even this late mythology bears the mark of a more remote epoch, when the totem of the clan was never regarded as a sort of individual creation. But this hypothesis does not merely raise grave logical difficulties. It is contradicted directly by the following facts. If individual totemism were the initial fact, it should be more developed and apparent the more primitive the societies are, and inversely, it should lose ground and disappear before the other among the more advanced peoples. Now it is the contrary which is true. The Australian tribes are far behind those of North America, yet Australia is the classic land of collective totemism. In the great majority of the tribes, it alone is found, while we do not know a single one where individual totemism alone is practiced. This latter is found in a characteristic form only in an infinitesimal number of tribes. Even where it is met with it is generally in a rudimentary form. It is made up of individual and optional practices having no generality. Only magicians are acquainted with the art of creating mysterious relationships with species of animals to which they are not related by nature. Ordinary people do not enjoy this privilege. In America, on the contrary, the collective totem is in full decadence. In the societies of the Northwest especially, its religious character is almost gone. Inversely, the individual totem plays a considerable role among these same peoples. A very great efficacy is attributed to it. It has become a real public institution. This is because it is the sign of a higher civilization. This is undoubtedly the explanation of the inversion of these two forms of totemism, which Hill-Tout believes he has observed among the Salish. If in those parts where collective totemism is the most fully developed the other form is almost lacking, it is not because the second has disappeared before the first, but rather because the conditions necessary for its existence have not yet been fully realized. But a fact which is still more conclusive is that individual totemism, far from having given birth to the totemism of the clan, presupposes this latter. It is within the frame of collective totemism that it is born and lives. It is an integral part of it. In fact, in those very societies where it is preponderating, the novices do not have the right of taking any animal as their individual totem. To each clan, a certain definite number of species are assigned, outside of which it may not choose. In return, those belonging to it thus are its exclusive property. Members of other clans may not usurp them. They are thought to have relations of close dependence upon the one serving as totem to the clan as a whole. There are even cases where it is quite possible to observe these relations. The individual aspect represents a part or a particular aspect of the collective totem. Among the Wachabaluk, each member of the clan considers the personal totems of his companions as being his own after a fashion, so they are probably subtotems. Now the subtotem supposes the totem, as the species supposes the class. Thus, the first form of individual religion met with in history appears, not as the active principle of all public religion, but, on the contrary, as a simple aspect of this latter. The cult which the individual organizes for himself in his own inner conscience, far from being the germ of the collective cult, is only this latter adapted to the personal needs of the individual. 3. In a more recent study, which the works of Spencer and Gillen suggested to him, Fraser has attempted to substitute a new explanation of totemism for the one he first proposed, and which we have just been discussing. It rests on the postulate that the totemism of the Arunta is the most primitive which we know. Fraser even goes so far as to say that it scarcely differs from the really and absolutely original type. The singular thing about it is that the totems are attached neither to persons nor to determined groups of persons, but to localities. In fact, each totem has its center at some definite spot. It is there that the souls of the first ancestors, who founded the totemic group at the beginning of time, are believed to have their preferred residence. It is there that the sanctuary is located where the Churinga are kept. There the cult is celebrated. It is also this geographical distribution of totems which determines the manner in which the clans are recruited. The child has neither the totem of his father nor that of his mother, but the one whose center is at the spot where the mother believes that she felt the first symptoms of approaching maternity. For it is said that the Arunta is ignorant of the exact relation existing between generation and the sexual act. He thinks that every conception is due to a sort of mystic fecundation. According to him, it is due to the entrance of the soul of an ancestor into the body of a woman, and its becoming the principle of a new life there. So, at the moment when a woman feels the first tremblings of the child, she imagines that one of the souls whose principal residence is at the place where she happens to be has just entered into her. As the child who is presently born is merely the reincarnation of this ancestor, he necessarily has the same totem. Thus his totem is determined by the locality where he is believed to have been mysteriously conceived. Now it is this local totemism which represents the original form of totemism. At most, it is separated from this by a very short step. This is how Fraser explains its genesis. At the exact moment when the woman realizes that she is pregnant, she must think that the spirit by which she feels herself possessed has come to her from the objects about her, and especially from one of those which attract her attention at the moment. So if she is engaged in plucking a plant or watching an animal, she believes that the soul of this plant or animal has passed into her. Among the things to which she will be particularly inclined to attribute her condition are, in the first place, the things she has just eaten. If she has recently eaten emu or yam, she will not doubt that an emu or yam has been born in her and is developing. Under these conditions, it is evident how the child, in his turn, will be considered a sort of yam or emu, how he regards himself as a relative of the plant or animal of the same species, how he has sympathy and regard for them, how he refuses to eat them, etc. From this moment, totemism exists in its essential traits. It is the native's theory of conception that gave rise to it, so Fraser calls this primitive totemism conceptional. It is from this original type that all the other forms of totemism are derived. When several women had, one after the other, felt the first premonitions of maternity at the same spot and under the same circumstances, the place would come to be regarded as haunted by spirits of a peculiar sort, and so the whole country might in time be dotted over with totem centers and distributed into totem districts. This is how the local totemism of the Arrernte originated. In order that the totems may subsequently be detached from their territorial base, it is sufficient to think that the ancestral souls, instead of remaining immutably fixed to a determined spot, are able to move freely over the surface of the territory, and that in their voyages they follow the men and women of the same totem as themselves. In this way, a woman may be impregnated by her own totem or that of her husband, though residing in a different totemic district. According to whether it is believed that it is the ancestor of the husband or of the wife who thus follow the family about, seeking occasions to reincarnate themselves, the totem of the child will be that of his father or mother. In fact, it is in just this way that the Gwanji and Umbea on the one hand and the Urubana on the other explain their systems of filiation. But this theory, like that of Tyler, rests upon a begging of the question. If he is to imagine that human souls are the souls of animals or plants, one must believe beforehand that men take either from the animal or vegetable world whatever is most essential in them. Now this belief is one of those at the foundation of totemism. To state it as something evident is therefore to take for granted that which is to be explained. Moreover, from this point of view, the religious character of the totem is entirely inexplicable, for the vague belief in an obscure kinship between the man and the animal is not enough to found a cult. This confusion of distinct kingdoms could never result in dividing the world into sacred and profane. It is true that, being consistent with himself, Fraser refuses to admit that totemism is a religion, under the pretext that he finds in it neither spiritual beings, nor prayers, nor invocations, nor offerings, etc. According to him, it is only a system of magic, by which he means a sort of crude and erroneous science, a first effort to discover the laws of things. But we know how inexact this conception, both of magic and of religion, is. We have a religion as soon as the sacred is distinguished from the profane, and we have seen that totemism is a vast system of sacred things. If we are to explain it, we must therefore show how it happened that these things were stamped with this character. But he does not even raise this problem. But this system is completely overthrown by the fact that the postulate upon which it rests can no longer be sustained. The whole argument of Fraser supposes that the local totemism of the Arrernte is the most primitive we know, and especially that it is clearly prior to hereditary totemism, either in the paternal or the maternal line. Now, as soon as the facts contained in the first volume of Spencer and Gillen were at our disposal, we were able to conjecture that there had been a time in the history of the Arrernte people when the totems, instead of being attached to localities, were transmitted hereditarily from mother to child. This conjecture is definitely proved by the new facts discovered by Strelo, which only confirm the previous observations of Schulz. In fact, both of these authors tell us that even now, in addition to his local totem, each Arrernte has another which is completely independent of all geographical conditions, and which belongs to him as a birthright. It is his mother's. This second totem, just like the first, is considered a powerful friend and protector by the natives, which looks after their food, warns them of possible dangers, etc. They have the right of taking part in its cult. When they are buried, the corpse is laid so that the face is turned towards the region of the maternal totemic center. So after a fashion, this center is also that of the deceased. In fact, it is given the name Timara Altgira, which is translated, camp of the totem which is associated with me. So it is certain that among the Arrernte, hereditary totemism in the uterine line is not later than local totemism, but, on the contrary, must have preceded it. For today, the maternal totem has only an accessory and supplementary role. It is a second totem, which explains how it was able to escape observation as attentive and careful as that of Spencer and Gillen. But in order that it should be able to retain this secondary place, being employed along with the local totem, there must have been a time when it held the primary place in the religious life. It is, in part, a fallen totem, but one recalling an epoch when the totemic organization of the Arrernte was very different from what it is today. So the whole superstructure of Fraser's system is undermined at its foundation. 4. Although Andrew Lang has actively contested this theory of Fraser's, the one he proposes himself in his later works resembles it on more than one point. Like Fraser, he makes totemism consist in the belief in a sort of consubstantiality of the man and the animal, but he explains it differently. He derives it entirely from the fact that the totem is a name. As soon as human groups were founded, each one felt the need of distinguishing between the neighboring groups with which it came into contact, and with this end in view, it gave them different names. The names were preferably chosen from the surrounding flora and fauna because animals and plants can easily be designated by movements or represented by drawings. The more or less precise resemblances which men may have with such and such objects determined the way in which these collective denominations were distributed among the groups. Now, it is a well-known fact that to the early mind names and the things known by names are in a mystic and transcendental connection of rapport. For example, the name of an individual is not considered as a simple word or conventional sign, but as an essential part of the individual himself. So, if it were the name of an animal, the man would have to believe that he himself had the most characteristic attributes of this same animal. This theory would become better and better accredited as the historic origins of these denominations became more remote and were effaced from the memory. Myths arose to make this strange ambiguity of human nature more easily representable in the mind. To explain this, they imagined that the animal was the ancestor of the men, or else that the two were descended from a common ancestor. Thus came the conception of bonds of kinship, uniting each clan to the animal species whose name it bore. With the origins of this fabulous kinship once explained, it seems to our author that totemism no longer contains a mystery. But whence comes the religious character of the totemic beliefs and practices? For the fact that a man considers himself an animal of a certain species does not explain why he attributes marvelous powers to this species, and especially why he renders a cult to the images symbolizing it. To this question, Lang gives the same response as Fraser. He denies that totemism is a religion. I find in Australia, he says, no example of religious practices such as praying to, nourishing, or burying the totem. It was only at a later epoch, when it was already established, that totemism was drawn into and surrounded by a system of conceptions properly called religious. According to a remark of Howitt, when the natives undertake the explanation of the totemic institutions, they do not attribute them to the totems themselves nor to a man, but to some supernatural being such as Bunjil or Bayam. Accepting this evidence, says Lang, one source of the religious character of totemism is at once revealed. The totemist obeys the decree of Bunjil or Bayam, as the Cretans obeyed the divine decrees given by Zeus to Minos. Now, according to Lang, the idea of these great divinities arose outside of the totemic system, so this is not a religion in itself. It has merely been given a religious coloring by contact with a genuine religion. But these very myths contradict Lang's conception of totemism. If the Australians had regarded totemism as something human and profane, it would never have occurred to them to make a divine institution out of it. If, on the other hand, they have felt the need of connecting it with a divinity, it is because they have seen a sacred character in it. So these mythological interpretations prove the religious nature of totemism, but do not explain it. Moreover, Lang himself recognizes that this solution is not sufficient. He realizes that totemic things are treated with a religious respect, that especially the blood of an animal, as well as that of a man, is the object of numerous interdictions, or, as he says, taboos which this comparatively late mythology cannot explain. Then, where do they come from? Here are the words with which Lang answers this question. As soon as the animal-named groups evolved the universally diffused beliefs about the wakan or mana, or mystically sacred quality of the blood as the life, they would also develop the various taboos. The words wakan and mana, as we shall see in the following chapter, involve the very idea of sacredness itself. The one is taken from the language of the Sioux, the other from that of the Melanesian peoples. To explain the sacred character of totemic things by postulating this characteristic is to answer the question by the question. What we must find out is whence this idea of wakan comes and how it comes to be applied to the totem and all that is derived from it. As long as these two questions remain unanswered, nothing is explained. 5. We have now passed in review all the principal explanations which have been given for totemic beliefs, leaving to each of them its own individuality. But now that this examination is finished, we may state one criticism which addresses itself to all these systems alike. If we stick to the letter of the formulae, it seems that these may be arranged in two groups. Some, Fraser, Lang, deny the religious character of totemism. In reality, that amounts to denying the facts. Others recognize this, but think that they can explain it by deriving it from an anterior religion out of which totemism developed. But as a matter of fact, this distinction is only apparent. The first group is contained within the second. Neither Fraser nor Lang have been able to maintain their principle systematically and explain totemism as if it were not a religion. By the very force of facts, they have been compelled to slip ideas of a religious nature into their explanations. We have just seen how Lang calls in the idea of sacredness, which is the cardinal idea of all religion. Fraser, on his side, in each of the theories which he has successively proposed, appeals openly to the idea of souls or spirits. For according to him, totemism came from the fact that men thought they could deposit their souls in safety in some external object, or else that they attributed conception to a sort of spiritual fecundation of which a spirit was the agent. Now a soul, and still more, a spirit, are sacred things and the object of rites. So the ideas expressing them are essentially religious, and it is therefore in vain that Fraser makes totemism a mere system of magic, for he succeeds in explaining it only in the terms of another religion. We have already pointed out the insufficiencies of animism and naturism, so one may not have recourse to them, as Tyler and Jevons do, without exposing himself to these same objections. Yet neither Fraser nor Lang seems to dream of the possibility of another hypothesis. On the other hand, we know that totemism is tightly bound up with the most primitive social system which we know, and in all probability, of which we can conceive. To suppose that it has developed out of another religion, differing from it only in degree, is to leave the data of observation and enter into the domain of arbitrary and unverifiable conjectures. If we wish to remain in harmony with the results we have already obtained, it is necessary that while affirming the religious nature of totemism, we abstain from deriving it from another different religion. There can be no hope of assigning it non-religious ideas as its cause. But among the representations entering into the conditions from which it results, there may be some which directly suggest a religious nature of themselves. These are the ones we must look for. Chapter 6. Origins of these beliefs continued. The notion of the totemic principle, or mana, and the idea of force. Since individual totemism is later than the totemism of the clan, and even seems to be derived from it, it is to this latter form that we must turn first of all. But as the analysis which we have just made of it has resolved it into a multiplicity of beliefs which may appear quite heterogeneous, before going farther, we must seek to learn what makes its unity. 1. We have seen that totemism places the figured representations of the totem in the first rank of the things it considers sacred. Next come the animals or vegetables whose name the clan bears, and finally the members of the clan. Since all these things are sacred in the same way, though to different degrees, their religious character can be due to none of the special attributes distinguishing them from each other. If a certain species of animal or vegetable is the object of a reverential fear, this is not because of its special properties, for the human members of the clan enjoy this same privilege, though to a slightly inferior degree, while the mere image of this same plant or animal inspires an even more pronounced respect. The similar sentiments inspired by these different sorts of things in the mind of the believer, which give them their sacred character, can evidently come only from some common principle partaken of alike by the totemic emblems, the men of the clan, and the individuals of the species serving as totem. In reality, it is to this common principle that the cult is addressed. In other words, totemism is the religion, not of such and such animals or men or images, but of an anonymous and impersonal force, found in each of these beings but not to be confounded with any of them. No one possesses it entirely and all participate in it. It is so completely independent of the particular subjects in whom it incarnates itself that it precedes them and survives them. Individuals die, generations pass and are replaced by others, but this force always remains actual, living, and the same. It animates the generations of today as it animated those of yesterday, and as it will animate those of tomorrow. Taking the words in a large sense, we may say that it is the God adored by each totemic cult. Yet it is an impersonal God, without name or history, immanent in the world, and diffused in an innumerable multitude of things. But even now, we have only an imperfect idea of the real ubiquity of this quasi-divine entity. It is not merely found in the whole totemic species, the whole clan, and all the objects symbolizing the totem. The circle of its action extends beyond that. In fact, we have seen that in addition to the eminently holy things, all those attributed to the clan as dependencies of the principal totem have this same character, to a certain degree. They also have something religious about them, for some are protected by interdictions, while others have determined functions in the ceremonies of the cult. Their religiousness does not differ in kind from that of the totem under which they are classified. It must therefore be derived from the same source. So it is because the totemic god, to use again the metaphorical expression which we have just employed, is in them, just as it is in the species serving as totem and in the men of the clan. We may see how much it differs from the beings, in which it resides from the fact that it is the soul of so many different beings. But the Australian does not represent this impersonal force in an abstract form. Under the influence of causes which we must seek, he has been led to conceive it under the form of an animal or vegetable species, or, in a word, of a visible object. This is what the totem really consists in. It is only the material form under which the imagination represents this immaterial substance, this energy diffused through all sorts of heterogeneous things, which alone is the real object of the cult. We are now in a better condition for understanding what the native means when he says that the men of the crow phratry, for example, are crows. He does not exactly mean to say that they are crows in the vulgar and empiric sense of the term, but that the same principle is found in all of them, which is their most essential characteristic, which they have in common with the animals of the same name, and which is thought of under the external form of a crow. Thus the universe, as totemism conceives it, is filled and animated by a certain number of forces which the imagination represents in forms taken, with only a few exceptions, from the animal or vegetable kingdoms. There are as many of them as there are clans in the tribe, and each of them is also found in certain categories of things, of which it is the essence and vital principle. When we say that these principles are forces, we do not take the word in a metaphorical sense. They act just like veritable forces. In one sense, they are even material forces which mechanically engender physical effects. Does an individual come in contact with them without having taken proper precautions? He receives a shock, which might be compared to the effect of an electric discharge. Sometimes they seem to conceive of these as a sort of fluid escaping by points. If they are introduced into an organism not made to receive them, they produce sickness and death by a wholly automatic action. Outside of men, they play the role of vital principle. It is by acting on them, we shall see, that the reproduction of the species is assured. It is upon them that the universal life reposes. But in addition to this physical aspect, they also have a moral character. When someone asks a native why he observes his rites, he replies that his ancestors always have observed them, and he ought to follow their example. So if he acts in a certain way towards the totemic beings, it is not only because the forces resident in them are physically redoubtable, but because he feels himself morally obliged to act thus. He has the feeling that he is obeying an imperative, that he is fulfilling a duty. For these sacred beings, he has not merely fear, but also respect. Moreover, the totem is the source of the moral life of the clan. All the beings partaking of the same totemic principle consider that owing to this very fact, they are morally bound to one another. They have definite duties of assistance, vendetta, etc. towards each other. And it is these duties which constitute kinship. So while the totemic principle is a totemic force, it is also a moral power. So we shall see how it easily transforms itself into a divinity, properly so called. Moreover, there is nothing here which is special to totemism. Even in the most advanced religions, there is scarcely a god who has not kept something of this ambiguity, and whose functions are not at once cosmic and moral. At the same time that it is a spiritual discipline, every religion is also a means enabling men to face the world with greater confidence. Even for the Christian, is not God the Father the guardian of the physical order, as well as the legislator and the judge of human conduct? 2. Perhaps someone will ask whether, In interpreting totemism thus, we do not endow the native with ideas surpassing the limits of his intellect. Of course, we are not prepared to affirm that he represents these forces with the relative clarity which we have been able to give to them in our analysis. We are able to show quite clearly that this notion is implied by the whole system of beliefs which it dominates, but we are unable to say how far it is conscious and how far, on the contrary, it is only implicit and confusedly felt. There is no way of determining just what degree of clarity an idea like this may have in obscure minds. But it is well shown, in any case, that this in no way surpasses the capacities of the primitive mind. And on the contrary, the results at which we have just arrived are confirmed by the fact that either in the societies closely related to these Australian tribes, or even in these tribes themselves, we find, in an explicit form, conceptions which differ from the preceding only by shades and degrees. The native religions of Samoa have certainly passed the totemic phase. Real gods are found there, who have their own names and, to a certain degree, their own personal physiognomy. Yet the traces of totemism are hardly contestable. In fact, each god is attached to a group, either local or domestic, just as the totem is to its clan. Then, each of these gods is thought of as immanent in a special species of animal. But this does not mean that he resides in one subject in particular. He is immanent in all at once. He is diffused in the species as a whole. When an animal dies, the men of the group who venerate it weep for it and render pious duties to it, because a god inhabits it, but the god is not dead. He is eternal, like the species. He is not even confused with the present generation. He has already been the soul of the preceding one, as he will be the soul of the one which is to follow. So he has all the characteristics of the totemic principle. He is the totemic principle, reclothed in a slightly personal form by the imagination. But still, we must not exaggerate a personality which is hardly reconcilable with this diffusion and ubiquity. If its contours were clearly defined, it could never spread out thus and enter into such a multitude of things. However, it is incontestable that in this case, the idea of an impersonal religious force is beginning to change. But there are other cases where it is affirmed in all its abstract purity and even reaches a higher degree of generality than in Australia. If the different totemic principles to which the various clans of a single tribe address themselves are distinct from each other, they are, nonetheless, comparable to each other at bottom, for all play the same role in their respective spheres. There are societies which have had the feeling of this unity with nature and have consequently advanced to the idea of a unique religious force, of which all other sacred principles are only expressions, and which makes the unity of the universe. As these societies are still thoroughly impregnated with totemism, and as they remain entangled in a social organization identical with that of the Australians, we may say that totemism contained this idea in potentiality. This can be observed in a large number of American tribes, especially those belonging to the Great Sioux family. The Omaha, Ponca, Kansas, Osage, Assiniboine, Dakota, Iowa, Winnebago, Mandan, Hidatsa, etc. Many of these are still organized in clans, as the Omaha and the Iowa. Others were so not long since, and, says Dorsey, it is still possible to find among them all the foundations of the totemic system, just as in the other societies of the Sioux. Now among these peoples, above all the particular deities to whom men render a cult, there is a preeminent power to which all the others have the relation of derived forms, and which is called Wakan. Owing to the preponderating place thus assigned to this principle in the Siouan pantheon, it is sometimes regarded as a sort of sovereign god, or a Jupiter or Jahve, and travelers have frequently translated Wakan by Great Spirit. This is misrepresenting its real nature gravely. The Wakan is in no way a personal being. The natives do not represent it in a determined form. According to an observer cited by Dorsey, they say that they have never seen the Wakanda, so they cannot pretend to personify it. It is not even possible to define it by determined attributes and characteristics. No word, says Riggs, can explain the meaning of this term among the Dakota. It embraces all mystery, all secret power, all divinity. All the beings which the Dakota reveres, the earth, the four winds, the sun, the moon, and the stars are manifestations of this mysterious life and power, which enters into all. Sometimes it is represented in the form of a wind, as a breath having its seat in the four cardinal points and moving everything. Sometimes it is a voice heard in the crashing of the thunder. The sun, moon, and stars are Wakan. But no enumeration could exhaust this infinitely complex idea. It is not a definite and definable power, the power of doing this or that. It is power in an absolute sense, with no epithet or determination of any sort. The various divine powers are only particular manifestations and personifications of it. Each of them is this power seen under one of its numerous aspects. It is this which made one observer say, "He is a protean god. He is supposed to appear to different persons in different forms." Nor are the gods the only beings animated by it. It is the principle of all that lives or acts or moves. All life is Wakan, so also is everything which exhibits power, whether in action, as the winds and drifting clouds, or in passive endurance, as the boulder by the wayside. Among the Iroquois, whose social organization has an even more pronouncedly totemic character, this same idea is found again. The word Oranda which expresses it is the exact equivalent of the Wakan of the Sioux. The savage man, says Hewitt, conceived the diverse bodies collectively constituting his environment to possess inherently mystic potence. Whether they be the rocks, the waters, the tides, the plants and the trees, the animals and man, the wind and the storms, the clouds and the thunders and the lightnings, etc., this potence is held to be the property of all things, and by the inchoate mentation of man is regarded as the efficient cause of all phenomena, all the activities of his environment. A sorcerer or shaman has orenda, but as much would be said of a man succeeding in his enterprises. At bottom, there is nothing in the world which does not have its quota of orenda, but the quantities vary. There are some beings, either men or things, which are favored. There are others which are relatively disinherited, and the universal life consists in the struggles of these orenda of unequal intensity. The more intense conquer the weaker. Is one man more successful than his companions in the hunt or at war? It is because he has more orenda. If an animal escapes from a hunter who is pursuing it, it is because the orenda of the former was the more powerful. This same idea is found among the Shoshone under the name of Pochunt, among the Algonquin under the name of Manitou, of Noala among the Kwakiutl, of Yek among the Tlinkit, and of Eskana among the Haida. But it is not peculiar to the Indians of North America. It is in Melanesia that it was studied for the first time. It is true that in certain of the islands of Melanesia, social organization is no longer on a totemic basis. But in all, totemism is still visible, in spite of what Codrington has said about it. Now among these peoples, we find, under the name of Mana, an idea which is the exact equivalent of the Wakan of the Sioux and the Orenda of the Iroquois. The definition given by Codrington is as follows. There is a belief in a force altogether distinct from physical power, which acts in all ways for good and evil, and which it is of the greatest advantage to possess or control. This is Mana. I think I know what our people mean by it. It is a power or influence, not physical and in a way supernatural, but it shows itself in physical force or in any kind of power or excellence which a man possesses. This Mana is not fixed in anything, and can be conveyed in almost anything. All Melanesian religion consists, in fact, in getting this Mana for oneself or getting it used for one's benefit. Is this not the same notion of an anonymous and diffused force, the germs of which we recently found in the totemism of Australia? Here is the same impersonality, for, as Codrington says, we must be careful not to regard it as a sort of supreme being. Any such idea is absolutely foreign to Melanesian thought. Here is the same ubiquity. The Mana is located nowhere definitely, and it is everywhere. All forms of life and all the effects of the action, either of men or of living beings or of simple minerals, are attributed to its influence. Therefore, there is no undue temerity in attributing to the Australians an idea such as the one we have discovered in our analysis of totemic beliefs. For we find it again, but abstracted and generalized to a higher degree, at the basis of other religions whose roots go back into a system, like the Australian one, and which visibly bear the mark of this. The two conceptions are obviously related. They differ only in degree, while the Mana is diffused into the whole universe. What we call the God, or to speak more precisely, the totemic principle, is localized in the more limited circle of the beings and things of certain species. It is Mana, but a little more specialized. Yet as a matter of fact, this specialization is quite relative. Moreover, there is one case where this connection is made especially apparent. Among the Omaha, there are totems of all sorts, both individual and collective, but both are only particular forms of Wiccan. The foundation of the Indians' faith in the efficacy of the totem, says Miss Fletcher, rested upon his belief concerning nature and life. This conception was complex and involved two prominent ideas. First, that all things, animate and inanimate, were permeated by a common life. And second, that this life could not be broken, but was continuous. Now this common principle of life is the Wiccan. The totem is the means by which an individual is put into relations with this source of energy. If the totem has any powers, it is because it incarnates the Wiccan. If a man who has violated the interdictions protecting his totem is struck by sickness or death, it is because this mysterious force against which he has thus set himself, that is, the Wiccan, reacts against him with a force proportionate to the shock received. Also, just as the totem is Wiccan, so the Wiccan, in its turn, sometimes shows its totemic origin by the way in which it is conceived. In fact, Say says that among the Dakota, the Wakanda is manifested sometimes in the form of a gray bear, sometimes of a bison, a beaver, or some other animal. Undoubtedly, this formula cannot be accepted without reserve. The Wiccan repels all personification, and consequently it is hardly probable that it has ever been thought of in its abstract generality with the aid of such definite symbols. But Say's remark is probably applicable to the particular forms which it takes in specializing itself in the concrete reality of life. Now, if there is a possibility that there was a time when these specializations of the Wiccan bore witness to such an affinity for an animal form, that would be one more proof of the close bonds uniting this conception to the totemic beliefs. It is possible to explain why this idea has been unable to reach the same degree of abstraction in Australia as in the more advanced societies. This is not merely due to the insufficient aptitude of the Australian for abstracting and generalizing. Before all, it is the nature of the social environment which has imposed this particularism. In fact, as long as totemism remains at the basis of the cultural organization, the clan keeps an autonomy in the religious society which, though not absolute, is always very marked. Of course, we can say that in one sense each totemic group is only a chapel of the tribal church, but it is a chapel enjoying a large independence. The cult celebrated there, though not a self-sufficing whole, has only external relations with the others. They interchange without intermingling. The totem of the clan is fully sacred only for this clan. Consequently, the groups of things attributed to each clan, which are a part of it in the same way the men are, have the same individuality and autonomy. Each of them is represented as irreducible into similar groups, as separated from them by a break of continuity, and as constituting a distinct realm. Under these circumstances, it would occur to no one that these heterogeneous worlds were different manifestations of one and the same fundamental force. On the contrary, one might suppose that each of them corresponded to an organically different mana, whose action could not extend beyond the clan and the circle of things attributed to it. The idea of a single and universal mana could be born only at the moment when the tribal religion developed above that of the clans and absorbed them more or less completely. It is along with the feeling of the tribal unity that the feeling of the substantial unity of the world awakens. As we shall presently show, it is true that the Australian societies are already acquainted with a cult that is common to the tribe as a whole. But if this cult represents the highest form of the Australian religions, it has not succeeded in touching and modifying the principles upon which they repose. Totemism is essentially a federative religion which cannot go beyond a certain degree of centralization without ceasing to be itself. One characteristic fact clearly shows the fundamental reason which has kept the idea of the mana so specialized in Australia. The real religious forces, those thought of in the form of totems, are not the only ones with which the Australian feels himself obliged to reckon. There are also some over which magicians have particular control. While the former are theoretically considered healthful and beneficent, the second have it as their especial function to cause sickness and death. And at the same time that they differ so greatly in the nature of their effects, they are contrasted also by the relations which they sustain with the social organization. A totem is always a matter of the clan, but on the contrary, magic is a tribal and even an intertribal institution. Magic forces do not belong to any special portion of the tribe in particular. All that is needed to make use of them is the possession of efficient recipes. Likewise, everybody is liable to feel their effects and consequently should try to protect himself against them. These are vague forces, specially attached to no determined social division, and even able to spread their action beyond the tribe. Now it is a remarkable fact that among the Arunta and Loricha, they are conceived as simple aspects and particular forms of a unique force called an Arunta Aranquiltha or Aranculta. This is a term, say Spencer and Gillen, of somewhat vague import, but always associated at bottom with the possession of supernatural evil power. The name is applied indiscriminately to the evil influence or to the object in which it is, for the time being or permanently resident. By Aranculta, says Strelo, the native signifies a force which suddenly stops life and brings death to all who come in contact with it. This name is given to the bones and pieces of wood from which evil-working charms are derived, and also to poisonous animals and vegetables, so it may accurately be called a harmful mana. Gray mentions an absolutely identical notion among the tribes he observed. Thus, among these different peoples, while the properly religious forces do not succeed in avoiding a certain heterogeneity, magic forces are thought of as being all of the same nature. The mind represents them in their generic unity. This is because they rise above the social organization and its divisions and subdivisions, and move in a homogeneous and continuous space where they meet with nothing to differentiate them. The others, on the contrary, being localized in definite and distinct social forms, are diversified and particularized in the image of the environment in which they are situated. From this, we can see how thoroughly the idea of an impersonal religious force enters into the meaning and spirit of Australian totemism, for it disengages itself with clarity as soon as no contrary cause opposes it. It is true that the Aranquiltha is purely a magic force. But between religious forces and magic forces, there is no difference of kind. Sometimes they are even designated by the same name. In Melanesia, the magicians and charms have mana, just like the agents and rites of the regular cult. The word Oranda is employed in the same way by the Iroquois. So we can legitimately infer the nature of the one from that of the other. 3. The results to which the above analysis has led us do not concern the history of totemism only, but also the genesis of religious thought in general. Under the pretext that in early times men were dominated by their senses and the representations of their senses, it has frequently been held that they commenced by representing the divine in the concrete form of definite and personal beings. The facts do not confirm this presumption. We have just described a systematically united scheme of religious beliefs, which we have good reason to regard as very primitive, yet we have met with no personalities of this sort. The real totemic cult is addressed neither to certain determined animals, nor to certain vegetables, nor even to an animal or vegetable species, but to a vague power spread through these things. Even in the most advanced religions which have developed out of totemism, such as those which we find among the North American Indians, this idea, instead of being effaced, becomes more conscious of itself. It is declared with a clarity it did not have before, while at the same time it attains a higher generality. It is this which dominates the entire religious system. This is the original matter, out of which have been constructed those beings of every sort, which the religions of all times have consecrated and adored. The spirits, demons, genii, and gods of every sort are only the concrete forms taken by this energy, or potentiality, as Hewitt calls it, in individualizing itself, in fixing itself upon a certain determined object or point in space, or in centering around an ideal and legendary being, though one conceived as real by the popular imagination. A Dakota questioned by Miss Fletcher expressed this essential consubstantiability of all sacred things in language that is full of relief. Everything as it moves, now and then, here and there, makes stops. The bird as it flies stops in one place to make its nest, and in another to rest in its flight. A man when he goes forth stops when he wills, so the god has stopped. The sun, which is so bright and beautiful, is one place where he has stopped. The trees, the animals, are where he has stopped, and the Indian thinks of these places and sends his prayers to reach the place where the god has stopped and to win help and a blessing. In other words, the whack-in for this is what he was talking about, comes and goes through the world, and sacred things are the points upon which it alights. Here we are, for once, just as far from naturism as from animism. If the sun, the moon, and the stars have been adored, they have not owed this honor to their intrinsic nature or their distinctive properties, but to the fact that they are thought to participate in this force, which alone is able to give things a sacred character, and which is also found in a multitude of other beings, even the smallest. If the souls of the dead have been the object of rites, it is not because they are believed to be made out of some fluid and impalpable substance, nor is it because they resemble the shadow cast by a body or its reflection on a surface of water. Lightness and fluidity are not enough to confer sanctity. They have been invested with this dignity only in so far as they contained within them something of this same force, the source of all religiosity. We are now in a better condition to understand why it has been impossible to define religion by the idea of mythical personalities, gods, or spirits. It is because this way of representing religious things is in no way inherent in their nature. What we find at the origin and basis of religious thought are not determined and distinct objects and beings possessing a sacred character of themselves. They are indefinite powers, anonymous forces, more or less numerous in different societies, and sometimes even reduced to a unity, and whose impersonality is strictly comparable to that of the physical forces whose manifestations the sciences of nature study. As for particular sacred things, they are only individualized forms of this essential principle. So it is not surprising that even in the religions where there are avowed divinities, there are rites having an efficient virtue in themselves, independently of all divine intervention. It is because this force may be attached to words that are pronounced or movements that are made just as well as to corporal substances. The voice or the movements may serve as its vehicle, and it may produce its effects through their intermediacy without the aid of any god or spirit. Even should it happen to concentrate itself especially in a rite, this will become a creator of divinities from that very fact. This is why there is scarcely a divine personality who does not retain some impersonality. Those who represent it most clearly in a concrete and visible form think of it, at the same time, as an abstract power which cannot be defined except by its own efficacy, or as a force spread out in space, and which is contained, at least in part, in each of its effects. It is the power of producing rain or wind, crops, or the light of day. Zeus is in each of the raindrops which falls, just as Ceres is in each of the sheaves of the harvest. As a general rule, in fact, this efficacy is so imperfectly determined that the believer is able to form only a very vague notion of it. Moreover, it is this indecision which has made possible these syncretisms and duplications in the course of which gods are broken up, dismembered, and confused in every way. Perhaps there is not a single religion in which the original mana, whether unique or multiform, has been resolved entirely into a clearly defined number of beings who are distinct and separate from each other. Each of them always retains a touch of impersonality, as it were, which enables it to enter into new combinations, not as the result of a simple survival, but because it is the nature of religious forces to be unable to individualize themselves completely. This conception, to which we have been led by the study of totemism alone, has the additional recommendation that many scholars have recently adopted it quite independently of one another, as a conclusion from very different sorts of studies. There is a tendency towards a spontaneous agreement on this point which should be remarked, for it is a presumption of objectivity. As early as 1899, we pointed out the impossibility of making the idea of a mythical personality enter into the definition of religious phenomena. In 1900, Merritt showed the existence of a religious phase which he called prenemistic, in which the rites are addressed to impersonal forces like the Melanesian mana and the Wakan of the Omaha and Dakota. However, Merritt did not go so far as to maintain that always and in every case the idea of a spirit is logically and chronologically posterior to that of mana and is derived from it. He even seemed disposed to admit that it has sometimes appeared independently, and consequently, that religious thought flows from a double source. On the other hand, he conceived the mana as an inherent property of things, as an element of their appearance. For, according to him, this is simply the character which we attribute to everything out of the ordinary, and which inspires a sentiment of fear or admiration. This practically amounts to a return to the naturist theory. A little later, Hubert and Moss, while attempting to formulate a general theory of magic, established the fact that magic as a whole reposes on the notion of mana. The close kinship of the magic rite and the religious rite being known, it was even possible to foresee that the same theory should be applied to religion. This was sustained by Prius in a series of articles in the Globus that same year. Relying chiefly upon facts taken from American civilizations, Prius set out to prove that the ideas of the soul and spirit were not developed until after those of power and impersonal force, that the former are only a transformation of the latter, and that up to a relatively late date, they retain the marks of their original impersonality. In fact, he shows that even in the advanced religions, they are represented in the form of vague emanations, disengaging themselves automatically from the things in which they reside, and even tending to escape by all the ways that are open to them. The mouth, the nose, and all the other openings of the body, the breath, the look, the word, etc. at the same time, Prius pointed out their protean forms and their extreme plasticity which permits them to give themselves successively and almost concurrently to the most varied uses. It is true that if we stick to the letter of the terminology employed by this author, we may believe that for him the forces have a magic, not a religious nature. He calls them charms, Zauberkraft. But it is evident that in expressing himself thus, he does not intend to put them outside of religion, for it is in the essentially religious rites that he shows their action, for example, in the great Mexican ceremonies. If he uses these expressions, it is undoubtedly because he knows no others which mark better the impersonality of these forces and the sort of mechanism with which they operate. Thus this same idea tends to come to light on every side. The impression becomes more and more prevalent that even the most elementary mythological constructions are secondary products which cover over a system of beliefs, at once simpler and more obscure, vaguer and more essential, which form the solid foundations upon which the religious systems are built. It is this primitive foundation which our analysis of totemism has enabled us to reach. The various writers whose studies we have just mentioned arrived at this conclusion only through facts taken from very diverse religions, some of which even correspond to a civilization that is already far advanced. Such is the case, for example, with the Mexican religions, of which Prius makes great use. So it might be asked if this theory is equally applicable to the most simple religions. But since it is impossible to go lower than totemism, we are not exposed to this risk of error, and at the same time, we have an opportunity of finding the initial notion from which the ideas of Wacken and mana are derived. This is the notion of the totemic principle. 4. But this notion is not only of primary importance because of the role it has played in the development of religious ideas. It also has a lay aspect in which it is of interest for the history of scientific thought. It is the first form of the idea of force. In fact, the Wacken plays the same role in the world, as the Sioux conceives it, as the one played by the forces with which science explains the diverse phenomena of nature. This, however, does not mean that it is thought of as an exclusively physical energy. On the contrary, in the next chapter, we shall see that the elements going to make up this idea are taken from the most diverse realms. But this very compositeness of its nature enables it to be utilized as a universal principle of explanation. It is from it that all life comes. All life is Wacken, and by this word life, we must understand everything that acts and reacts, that moves and is moved, in both the mineral and biological kingdoms. The Wacken is the cause of all the movements which take place in the universe. We have even seen that the Orender of the Iroquois is the efficient cause of all the phenomena and all the activities which are manifested around men. It is a power inherent in all bodies and all things. It is the Orenda which makes the wind blow, the sun light and heat the earth, or animals reproduce, and which makes men strong, clever, and intelligent. When the Iroquois says that the life of all nature is the product of the conflicts aroused between the unequally intense Orenda of the different beings, he only expresses, in his own language, this modern idea that the world is a system of forces limiting and containing each other and making an equilibrium. The Melanesian attributes this same general efficacy to his mana. It is owing to his mana that a man succeeds in hunting or fighting, that gardens give a good return, or that flocks prosper. If an arrow strikes its mark, it is because it is charged with mana. It is the same cause which makes a net catch fish well, or a canoe ride well on the sea, etc. It is true that if certain phrases of Codrington are taken literally, mana should be the cause to which is attributed everything which is beyond the ordinary power of men, outside the common processes of nature. But from the very examples which he cites, it is quite evident that the sphere of the mana is really much more extended. In reality, it serves to explain usual and everyday phenomena. There is nothing superhuman or supernatural in the fact that a ship sails or a hunter catches game, etc. However, among these events of daily life, there are some so insignificant and familiar that they pass unperceived. They are not noticed, and consequently no need is felt of explaining them. The concept of mana is applied only to those that are important enough to cause reflection and to awaken a minimum of interest and curiosity, but they are not marvelous for all that. And what is true of the mana as well as the orenda and wakin may be said equally well of the totemic principle. It is through this that the life of the men of the clan and the animals or plants of the totemic species, as well as all the things which are classified under the totem and partake of its nature, is manifested. So the idea of force is of religious origin. It is from religion that it has been borrowed, first by philosophy, then by the sciences. This has already been foreseen by Kant, and this is why he made metaphysics the heir of theology. But he concluded from this that the idea of force is destined to disappear from science, for, owing to its mystic origins, he refused it all objective value. But we are going to show that, on the contrary, religious forces are real, howsoever imperfect the symbols may be, by the aid of which they are thought of. From this, it will follow that the same is true of the concept of force in general.